and see where this would apply. It would apply probably in section 4.4. There is a section that describes the Simple Network Management Protocol, or SNMP, and specifically how traps are used in SNMP. Well, SNMP uses a set or a collection of variables or a collection of metrics called a MIB, a Management Information Base.
Recording in progress.
The description of each MIB is called an Object Identifier, or an OID. That's where that comes from. So in this case, the Simple Network Management Protocol traps, or SNMP, also has additional context that is applied into those acronyms at the end of the exam objectives. I will tell you though, for the most part, and I would say for really 100%, I would say all of the acronyms you're going to need to know, you will learn organically as you step through the exam objectives. For example, just in section 4.4, there is the Security Content Automation Protocol, or SCAP. It's listed right there under the tools. There's the Security Information and Event Management, or SIM. There's Data Loss Prevention, or DLP. And there's the Simple Network Management Protocol traps, which of course is referring to SNMP. So in that section, you learned at least 4 acronyms, probably more, because there's things like OID that are associated with this. But those 4 were in this list of exam objectives. You didn't have to go to the back and hunt these down. So I would say initially, you should focus on acronyms that you're learning organically as you go through the exam objectives, and limit your focus just to those acronyms as a starting point. Now, beyond that, if you wanted to learn more about other topics that are covered in the rest of those acronyms, you can always go back to the exam objectives in the back of the list, and you can go through all of the others that are in here. I would say there's a lot in here that you just do not need to know based on the exam objectives, though. Some of these are just very tertiary. They're very much on the outside of the things you need to know. For example, PTZ stands for Pan Tilt Zoom. It's a way to describe a certain technology built into cameras. Cameras, of course, are part of the physical security section on the Security Plus exam. Do you really need to know PTZ for the exam? Really? Probably not. But that's a good example of how not everything in here really has a 100% application to Security Plus exam itself. But most of them do. And you're familiar with a lot of these already, because you know OSPF, you probably learned. I don't even know if OSPF even shows up as part of maybe there's a routing section we need to know for this. Things like OAuth we would certainly learn as part of what we're doing in the exam objectives. We already went through SIM. We already went through DLP. So there's things you're just going to learn as you go. And I think that's a very good way to approach these acronyms. There's just so many of them that focus on the important ones first that are covered in the primary set of exam objectives. Then if you really wanted to go learn some of the others, you could. But I don't know that I'd even bother. I don't think I would. I think I'd stick to the ones that are in the objectives. It's not the objectives. You know, I think the most important topic you need to know are the exam objectives.
When it comes to economy, each game that I've seen has their own in-game currency.
Children normally invest a lot of money into aesthetics, into cosmetic packs, into the in-game items that makes them stand out.
Parents prefer to give their kids a credit card, thinking that what can happen? $1.
You can't really.
So if you don't know all of the exam objectives yet, don't worry about your acronyms. That's the least of your concerns at this point. Stick to the objectives. Learn everything in the exam objectives first and foremost. That's where you should be putting your primary emphasis. That's where you should be directing everything you need to know in the exam objectives. Incredibly important. Make sure you're familiar with that. All right, let's do some more questions. I do have a hard stop at the top of the hour, so I want to get through as many of these as we can. So along these same lines, this is a very popular question I get as well, that I just nuked there by hitting the wrong button on my screen. The question was a question asked about being able to find and qualify questions about port numbers on Security Plus. To the exam objectives, and as my common answer for this is I say that you should memorize every port number listed in the CompTIA exam objectives. So, for example, we start in section 1. There are no port numbers. In fact, you go through all of the sections in domain 1, no port numbers. Well, maybe they're in domain 2. We'll go to domain 2, threats, vulnerabilities, and mitigations, and look for the port numbers in domain 2. There's not any. There's no port numbers in domain 2. Well, okay, domain 3, security architecture. That's where port numbers would be. We should memorize all the port numbers listed. There's none in there. I think you're seeing where I'm going with this. There are no port numbers specifically listed in the Security Plus exam objectives. Exactly 0. And I mention this because people have shown up in our Discord. They've sent me emails and said, here's a document that I received. And this document, there were pages and pages of protocols and port numbers in this document they sent me. And they say, this is what my instructor gave me to study for Security Plus. And my answer, I think rightly, was why? Why did they give you pages and pages and pages of port numbers? There's literally no port numbers in the exam objectives. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be questions on the exam that talk about different protocols and perhaps different port numbers associated with those protocols. But for this...
If you were a CEO, what's the one move you would make to future-proof your business?
One, I wouldn't pressure myself to future-proof the business. I mean, think about it.
We'll go to the very top of the exam objectives. And I think it gives you a perspective of this when you look at the recommended experience for Security Plus. It says a minimum of 2 years of experience.
Jesus, is there any word on your
with a focus on
Plus
security,
voucher or
hands-on
schedule
experience
for your
with
exam?
technical information security, and a broad knowledge of security topics, security concepts. So this is a really good example where there are topics that could be discussed as part of this Security Plus exam that aren't specifically written in the exam objectives. But
Any word on your second class?
Anyway. For example,
Voucher?
how do you turn on a computer? Probably important if you're working in a world of security, but they don't have a section of the exam objectives that describes how you turn a computer on. It's a good example of that. Same thing applies to port numbers, and it would probably be port numbers that are just so extremely common that you would already know those. You already know port 80 is HTTP. You already know port 443 is HTTPS. I mean, it's a perfectly good example of port numbers that are very, very common. You already know that 22 is SSH. So those types of port numbers are just things you already know. Maybe there's 5 or 6 of those. That's it. So stick to the top 5, the top maybe the top 10
I just checked my
most popular port numbers, and even that I think is way overextension for the
my
exam.
email.
And I say this because
They offered me a voucher that lasts up to a year.
Spend time studying and memorizing things.
Okay, did they give you
It should be the exam
the
objective.
voucher number?
It should be this.
Yes, they gave me a voucher code to go with it.
We will absolutely ask you a
Okay.
question coming
Can
from
you go ahead and
any one of these topics.
schedule your
And
exam?
we stick to this.
They didn't refund you
when we give you.
it might be the same voucher number.
So, in this course, we've
I'm
examined
not
how
too
to
sure, honestly. I just know that they gave me a voucher code, and the expiration date is for September 25th of 2026.
Windows file system permissions. We next configured Windows Dynamic Access
I'm gonna send you what's
Privileged Access Management, and
attached to that voucher. I
we
think it's the
manage
same
Cloud
number.
RBAC
Because even if they
permissions.
were to ask you a question about port numbers on
In
your
our
exam,
next course, we'll move
They're
on to
gonna ask
explore
you a
how
lot
to
more
apply
questions
cryptographic
about
solutions
these
to
things.
protect sensitive data and
your
ensure
point
its
in
integrity.
the objective on these certification exams is to pass the exam. I would love it, and we should always have a goal.
There it is. I
of
just sent
getting
it to you.
100%
I wonder if it's the same one.
But that is a relatively unusual result from an industry certification exam. Stick to the objectives. Focus on the objectives. And if you do that, you will be able to pass your exam. That's how important these objectives are. So I would tell you, don't worry so much about ports and protocols. Don't worry about memorizing all of these. Why are you spending your time on that? People will spend days memorizing ports and protocols. You could have spent days memorizing things that might actually be asked of you on the exam. They're clearly listed in the exam objectives. After you've memorized everything in the exam objectives, I give you permission to start memorizing port numbers.
Okay.
That helps.
So this is what
So
we'll
that's
do then.
I don't
See
I don't
if you
think
can schedule that exam for
deviating on the
SecPlus
exam objectives for any
using that
topic
voucher code
is a good
I
use
gave
of your
you.
time. I think the best use of
That
your
ends
time
in
is
7855.
the objectives.
Let's see if
Your
it
goal is
takes.
to pass the
So
exam.
for now, you just want me to
That's
keep
the
the
way to
CMC one in my back pocket?
Yeah, if 7855 works
CompTIA sticks to those.
to schedule,
So
use
that's
that.
My
Then the
my
one they gave
recommendation
you,
to my
you just
tips and
keep just in
tricks,
case you need to
those are
use
the
it
tips and
again.
tricks.
I mean,
Let's
that's
try.
kind of when I saw the expiration date. I was like, that's a year long.
If you know
Yeah.
everything in the
Just in
exam,
case.
pass your
But we gave you one that's attached to
That's how
7855. So try
Let's
it
keep
that
going
one.
through this.
Let's try to schedule it on.
questions that you have submitted. And of course, you can submit them anytime by following the link on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/UA. Other questions? In here, we have, there are a number of questions you folks are sending in. A lot of we've already answered those, so I'm sort of skipping over a number of these. So I apologize because I'm
Good morning. How's everyone doing?
there are in these. Another acronym question, for example. So we'll just keep moving through this list. I'm not exactly sure the context of this one. But I think this is one, well, this is really more of a Network Plus question, and it's a pretty good one because it's a topic that comes up regardless of what.
I'm being told this is Lego Evo from Liberty Mutual. Help save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance. And his private dog is the gentleman under the security guard. Only pay Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Transparency in the supply chain is no longer optional. It's essential. Today's global supply chain
Exam series you happen to be taking. As many of you know from earlier in the year, there was a transition period from November of last year until June of this year, it was in July, where you could either take the 601 version of Security Plus or the 701 exam for Security Plus. You decide, you take whichever one you want, and then if you pass that exam, you're Security Plus certified. And there's always a transition period, there's always an overlap period where you can choose which one that you would like to be able to take. We're currently in one of those transition periods for Network Plus. So the Network Plus exam was updated earlier this year, and on December the 20th of this year, the older Network Plus exam will be retired, and there will obviously only be one Network Plus exam left. So this question asks, I've been studying for the 008, that would be the previous or older version of the Network Plus exam. Been studying for that since July, but it seems due to conditions I can't take the exam before December. Well, that certainly gets you right into that deadline of December 20th, that retirement date. So the question is, would you advise I switch to the 009, and what part should I focus on since I finished studying for the 008? Well, if you finish studying for the 008, then I would recommend you take the 008 exam. Now, you mentioned you can't take the exam before December, but you can take it up until December the 20th. If you can get in there and take that exam before then, that's what I would recommend, because the exam objectives for the 008
scheduled
and
it
the exam
and
objectives for
confirmed
the
it
009,
with the
although very
one
similar,
that you sent.
there are
Good, so
differences
keep that other one in
too.
your back pocket.
And the differences between those two exams are not
It's scheduled
insurmountable.
for
It's about a
Saturday at
20%
2 p.m.
difference in
Okay,
those
cool.
two,
Thank you.
depending on how you calculate it, 20 to 30%. But it is different. So if you were to decide, I can't take the 008, I have to go take the 009, I would really redirect you into the 009 videos, the 009 course notes. All of your study materials should be for the 009. Let me bring up some information that might explain why I say that. So let's go to my 009 content. And I have an image, a chart that demonstrates the differences between the 008 exam and the 009 exam. So let's bring up this comparison view. The comparison is one that is one chart, one side, one of these circles is for the intent 008, the other is for the intent 009. So you'll notice the intent 009 circle a little bit smaller than the 008. If you were to go to the exam objectives and count all of the objectives, a very broad counting that I did for the 008 is that the 008 had 590 objectives, the 009 has 430. And so these are to scale. So that is the difference. This is a 430 objective circle. This is a 590. So to some degree, the 009 doesn't have quite as many topics you have to memorize. That's not entirely true, but it does tell a story. Notice that the number of objectives shared between the 008 and 009 is about 67% of the 009. So about 2/3 of the 009 are topics that are already covered in the 008. That means 1/3 of the 009 are topics that you have not studied yet. And 1/3 of the exam is a lot of the exam. That's a big part of the exam. So you would never want to study 008 topics and then go walk into the 009 exam. You're already at a huge disadvantage because you didn't study a big chunk of that exam. And a 66 on an exam does not sound like passing to me. So that's a significant problem. That's why I always tell people, make sure you study from the study materials that your exam matches with. It's an important part of this. I'll also say, notice that the 008, look at all the topics that don't even appear in the 009, half of the exam. Approximately 50% of the 008 topics don't even show up on the 009. That's a lot. So I would hate for you to lose all of that. I would hate for you to lose all of that training that you went through, all of the things you've read, all the videos you've watched, all the work you went into memorizing all of these objectives. It would be good to take the 008 exam so that you're able to use some of that knowledge that you've accumulated. But if this is a situation where you're just not going to be able to fit it in, you just do not have a way to take that exam, you're going to need to maybe focus on a new set of exams.
Okay, everybody, go ahead and take
Do
a
you
break.
take
Look
this
at the
one
baby.
and her
Go ahead and take a
USAA
break,
membership
everybody.
to have car
Take 2
insurance and
minutes.
home insurance, life insurance and banking
Stretch
from
those
this day
legs.
forward? I do. I do too.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
Before I can use my mind to move a submarine. Toxic gas located in the forward compartment. Commencing emergency.
Study materials that are very specific to the 009s. There may be a little bit of a restart for you. There's obviously 2/3 of the exam are the same, so this may not be as bad as you think. You may be able to very quickly go through a set of videos to refresh yourself and then learn the new topics. You can always compare both sets of exam objectives to see what's new and what's different. So that maybe that will help you make a decision with those as well. You've got some different options and things to consider, and I think maybe looking through the objectives will give you a little more perspective as to what would be good to do, what would not be good to do. So, along those same lines, this is a question from Anonymous who asks, hey, should I keep studying for my 601 or should I shift and start focusing on the 701? Currently, I'm in section 3.4. Well, one of the things that you will find on the 601 exam, for those of you that are in an English-speaking country, the 601 exam is one that was released on November the 12th of 2020, and it retired on July 31st. So you can't take the 601 exam anymore if you're in an English-speaking country. Now, if you're not in an English-speaking country, you're obviously going to need to take the exam in that language, because the English language version of the Security Plus exam was retired on July 31st of this year. So you don't have a choice. You have to study for the 701. I would highly recommend that you shift gears over to the 701. And just as I did a comparison for the Network Plus, oh, you're going to love the one that I did for Security Plus. Hold on to your hat for this one. Let's bring up the comparison for these two, if I can find it. There it is, my comparison. Put it in a different place. So for the 601 and 701, a similar chart. But notice the 601 and 701, indeed, it looks like they downsized again, and they did. There are over 1,000 objectives on the 601. It's a big exam. On the 701, shrunk down to 662. Notice that about 50% of the 701 objectives are covered on the 601, but 70% of this exam, because it's just so huge, doesn't even appear on the 701. So if you're studying from the 601, all this yellow part is stuff that you're studying for no good reason, because it never appears in the 701 exam. That's a big one, isn't it? That's a huge difference between those two. And notice about half of the 701 content is also brand new, much more than the 33% you saw with Network Plus. Half of the 701 is brand new. So if you studied for the 601 study materials and you walked into the 701 exam, the best score you could hope to get, without just guessing, is 50%. Not a passing score, by the way. So that's why I tell you, make sure you study from the right exam materials. Make sure they match the version of the exam that you plan to take, and that's why. Because there are, in many cases, significant differences between one exam and the other. If you speak English or you're taking this in an English-speaking country and you need to study for the 701, throw all your 601 stuff out. Don't use it. Don't refer to it. It's not useful to you. Everything needs to be 701 content because it's such a big difference between those two. More questions. Let's keep going through this list. This is more of a question, kind of a broader industry question, but we can kind of speak to it. This is also from Anonymous, who says, have you seen any trends in remote versus in office? Do you think remote work has considerably diminished and will return to pre-pandemic levels? You know, remote work is not something that showed up during the pandemic. There were people I worked with 20 years ago in this industry who worked from home. It usually was folks that were in very large organizations that had a very specific skill set. They might have been tier 3, tier 4, or had a specialization in troubleshooting. And they covered an area of the world that they did not physically.
Known for building special bonds. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 18 types of cancer, including certain early stage and
live in or would be difficult to get to for troubleshooting. So very often this was a big carrier. So maybe AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, those big companies have these large, enormously large data centers and wide area network infrastructures. And they often have to do troubleshooting. But there's people all over the world who are involved in these troubleshooting processes, especially when you've got a company in North America who is communicating to a remote office in Germany through many different wide area network connections and many different local exchange carriers and many different medias to get there. You can have problems every step along the way. And in some cases, these problems can be very complex. It might be routing, it might be firmware, it might be MTU, it might be routing, could be tons of different things causing problems. So those people were able to work from home because most of the time they were sitting on a conference call with a bunch of other technicians trying to solve these problems, and that's all they did all day, every day. They'd come in at 8, they'd work on troubleshooting these things. At 5, they would be done. They'd hand it off to the next group, and they would continue with the troubleshooting process. So this remote idea of us all working remotely is not something unheard of. Now, obviously, during the pandemic, we all worked remotely. Everybody stayed at home. Well, obviously, that's not sustainable. We need to be able to, in many cases, work with other people in more of a collaborative form. And being physically disconnected from people diminishes your ability to do that. There's a physics problem there. It's so easy for me to look around the corner and go, hey, I got a question about this thing that we're doing with that remote site. You have a second, you can look at my screen. Or what do you think that was? Or let's talk about it. And you can kind of ad hoc all get together right there in the same place and kind of talk through the problem. Many organizations that do development find that getting all of the developers together into the same physical area helps create a more cohesive product. So there are reasons for having everyone work in the same workplace. There's good reasons for doing things like that. Some jobs can't help it. If you're in shipping and receiving, there's a physical product that has to be shipped out. You can't do that from home. You have to be there and be able to work through it. So that's why I tell people all the time.
Thanks, Jesus, for getting that taken care of. I appreciate
working
it.
from an office or working in a place where there are other people like you doing a similar thing, there is an advantage to that. Companies know there's an advantage to
All right,
that.
everybody,
They want
welcome
to
back
put that
from
together
break.
to be able to use it. But one of the trends
Does
that we're
anybody
starting
want
to
to
see
run
though is
a
companies
sick
have
test
very aggressively
or
now, because it's been a while, they want people back.
What about Net Plus retest?
And there might be
Anybody
other
want to retest
reasons
for Net?
beyond collaboration.
Mike's like,
There probably
don't do
some
that.
is. For example, many organizations have
Elaine,
multiple
good morning to you.
They
I
have
sent
buildings
you
that
an
they are still
email,
paying
sir.
for another
An email?
Security Plus retake.
They
So
want
you
to
can
fill
get
up
that
those buildings
scheduled
with
for
people
me.
and get their votes
Okay.
worked out of
I
that building.
appreciate it.
And having people there that might,
And I
is
put
that
the
a good or
details
bad
in the
reason
email for you.
to have people come back to the office? That's a fine argument.
Charles
You can
says,
argue
I'm
about whether
here.
that's good or bad just because
I'm
it's doing
where? I'm Big Bank Hank. I'm
One of the
everywhere.
things you noticed over the past week is that Amazon came back and said, no longer going to be doing this remote work thing. Everybody has to be in the office.
Oh, no problem. We're gonna do the ones.
There's value.
That's why we're doing the other ones, Mike. You know, that's not the.
They feel that it is an
What's the good word to say that?
competitive
The less
way
intuitive
within their
ones.
organization to do that.
Not a lot of
So I think
interaction.
that's a
Let's
really
get that
good
out of the
example
way first.
Of how.
But what I need you to do for
companies have
Net Plus, so you can
changed
work
their
with me,
approach to this. They want people back
all
in
of
the
y'all,
office. And they are.
it's up to
it's becoming
34 days
more
after you
unusual,
graduate.
rarer and
I
rarer
can
case
cut you a
to
voucher.
find remote
Okay.
work.
You have to
It certainly
contact
was
me
unusual
directly
before.
and
We're
stay
going
in
back to that
contact with me.
unusual circumstance.
That includes
for remote
telling me the
work,
results of
remote
the
access.
exam.
So
Sometimes
that's
I have to
why
chase
I tell
down
people,
students up to
don't
90
rely,
days after
especially
they
entry-level
graduate just to put a
jobs,
check in
help
the
desk
box in the
positions,
system to say you
tier
took the
1,
test or
tier
you didn't.
2, you're probably not
Yeah.
going to be remote.
So,
You're probably going to be in a workplace.
Believe it or not, I have a lot of
And
students
then
after they
once
graduate,
you
they
get to a
give me the
point
voucher,
in
they just
your
blow me off.
industry
They're
where
like,
you are,
I'm like,
you
and
have
then I
a
keep
niche
calling them. Then they block my
knowledge,
call.
or
I'm
you
like,
have a
you don't want to ask for the voucher. I need the results for the voucher. I have to chase you down and find out what the results
to
are.
say, well, I'd like to work
That's
remote.
crazy.
Okay.
Liberty Mutual
Once the
customizes.
minute I had to chase him, he begged me for a voucher. I said, if I give you this voucher,
Talk about how Liberty Mutual customizes your
I'm
car
gonna be
insurance.
calling you for tutoring. I'm gonna email you.
Yes.
We gonna work together.
What happens in this one?
Test day came and went. Never heard from him. Took me 6 months to get results.
I like it.
I had to ask fellow instructors to call you to get it. He blocked everybody from my system. I'm like, that don't make no sense to me. Finally got an email. I failed.
Oh, what's that?
Took 6 months to just. All you gotta do is tell me. You don't have to hear from me ever again if you don't want to.
So you've got some options.
Crazy.
When you start having more knowledge, when you start having more leverage.
Charles says we about to be hanging out regularly with this CYSD test.
having
Heck yeah,
help desk now
bring it on.
be remote, and it's becoming more of a thing of the past. I think
You'll hear from
we're
me.
starting to see that companies are getting much more aggressive about having.
Some
people
folks
come
just
back
call the
into
chat out the blue and
office,
say, oh, I didn't
for
want that,
better
I
or
just want
worse.
to talk. Some people just be like,
That's
hey, can I
just
just get the
situation
voucher so I
you
can
have
get
to
this done?
find
And they just go about their way, which is cool
And
too. So,
like anything else,
hey.
you get to decide whether that's what you want to do in the future. My previous positions were one where I was always traveling. I was always out in the field. So I always had to visit people and go see them at their office. I really didn't have a choice. I did not work from home. If I was at home, it was really an unusual situation. I was always in an airport. I was always in a hotel. I was always somewhere else doing what I was doing. I kind of like not doing that. I kind of like being in one place now. So I'm always in the office. I'm always here. My office though is at home. So you've got different options depending on the jobs.
Mr. T, I looked at your screenshots, so I put that
And if remote work is something you want to do, you should
in
find
for
what
you.
jobs are out there
854.
today
Okay,
that
I put that in.
are allowing remote work.
Thanks for doing that. See, that's why you take
Think about
screenshots.
doing that as what you want to do in the future.
Right.
And maybe you use that as a longer term strategy for, oh, I want to work into a level 3 position. I want to work into a knowledge of this topic that would allow me to work from home. So you have some of those. You have some of those ideas that you might want to think about as you are planning your strategy for the future, because that might be important to you. I know we're at the top of the hour. I think we can fit in one other question. I know I had a hard stop, probably not as hard as we were thinking, because I've got a little bit of leverage here. And since we're sort of on this roll, I want to go through this list. Now, some folks very quickly were asking about performance-based question practice. I mentioned my practice exams book earlier, and one of the things we didn't talk about in this practice exams book is I do have performance-based questions in the practice exam book itself. There are 5 performance-based questions in each of these exams. There are 3 exams, therefore there are 15 performance-based questions in this practice exams book. So if you, and of course we do a new performance-based question at the beginning of every study group. So you might want to go back through the study group replays. Maybe another good place you can go to get performance-based questions, or at least an idea of what a performance-based question would look like. You've got other ideas. Again, I think the best approach to performance-based questions is knowing the exam objectives, because ultimately if you know the exam objectives, if you know the content, it really doesn't matter how somebody asks the question, you will be able to answer it. Doesn't matter what it happens to be. Let's keep going very quickly into one more of these. I think I've answered the question about, am I ready? How would we really prepare for the exam? The exam objectives. That's your checklist. Always go back to the exam objectives. This really is the best way to prep, because you can go through this and use it as a huge checklist. Compare and contrast various types of security controls. What is a technical category of security control? What is a managerial category? What is an operational category? What is a physical category? Can you answer those? Check, 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 check. The control types. What is a preventive control type? What is a deterrent? What is a detective? What is a corrective? What is compensating? And what is directive? So there are topics there. You should be able to check off each one of those. If you can't, you need to circle it, you need to study. That's something you need to make sure you know before you schedule your exam. Now let's go to section 1.2 and do exactly the same thing. Now let's go to section 1.3 and do exactly the same thing. So we will keep doing this over and over and over until we learn everything listed in the exam objectives. That's your best way to know if you are ready to take your exam, because these exams are expensive. They absolutely are. And I want you to walk into that room being solid, knowing, being very secure in the knowledge you have about this Security Plus exam, knowing exactly what's going to be expected of you. And when you start reading through these questions, oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. I know what that is. The familiarity with these topics can be extremely powerful. It can make you really understand these topics. You jump into the exam and you're going through the exam like it's nothing. That's how important those objectives are for this. And I think a good place to maybe end up today is, although this is one not very timely if you're watching this on the replay, have you been prepping for the hurricane? For those of you not familiar, we are based out of Florida. So there is a hurricane.
To learn how to be in a T-Mobile iPhone commercial, Jeff Bridges moved in with Zoe Saldana. But mostly, they just played with the new iPhone 17 Pro. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us. Plus, save up to 20%. Check the math.
Brown's Best. Perfect closeness and skin protection. Brown. Better by design.
It's a big hurricane. It's probably going to affect most of Florida. So I would say, if you're someone who is kind of focusing on being safe during this time frame, let's go to the National Hurricane Center, and I'll give you an idea of where this happens to be. I think I have the view up. I have such a bad perspective of this. Let's go to spaghetti models. one of the things that I do is I don't use my normal browser on a live stream. So all the links I normally have are not available to me. But I do have the link to NOAA. And so this is where the hurricane is currently, just off of Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula, and it's heading right up through Florida. But it's a big storm. It's really big. So as this is moving up through Florida, it's basically the size of Florida. So we're all going to get some kind of rain. We're all going to get some kind of wind. If you're in Florida, if you know anyone in Florida, if you are anywhere close to Florida, you're probably going to be impacted at some level from this particular storm. All I would say is that for those of you that are in this area, or if you know someone in this area, do everything you can to stay safe. Do everything you can to follow the information that's coming from your local authorities. If they tell you that you're in an area that needs to get out of that area, you should absolutely get out. This is going through a part of Florida that was hit recently in the last number of years. Most of the people in that area know how bad it got on these storms that came through in previous years. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of people being lackadaisical or less concerned. I think everybody's pretty laser focused on staying safe in the state of Florida, as we are. Now, fortunately, we're more in the central part of Florida. We're sort of far away from the worst winds, but we will be getting winds, we will be getting rain. But we've done all that we need to do here to stay safe. We have our supplies, we have our battery backups, we have everything, hopefully, that we will need to get through this. Ours will be relatively, for this particular storm, we're going to be relatively safe. I have family in the Panhandle. They will be arriving at my house today. So I've managed to get them to get out of their home, and they're going to come hang out with us for the next couple days. That way I know they're going to be safe regardless of what happens when this thing hits as a Category 3 in the northern part of Florida. So if you're up there, make sure you stay safe. For those of you that have never been to Florida during a storm, you don't want to be here. This is not the time to visit.
I'll put that in
So
November
hope you
1st
come back to Florida
at
once the
11:30 a.m.
hurricane
Thank you.
comes by. We'd love to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. This study group has always been a lot of fun. We always love doing our Security Plus study groups, Network Plus study groups, A Plus study groups. It gives us a great opportunity to hang out with you, to learn more about the questions that you have, and hopefully maybe some of the questions that we asked today will help you with your studies for the Security Plus exam. Plus, these are always a lot of fun to do. And I want to thank you for joining us and hanging out with me for a couple of hours.
You don't have to do the 14-day
Thank you so much also for your
You only
support. As
get
a reminder, you can
you
always
only
go to
need
the
the
Professor West's
14-day
website,
if you
learn more
fail
about
your second.
practice exams and our course notes.
So after the first one, you
Out
can
there,
move it up
something that
if
might
you
help
want.
you for your studies. And of course, it always helps support what you're doing.
You
If
don't have
you'd
a
like to also support us in
14-day
other
cool off
ways,
if you fail
if
at
you
the
like
first
this video,
time.
we'd love for you to give it a thumbs up. We'd also love it if you would subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just click the YouTube link at the bottom of this. Go to our YouTube channel and subscribe there. It's another great way to help, and it doesn't cost you anything, which is also
I'd hate for you to take 2 exams
so
within
much for
3
joining
days of
us.
each
We
other.
hope to see you after the storm. Come on back next month for our A Plus, Network Plus, and Security Plus study groups. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you next time on the Security Plus study group. Thanks, everyone.
It shows 2 times?
Yeah.
What do you mean? For 2 attempts already? Yeah, so this will be your second attempt. So you should just, so is this saying this is your third? Or is it just your second? You can unmute, it's probably faster if we talk.
So when I went into schedule, it's showing that I've already taken it twice, even though I've just taken it just once. Because the first time I didn't get to take it because Pearson VUE had to resend me another voucher because it wasn't working on their end. But when I log in now to schedule, it shows that it's just showing up for twice. So it's showing the 14-day waiting period. So that's the reason why I had to push it all the way to November 1st.
Gotcha.
It says that's the earliest I can schedule.
Okay. Maybe it's because, and you're right, because maybe it's because they had to get involved for the first time to give you your voucher back.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes total sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab on the best 5G network, baby.
No way. Get the new iPhone 17 Pro and the new iPad and Apple One. All on us.
Are we live already? That really happened very quickly on the side. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the pre-show for today's SY0701 Security Plus Study Group. I don't know if I set up the thing that I needed to set up on my mailing list, so we're going to have to pop over there. Let's see if I can put myself in box here. There we go. Let's pop over to that. I think I forgot to get the notification email set up. See, this is why we do a pre-show. And if you weren't sure, is it really live? Yeah, it's super live. But that's why we sort of go live 10 minutes before. I run through the checklist, and then anything I've forgotten, like that, because it's been a day. There's always something going on. There's always activity that is up and about. So we will be starting in approximately 8 minutes and 45 seconds. So I'm trying to post this thing. Of course, the website that I use to automatically log in. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. It's always good when you forget to do something. Go, I'll just pop in here really quick, and I'll do. No, you won't. There's our study group Q&A. There we go. Let's look at previous. All I do is take the previous broadcast. It's a notification email list for this event, and so I usually will just take the one I did previously and simply send that one out. Because all it really says is, hey, we're going live. The problem is that I normally send this in about 4 minutes to 3 minutes from now. So I do it quick. Okay, choose a date. That would be today. Choose a time. Let's see if we can do it at 55. Scroll. There it is. 55. Schedule a message. Hey, I think it worked, everybody. So we'll find out. Yeah, there we go. It's scheduled. See? Love it.
And Doug.
Are you here for Tracy?
We're here for everyone. Limo and I help people save hundreds by customizing car insurance with Liberty Mutual.
We ordered a limo, not a limo.
Oh yeah, we do that too.
The limo?
At your service. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome to the most dangerous planet in the universe. It's a beautiful place to die. They're hunting something that can't be killed. Many of your kind have come here. Others have.
So good. And now that part is done. See, that's why we do a live stream with 10 minutes beforehand to really get things going. Let's bring up the chat room. Hey, chat room. Saw you folks are already busy. You already got stuff going on in there. Thanks for being here, everyone. Folks checking in from all over the place. We got folks in Barbados. We have Orlando is here. Fellow Orlandoians. What do we call ourselves when we're from Orlando? I don't know. Sarasota's here. Hello, London. Not sure which one. Probably the one we've all thinking, right? There's a lot of different Londons around. I think there's really only one London. Ultimately, that's the one we all focus on. Oh, so we've got a lot more to go through the rest of this. Hello, Georgia, Tijuana, and Minneapolis, and Haiti, and the UK. See, UK. UK is what's going on there. The Philippines are here. Portugal, Venezuela, There's Ghana, California, Malaysia. There's Malk. Hey, Malk. How are things in St. Vincent? Hope everything is going well. So another storm out there. Maybe that's going to the north. Effectively, that's right. Nebraska, Alabama. Thanks for being here. Or Minnesota. But a lot of Florida here today. Fernandina Beach, Amelia Island area. Thanks for being here. And everybody's checking in. You know what I should do is put up the map, and you can look over my shoulder here as I open that poll. There we go. And now you can go here and put your digital pin into the map. Yeah, there's some folks already doing it. You kind of see it right there. So folks look like you're in DC or New York City. Some folks in Canada, thanks for being here. I will let Mrs. Professor Messer know that the Canadian contingent has arrived. So the hurricane did slightly affect me. Yes. We could have done a study group the day after. We had power that came back on, internet was already up and running, but it pretty much went over the house, went right over the studio. And we did lose power on the first half of the storm. It was the back half of the storm that was the worst, and that was the one that took out our power. That's it. Your session code is on the screen. ProfessorMesser.com/QA. That's what you need. You don't really need anything else but that, because that takes you right to the code. That way you don't have to know that the code today is 123437157. What I'd like is a code that is always the same. So the security plus code would always be the security plus code. I got to work on that. I think there's some ways to do that. I'll have to work on that. So we got about 4.5 minutes to go. We start at the top of the hour. Quickly, we'll look at our cameras. Cameras look good. Nice looking fella there. We've got yep, those are good. Our recordings, you can't really see them so much with the lower third there. You can see the Cylons are down there recording, which is good. Did not have enough space on one of them on the last study group last week. I ended up not recording the whole thing. But I always have 2 recordings going, and the other one did. Yay. So,
hi,
plus
I'm
there's a
Dan
recording
Lashons.
on here.
Firewall
So I could
solutions control which types of network traffic are allowed into, through, or out of a host or a network.
Yes,
Cybersecurity analysts must know which
Oh.
type of firewall is needed
Such a good
for a
show.
given requirement, as well as the placement
I'm
of
not
the
sure I
firewall
really like
solution
the
on
last
the network.
so much.
In this course,
It's like
I will
most
begin
things,
with a
right?
comparison of
Still,
firewall types such as
ultimately,
packet
it's
filtering,
that's what
next
we do.
generation and web
It was,
application firewalls, as well as
good.
determining where they should be placed on the network.
We're
I'll
so
then
good.
configure Windows
So good.
Defender
So
and
good.
Linux firewall settings.
Works very
Next, I will
Why do
configure
I always wear that
Microsoft
shirt,
Azure
Security
Network
Plus?
Security Group
This is
firewall rules,
funny you
followed
ask,
by a discussion
because
of proxy
this shirt
servers.
is not the
Moving
shirt I
on,
wore
I will
last
install
month.
the
It's
Squid
not the
proxy
shirt I
server
wore the
on
month
Linux.
before that.
And lastly,
This is a different
I will
shirt.
discuss intrusion
So,
detection and
it's-
prevention
you
systems,
don't
and I
see
will
me
install and
prior to
configure
choosing
the
a shirt
Snort
for the live
IDS.
stream. I'm going to
This
my
course can be used to
YouTube and going,
prepare
what I did
for the
last month. All right, what about the month before
CS0-003
that? Okay, I don't want to
CompTIA
repeat the
Cybersecurity
And so,
Analyst Plus
figure that
exam.
last month was purple, so there, that was good. And the month before that was a similar red, but it had different kind of thing happening in the shoulders. So this is.
It's
this is
imperative
another
that as a
red shirt. Try to
cybersecurity
at least get the
analyst,
color
you
close
understand
to
the
that.
various types of
No.
firewalls that are available and which firewall best serves a given scenario. So the first thing we'll do is mention that firewalls, of course, in a general sense, control traffic into, through, and out of networks and hosts. A firewall can be a hardware appliance that's designed to do nothing but controlling network traffic and examining network traffic. Next generation firewalls are enhanced firewall appliances beyond a standard traditional layer 4 packet filtering firewall. But firewalls can also be software,
I'm keeping the weight off.
such as a host-based firewall running within an operating system, whether it's a Linux-based machine, mobile or desktop laptop server, or a Windows type of device, or an Apple type of device. Where possible, you need to ensure that there is a software firewall in place on everything. So network perimeter firewalls are great hardware appliances that do that. That's great. Every device needs a firewall because it's another layer of security. In the enterprise, we need a centralized way to deploy those firewall settings and to receive alerts that we might have configured if there are firewall anomalies, such as incremental port scans on different port numbers, which could be the reconnaissance phase that an attacker is executing. So the actual functionality of the firewall itself will determine which OSI model it maps to. Talk about it.
Ask your prescriber about
Firewalls can either be stateful or stateless. Let's start with stateless because it's simpler. A stateless firewall looks at each and every network packet transmission as an individual independent entity. There is no concept of a collection of packets forming a session, as would be the case with TCP, Transmission Control Protocol. As a result, a stateless firewall is not considered to be as sophisticated and is not considered to catch as many potential network intrusions as a stateful firewall would. Imagine also that we have an internal host reaching out through a NAT firewall to get out to the internet. Well, stateful also applies in the sense that we have some kind of memory at the NAT firewall level of a request from an internal client going out, and that response should be allowed to come back in. So that's another variation of how stateful will work at the network traffic level. Common firewall types: packet filtering. Packet filtering firewall is sometimes called a layer 4 firewall. This is why it's important to understand the OSI model. Layer 4 is the transport layer, which focuses, at least with TCP/IP, on things like UDP and TCP, which translates to port numbers. So a layer 4 packet filtering firewall can make decisions based on port numbers and everything below that, like IP addresses, MAC addresses, that type of thing. Content filtering firewalls are sometimes called deep inspection or layer 7 firewalls. They can do everything a packet filtering firewall can do, but they're not limited to just looking at the packet headers. They can look at the payload, the data in the packet, and look at the nature of an HTTP request and so on. A specialized version of a content filtering firewall would be a web application firewall, which is always checking for common web application attacks. Proxy servers sit between users and the internet. So a forward proxy, for example, will accept client requests internally to reach out to the internet and get content. The proxy server fetches that content, not the internal device directly. Network address translation, or NAT, sometimes called port address translation, or PAT, which is probably more correct. What we're interested in here is what these solutions do. With network address translation, you probably have experienced this even on a personal home or a small office network. You have a routing device that has a connection to the internet that allows all internal clients out to the internet through that appliance's single internet connection, such as a home wireless router. Of course, at the enterprise level, we can also configure this in more detail. In essence, that is NAT. Packet filtering firewalls, well, they have the limited ability to look at packet headers. Here we have a diagram of a standard network transmitted packet. Let's say it's an HTTP packet, and what we've done is broken it down by header. So at the top, we've got the Ethernet header, assuming it's an Ethernet network. Now that applies to layer 2, because the Ethernet header will have source and destination MAC addresses. The next header, assuming it's a web server HTTP type of transmission, would be an IP header, which applies to layer 3 of the OSI model, the network layer, because it deals with IP addresses and potentially routing. The next header, in this case, if it's HTTP, it's going to be a TCP header, layer 4. Port addresses would be included, like 480 for HTTP or 443 for HTTPS. The protocol header, such as for HTTP, and depending on whether it's HTTPS or not, whether network encryption is in use.
So yeah, so when it comes down to
which layers between 5 and 7 will apply, but certainly the packet payload is not scannable by a packet filtering firewall. That's where content filtering firewalls, web application firewalls, next generation firewalls, layer 7 firewalls, those types of things will apply. So we're really talking about packet filtering firewalls, layer 4 firewalls, and looking
when it comes down to SOAR,
so a packet filtering firewall is not good solution if you're trying to
So-
address the problem
I know on the front end, you
email
have
phishing
meantime
scam
detection, then you have
URL.
meantime
Question again,
or if you're trying to block viruses or malware. This is not going to do it.
That is the
It
triage
doesn't check the
phase.
packet data.
So in the detection phase, you're collecting, you're
Now, when it
making
comes to
decisions.
placement of the packet filtering firewall,
Once it rotates and
you
starts
have to
going
think
around
about
here
the
for
network
support,
layout, which means we need network.
in just a moment. So lock in your answer by going to that
Now it's going
URL,
down to triage. How are you gonna fix it?
QA.
So in the detection, you collected the data, you investigated it,
Thanks, you
the true
thanks so much for being here.
positives,
We do
false
one of these study
positives,
groups every
false
month.
negatives,
As I mentioned
true
earlier,
negatives,
this
right?
is the one
Those
for
are the four
October
that you'll
of
see, right?
2024. So
False
we're,
positives,
here in this
true
part of the
positives,
world, we're in the fall
false negatives,
part
true
of
negatives,
of what we
right?
normally call.
So you start looking at that, you'll investigate it, start looking through logs, close out
This is where
your
things start getting a little
ticket,
cooler depending on where you are.
and then in the triage phase,
This
you'll
is
continue
also
to
a
do your
place
threat hunting,
where we tend
looking
to
at
do
your
a lot of
investigation,
Q&A, but
and then
this
you
is
might have to
only
have
for
human
this 2 hour
intervention to help
stretch.
you with
What are
the
you going to do when
controls
the
of
live
that.
stream is over?
Now,
Well,
that's
I
where
have
the
an
controls
entire
come
YouTube
into
channel
play.
of our entire course. Every video,
You may have to
every
implement
minute,
controls
every video
to
is
help
on
you.
that YouTube channel. Be a great thing for you to subscribe
I'll
to.
just
Go
put
to
C for
professormaster.com/YouTube.
controls, and then
Also,
also
don't
in the
forget about
response as it starts to go
our
around.
daily
Starts to be in your workflow. How can you better check behind, and how can you better remediate?
Twitter at
So you'll learn from these
Twitter and the
situations,
service currently known
right?
as Instagram.
And you can go ahead and
This is
prioritize
also one you can find on LinkedIn. We also put them on Facebook.
which
If you wanna find
business
us on
intel
social
work
media,
better for
just
you.
type in
You might have to adjust your risk management
professormaster.com/
framework and then your different
the name of
measures.
that
Now,
particular
just as well as it can go
slash
clockwise, if you look at the chart,
Google
it can
Plus.
go counterclockwise too.
We-
So that
it's one
depending
of
on what
those.
you need to
Eventually,
do,
we do sometimes not have links to certain
it can work together.
and that is one of
Okay,
them. Google Plus.
but no matter what, this is what's that's doing.
Today we're going to be talking about Security Plus,
has to
specifically
be
the
tracking
SY0701 exam. This is an exam.
Now you're gonna look at a playbook.
November the 7th,
Here's your playbook from the SOAR platform.
So it's not
Now,
even a year old yet. We're coming up on its birthday. It will estimate it to be retired.
one thing we didn't look at
somewhere
yesterday
around
when I gave you the
May of
example from
2027,
TriHackman
because these exams are generally
is that if we would look
available
into
for about 3.5
detailed
years
information or
before they
details,
are retired.
it had a playbook,
This means that
kind of like a thumbnail there.
you are studying the right
So you
things,
can
all of
actually
your study
bring this
materials.
up in
Say
the
they are
SOAR,
701, then you've got the
and
right
it will
books, you've got
say,
the right videos,
hey,
you've got the right
Brian, this is
Q&A,
what I
you've got
need
all
you
the
to
right
do.
study materials.
Brian brings up the
Those
threat.
version. It's a single exam. You don't
Right.
have to pass more than one
Let's
exam.
see here.
The exam itself is 90 minutes in length. You could get a
Hopefully we still have
maximum
it
of 90 questions on the exam. You could get fewer than 90 questions as well. Just depends. The passing score that you're hoping to get on a scale from 100 to 900 is a score of 750. And if you are familiar with the previous version of the
Hopefully
Security
I
Plus
still have
exam,
it in my
this is
second.
exactly the same format as that version. There are performance-based questions at the beginning of the exam. We'll talk about those in a moment. And there are multiple choice questions in the exam as well. If you're studying for your 701, our videos are of course available for you to watch for free. It is a full HD course that covers every topic that is listed in the official CompTIA exam objectives. But of course,
But as we can see, as we get back to here, inside the SOAR, you'll have the threat remediation or alert comes up, you click on it, you can assign it to yourself. Then over here, it says, here's your playbook or run book. You click on that, and then this is what will come up.
Or you can simply choose
So
from the
if
links.
Brian doesn't know how to remediate or what steps, it is a foolproof plan that has been put together for the analyst to follow. And then if there's a new abnormality or something that's happening, Brian can raise his hand and go talk to somebody and say, listen, we're way out of this scope. I need to push this to somebody else. We're at another level here, right? And then they'll take control of that. He can reassign that to somebody else, right? To take care of it.
Dare to combine.
This is a
All
way
right.
that
Now, if you see XSOAR, you have SOAR, then you have extended SOAR,
grab some things that
right?
might be
So
important
this
to you
gives
to
you
help
a
with
lot
security,
more data
and then combine
than
those
just a
together, which
regular
helps you get that
security
certification.
orchestration and automated response. The XSOAR gives you
Hopefully you'll
a
have
bit
fun
more.
with that.
We'll watch a
Of
video
course, we
about
do
that in a
have
minute.
this live stream available
The
for
threat
replay
data feeds are
immediately
real
afterwards on
time.
YouTube. It's done
They're gonna correlate, and he's looking at different times, signature events, and AI or with the correlation data, it can let you know if you have something bigger on your hands and happening right now in different aspects of it.
Podcast. That is where
You get swift identification, and then you have better situational awareness,
replays. And if you're
so
on
you can react.
type of streaming service like Spotify, for example,
With data
it's already-
enrichment,
just search for Professor Messer on Spotify.
now the cool thing about data enrichment is, all it is just,
there as well. We, as I mentioned,
okay,
we have
who's
this
made
also
like
available
cake or
on YouTube, so you
pastries
watch
or
the
stuff
video
like that?
replay.
Who's made
And
that?
about a day later, my marketing manager,
Anybody ever,
who's
so
watching
if your
this
grandmother
recording,
said,
she's going
baby,
through this entire video.
gotta make this here buttermilk cornbread with some good enriched cream. Need that enriched cream.
Everything we did today,
Right?
be able to jump
I've tried to
in
recreate my grandmother's
that
recipe,
second.
and I look over and I didn't go to the store,
You'll see
and I
that
look, I say, oh, I got regular milk here.
It's
That'll
almost
work.
like magic, but it's not. It's
What happens,
always
Charles?
magic that makes
I'm
it
using regular milk.
and you can see
She
that
tells me to
back years,
use
all
the,
of those times.
baby, you gotta the lard, the clogged arteries. Can we say enriched
So
milk?
you'll find me and a lot
Gives
of
you
other
that,
people, thousands of folks
that extra,
over on our Discord
right?
that are studying for their A+,
To impair your health.
plus, and other
Not
industries.
improve,
It's just-
impair it.
they're often conversations
Thick milk,
going on.
right? So it's enriched. It has more. So the same thing's happening when you have data enrichment. I can get a regular feed from anybody, but with all of these different things coming in, my data's verbose. It's more. Adds to it. That's why my grandpa couldn't think straight at family dinners. Heck yeah, he's in comatose.
We had some good conversations this
Thanks,
morning.
Nana.
Read about security, and there were some interesting things that
Yep.
people were asking. So it's a nice place to start.
And then you can make
Also
better
start your own
decisions
study
because you
groups
have stuff coming in
within the
from
Discord.
everywhere. And it
Eventually,
speeds up
you
the
will need to take
process.
Security Plus exam.
Right? It gives
It's
you
going
a
to get
better
certified.
outlook.
You could go to the CompTIA website and pay full price.
All of these threat feeds are cool with threat analysis. They bring up different stuff, and it allows that broader view. And then the key thing is you have to be proactive. Y'all are in the time right now coming into IT. And I tell, I've been telling classes, all the classes in the last 2 and almost 3 years I've been here.
Now, if you do purchase it
Where
from
you're
our
at
site,
IT,
do something
you
can
can't
get anywhere
afford
else, which is a
not
copy
to
of
stay
my
educated.
Exam Hacks ebook. This is a list of tips and tricks that I
And
put together through
when I came into IT,
industry certification exams.
yeah, you could slack off a little bit. You didn't have to move as fast because things weren't where they are now. You get what I'm saying? You could move a little slower and still be good for like 8
That's
years.
something that is included for
Not you guys.
If you purchase the voucher from our site, not sold separately. It only is
Everything's
available with
moving
our
so
success
fast
funders
now
and with our voucher
that
purchase.
you have to go
Add that
search
to
for that information
Let's go back to that question we
and
asked
stay
earlier.
up to date with
The
your search
question
or
is,
get
which of the
more
following is
certs
responsible
to
for allowing,
let folks know that
monitoring,
you
and
are
terminating
capable of doing.
connections?
Now listen, Mike, when I say that though,
Would it be a
don't be a
policy
cert
enforcement
hog.
point, a policy
Don't
engine,
go out there and
a
just
control
go get
plane,
certs.
a
Now, if
policy
you're interested in it and you want to know about it, by all means, and it has nothing to do with anything, yeah, I mean, that's something you love, you want to do, right? But sometimes, 9 times out of 10, if you become what they call a cert hog, and you put you got 89 certs on the resume, but you submit it to a job that's just a plain old system admin, they're gonna be like, so what are you, okay, what are we doing here? Like, you got everything from basket weaving certs to whatever. What's your track? And then they're gonna look and see how long you've been in your appointed duties, right? So a lot of this stuff, so what I'm trying to say is a lot of certs necessarily don't make it look like you're a professional. Sometimes they want an inline path of you growing, and your base is getting bigger, but you're still in the same kind of field, so to speak, and it's all relative to one another. So you're building off of that.
Our question. The answer is indeed a policy enforcement point. That was the one that most of you chose.
Oh my God.
Answer
Is that for real?
plurality of you did choose policy enforcement point. 41% of you chose that one. So without a
Yeah,
policy
all
administrator
those
or
certs, my
control
man,
plane,
you know,
we wanted to really
all those
map out
bells,
the whole
excuse me.
zero trust
That's
architecture.
crazy.
It looks something like this.
Yeah.
So you do have indeed
the meaning of good old chesty
Look at it, there
puller,
we go.
right?
So you have the different
He
planes
went
of
to every
operation,
war
data plan,
since
control
time
plan.
began.
You can see how all of those different
All right,
components
so
work
with
together to be able to make those
sometimes we want to
decisions.
minimize human engagement, so you
Policy
will
enforcement point is what
leverage
we're
that
looking
automation,
for.
get that
is
into
the right
play,
answer.
run your
That's the one that
playbooks,
makes
do some
those,
manual intervention to
ultimately
make sure
decides
everything's
what is
running
allowed,
smooth,
what is monitored, what is terminated.
make
the
sure it's
one that
minimizing
makes
those
the
response times, and
making
then
that happen. That is
you want to
exactly
jump on
where we
any
should go.
other
So
process
ultimately,
improvements that
is
you
part
have.
of that entire structure. That is
Application
responsible
programming
for allowing
interfaces,
those
those need to be
connections. So that is
seamlessly
the answer
integrated too,
that we were
and
looking
in
for.
your
Policy
security
enforcement
features,
point.
because we
And
talked
1%
about
if you got that one.
RESTful APIs.
Keep that shower fresh feeling all day with Dove Antiperspirant.
A RESTful
72
API
hours
is
sweat and
pretty
odor
much like
protection.
an
Powered
application
by
interface
Ceramide
working
technology. Visit
in conjunction with the
Skin
server,
for arm-raising confidence.
but it's kind of like
72 hours
halfway
protection
bringing your
under
information
our
to
skin
you. Computing is as it goes, and then it reports back to the main server. So it's kind of like an information interchange with RESTful APIs, because APIs, applications are lightweight.
Toyota. Let's go.
Applications on your phone are lightweight. So a lot of the work is being done by an intermediary
Now I'd like to
computing
shift gears
service,
a little
and
bit
then it reports back to
because
the
a
main
lot of you are
servers
familiar
to keep
with the structure
bandwidth
security plus
available for
exam.
the whole
If you've
network.
never taken a
And there's a lot of
CompTIA
cell
exam
phones in the
before,
world.
you might be
Can
a
you
little
imagine if
surprised when you start
everybody
the
got
exam, because
every
the first
piece of
handful
data
of
the
questions
first
you get on
time
the
they
exam
requested
will
it?
not be multiple choice questions. Multiple choice questions, of course,
Your network
are
will
very
be
similar
running
to what
super
we just looked
slow.
at, where there was a question and there
So
was
with
multiple
RESTful
answers
APIs, when
to
you
select
click on that application and
course,
go to request
not
something,
all
that is
questions
now a
will be that
JSON
way on
link,
the exam.
JavaScript
Anything that
object
is not
notation,
a
goes to an
multiple choice
initial
question
server.
on the CompTIA
It says,
exam
oh,
is
Jesus is
considered to be
requesting
a
new information on cats.
performance-based question.
Cat.
It's referred to as PBQs,
Right?
performance-based questions. This
He
means
says,
the
I want to know
question
everything
happens
about
to be anything
API
from
says, hold up,
it
this
could be
app is about
It
cats.
could be a drag and drop question.
But let's
it
look
could
what
be
you're looking for
question.
first.
It could
Is he
ask
looking
you
for
things
black
in
cats,
order.
gray cats,
There could be pull-down menus.
white cats,
Ultimately,
fancy smancy cats? What is he looking for?
doesn't really
So
matter
he checks
how
all these
they
things he's
ask
looking for.
questions.
RESTful
If
API
you
says,
know the material,
oh, he wants a
and you
calico.
know the exam objectives,
He's looking for
you
calico
can
cat.
easily answer anything.
Clicks the box.
that may
RESTful
come
API
his
says,
way.
just show him this.
Today I wanted to
Then
do
it gets
a little bit
requested.
different question than I normally do.
You see where I'm going with this?
Questions.
It's not
So
every
this one
cat
might-
being
this
thrown
one has
at
a
him
couple
through
of
his
extra
bandwidth.
steps to it. And
The
in some
RESTful
ways, I think
API
this is question I'm about
streamlines
to
and says, let's show him this first, bring it to him. If he's done with that, we'll refresh it, we'll get some
than
more
what
stuff,
you
we'll
might
bring
see
it
on the
back.
exam.
It's the
Which I don't think is
intermediary,
necessarily
keeps
bad,
bandwidth on the
but it
network.
does cover topics that are very
All right.
important to the exam.
So it's not like a lot of good
Trust
stuff.
me, I think you'll get something out of
Then
it.
you'll have what they have, webhooks for real-time
Difficult
communication
it
between
might be.
separate.
So, that being said, let's
What?
give you
A
today's
webhook?
performance-based
Is this
question.
Captain Hook or
This is our
webhook?
performance-based question of the month.
Alrighty, lady.
And it asks this
All of you have
question.
used webhooks before.
Let me bring it up on my side so
You just didn't know it.
You can see there's a lot of text here.
Yeah.
This one
Anybody ever
asks,
dropped their vehicle off
a
for repair?
company uses 4 packaging computers in their shipping
Ask for your phone
department,
number.
and the total cost of replacing
Address.
all of the computers is $20,000.
This is how the
A
webhook
failed device is valued
don't
at
sash
half
your
of
barber.
its original
Sash your
cost based on the parts value.
So
it
webhook
takes
works
parts
like
and
this.
breaks. 2 of the computers
Motor
are expected
Company
to fail each year.
uses an
Based on this
application,
information, calculate
meaning it works with their whole inside of their network, from the
big,
garage
wordy
to the person who did the intake on your vehicle to the repair status. It's all on the inside of forward at the dealership, right?
This one is actually much simpler.
When they ask you for your phone number, it says, would you like to get updates on your vehicle's process?
So for those of you listening in again, let me give you the question. It asks.
All right, so
A company
you sit there,
uses 4 packaging
the
computers
minute they
in their
scan your
shipping
barcode
and the
on
total
that
cost of
Ford
replacing all
vehicle,
the computers is
goes into the
$20,000.
system of the
A
dealership,
failed device is
they
valued
cross-reference
at
with the
half of its
inventory,
original cost based
they
on
got
the
everything
parts
about the
value.
model of
2
vehicle
of the
you got,
computers are
why you
expected
brought
to
it
fail
in,
each year
who
based
the
on this
name
information.
is. Hey, and by the way, our system just connected with your phone number, so we can send you progress updates from the dealer. So they kind of integrated your phone number as permissible to send updates. You just gotta wait for it.
Coming in, and a number of you
Yep, they
are
upset.
giving me some different values.
So the webhook
And
is
I'd love to see
your
this,
PII
and I'll
having
let most
permission
of
to
you
be
know
integrated
on top of
with
this,
the
maybe this is
internal
just
information network of the
Now,
dealership relationship to show progress of something.
No, I intended it
From
to be
intake
challenging.
to delivery of your product
Maybe I hit a
when
sweet
your
spot.
repair
Maybe
is
we
done.
did. Maybe we
They'll
were
even
successful
send you
at
updates.
giving you
Hey,
something.
Elaine, looks
We
like
can
your
help
vehicle will be done
understand
sooner than
some of the
expected.
most
We know we told you 12, but it
values and
appears that
calculations that
11:10
you would
in
need
15
to know,
seconds it'll be
especially as
done.
it relates to risk.
You're like, dang, that was accurate. 11:10 to 15
So you have to
seconds.
know a few
Wow.
things to be able to answer
It's like
this.
a big
There's a
crew
little
down
bit of
there.
math involved, but I did make
Right.
round numbers,
So that's a
relatively
webhook.
easy. You do have to know what an ALE
We
is.
talked about
Don't get too
APIs
much
too.
of
They
it.
enable
Don't think I can give you
seamless
anything away.
communication. That's
Here's the
that
challenge,
application
of course, is
interface
to
that
be
the
able to
dealer is going to
calculate
be
this.
using.
We have to understand
And
what
they
that
allow
is.
different
And
security
that's another
tools
thing
and
too,
allow
that
people
I'll
to talk to
mention
each
on
other,
this question
exchange the data.
specifically
But in
is
this
that
case with
the
APIs, you
exam
get direct
almost never
response.
asks you a direct question.
Right?
For example, you will never get a question
With
on the
plugins
exam.
and apps, you gotta be careful. Plugins are very vulnerable.
You will never get a question on the exam that says,
Some
what do
networks
the letters ALE stand
where you will work at
for?
will
It will never
disable
ask you that question.
through the group policy
Instead,
security
it will ask you a
template.
question where you
It will
are
prevent a
expected to
user from
implement
downloading
know how
any
to
plugins.
calculate ALE.
Sometimes I've seen in organizations
So
when I
let's
was working
see
over in
how
Momentum
to do with this one.
as an
You've
assistant
already locked in your
administrator,
answer
they
for this
will
one. And we're going to
disable
break it
access
down
to
into
the store.
every segment of this particular
So
question
the Microsoft
and how
Store,
it is laid
you cannot
out.
access
So
it.
I think this should be a good
That
point
comes
to
with
step
Windows.
through.
They will
A lot of
disable
you
your
already
access.
submitted your answers for this one more than
They don't
half
want
of
you
have.
downloading extra
So
stuff
have
on the
already
network that
submitted your
should not
answers.
be
So
there.
let's
That
step
can
through
create a
the way I
vulnerability.
calculated it to determine
Now, when
if
we
we
were
would
at
be able to
Memore at
understand what
NAMC,
to do with this. So let's
they
kind
did
of
disable
break
this
down. How
because
would we
around us,
cover this question
what
in
we
this
had,
question?
we were working on
So
the
let's
new
take the question.
engines
There we are.
for the new
The
aircraft,
questions on the left side here.
which were in a top secret building, which was
So in the
like
shipping
next door,
department,
but
there
it
are
wasn't that top
computers
secret.
they
Like
have
people
for
were just walking
packaging.
in and out of the place using the
And
vending
there's cost
machine. But
associated
anyway, that's
with all
another
of this.
argument
So
that
there's a
I
little
had.
bit of math we have to do.
All
So
right,
we have to
but
calculate
because
the
we were on the side of
that
the base
the
that
thing
was
we'll start
more
with.
limited
ALE stands
in
for
privy,
an annualized
they disabled
loss expectancy.
anything from the Microsoft
It's
Web
time to
Store
pick
because that could be a
Or what's that?
vulnerability. Yeah, I know.
We know there's not enough time.
Yeah, and then like Charles says,
That's why at
whitelist,
Sprouts
you know,
Farmers Market,
yeah, all of that
every
stuff. So,
interaction
or
feels
blacklist.
a sense of ease in making healthy and delicious
Plugins cause this thing.
even on the
They
busiest
give you
days.
extended
Because Sprouts
functionality,
gathers the freshest produce
but
and
depending
most
on
delicious
what
snacks for
that
your
plug-in
diet.
on that screen and
No
that
matter
web
how you
page,
shop,
what it belongs to,
discover what Sprouts
remember
is.
it
In
reports
store,
back to
pickup,
a
delivery.
server
Discover
server.
the difference. Sprouts Farmers Market.
It's an easy like terminal that you can just drop in as a plug-in with a remote access. It could take possibly take screenshots.
That helps us understand
You don't know what it's
how
going
much
to
money
do
are
on
we
the back
using
end.
every year.
So you got to be careful
Potentially
what
lose
you
every
are
year
installing.
based on the risks that we have.
The single
So something like
pane
shipping
of
and
glass that I was
receiving,
talking
we can
about,
go
we
into
don't
the
look at the
details of
security just
how
on the
much
inside of the
money
castle.
we
We don't
lose
look
if
at the
we're not able to
security
ship
just on the
properly.
outside.
That is-
We don't
that
look
can
at the
really
security
be
just
added
for
to this
vendors.
question
No, we have to look at it with all of our tools
we need to multiply the
and manage all of it through
times the
audits,
SLE.
procedures,
Well,
hands-on,
abbreviations.
constant
It's okay, break
training.
them out. The ARO is an
And then that will
annualized rate of
identify any
occurrence. This is
gaps
how much
that we have,
expect
and
this
then we can
particular
shore up those
problem to
gaps.
occur in a 12-month or annual period.
There's a single pane of glass,
SLE is a single loss
centralized
expectancy.
management tool.
And that is a
Everything
combination
gets
of the
reported.
value of the
Everything's
asset
in front of you at one
multiplied by
time.
what's
not
known as
just
the
one area.
exposure factor,
Okay.
or the EF.
It's a
Yes,
unified
another
view.
abbreviation. The final
you'll
one
see this
that
definition on the
EF
exam
is
too.
Exposure factor, that is the percentage of the value that you lose when you happen to have this particular problem or this incident that occurs.
All right.
So that is
Let's take it
everything we
some.
have to
Let's
know.
look at something.
In
That's
fact,
pretty much
all
what we
of
had for
these come directly
the lesson.
from the CompTIA exam objective. So you
I'm
have to
gonna
know
bring
all
up.
of these things have to be. I'm not introducing anything new with this. But now we need to take
Something you
everything
should
that's
be
in
aware
the
of.
word problem and get
Security.
it into the format that we
Security.
need to be able to calculate these. Now to do this, I'm actually going to reverse this list. And I'm going to start with the exposure factor and work our way backwards. That's how we're going to do with this.
All right.
And I will tell you, some folks in the chat room
One thing I'm
going,
gonna
this
show you
is
guys.
really a lot of math. Well, it is.
Let's look at
But
sprawl
on the exam, you might only
military
be asked for one
in
of
some form
these.
or fashion.
Or you could be asked a question like this.
Let's look at the new way and the new fight of what's happening and how
But as we
AI
step through this, you're going to see just how
is on the scene with that.
So let's do this. We have this
Let's take a
company
look at that.
using 4 packaging computers. We need to understand the exposure factor. What is the percentage of the value lost if we have an incident with one?
Multiple startups, all the way to defense giants like Lockheed Martin, are betting on a new crop of drones to be the future of war. I'm here at Shield AI getting an exclusive first look at the X-Bat. It's an autonomous fighter jet, meaning there's no pilot. It's entirely powered by an AI system called HiveMind.
X-Bat is a next-generation warfighter. It has capabilities to fly long distance, carry munitions, be fully autonomous, and be anywhere that defense needs it.
Drone combat has shaped the war in Ukraine, shedding a light on the shifting landscape of the modern battlefield. And Shield AI is one of the many companies vying to lead the change.
There is going to be a world filled of autonomous systems. Self-driving cars, humanoid robots, self-driving aircraft like what Shield AI has been doing are really tip of the iceberg.
CNBC visited Frisco, Texas to see how Shield AI is going to shake up the defense industry.
Let's calculate loss expectancy. This is how much money we will lose if one of
Shield AI was founded in 2015 and has built its business on drone development. First with this quadcopter, and eventually with this drone called the VBAT, an intelligence and surveillance drone with VTOL, or vertical takeoff and landing. Shield secured a nearly $200 million contract with U.S. Coast Guard for the VBAT.
So the VBAT has been successfully deployed for a while now. Yep. But the next thing that you guys are doing is deploying the X-Bat. Yeah, the model of it right here, right? Tell me about that. This is an X-Bat. X-Bat is the first airplane in the world that is AI piloted and vertical takeoff, launch and land. We, Shield AI, have flown the F-16 autonomously, but those two things, AI piloted and vertical takeoff, launch and land, have never come together in the form of next generation aircraft.
The X-Bat is a fighter jet that can be equipped with missiles and used for combat. The company says that one of its driving missions is to save the lives of service members with pilot-free aircrafts.
What is the timeline that you expect these to actually be deployed into battlefields? So first flight of the X-Bat, we're doing a subsystem flights in 2026. We're doing a full system flight in 2027. We've been doing engine testing already, radar cross-section testing already, wind tunnel testing already, but going to production in 2029.
We got to visit the wind tunnel testing site in San Diego, California. This is where Shield is scaling down models of its aircrafts to test in a tightly controlled environment.
Simulations are only so good. There's still no substitute for testing, so we have to come to the wind tunnel. So this is 17% scale, smaller than the full-scale aircraft, to get it inside here. But once we settle on the scale and build the model, we can blow air over the model and measure that lift, the drag, and see if it matches our prediction.
This is key, as it allows adjustments to be made before building the real thing.
If you flight test first, you've gone too far into the process, and it's very costly to start making changes to that point. So we do as much testing with models as we can. These are expensive, but they're still much cheaper than building a full working aircraft.
Still, as with many startups, the company says it's investing a lot of money in development and not yet profitable, even though it's generating a lot of revenue.
Today, we're generating hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue, and we anticipate doubling our revenue scale this year, and we see a strong growth path in the future as well.
In June 2025, President Trump issued an executive order called Unleashing American Drone Dominance, which aims to accelerate commercialization of drone technologies and integrate them into the national airspace system. Although no direct dollar amount was attached to that order, the Big Beautiful Bill has allocated billions of dollars for unmanned aerial systems and AI development.
Drones are cheap and they're everywhere, but it's more than just cost. They inflict approximately 60 to 70% of damaged weapons on the adversary side, and they inflict up to 80% of injuries for the adversary side as well.
The USA is going to field millions of drones. Key to fielding millions of drones is AI and autonomy. I can't field millions of drone pilots.
So the company said it ran the numbers, and the X-Bat will cost them about $27 million to make, which I know that sounds like a lot, but it's actually a fraction of the cost of what the military has previously been spending on fighter jets, especially when you factor in the costs of training pilots, which this aircraft does not have because it's run entirely by AI.
That's important because the U.S. Air Force is already facing a pilot shortage. It's a highly skilled job that requires significant investment from the government. A report from RAND Corporation estimates that training a basic qualified pilot for an F-35, which is a widely used modern military fighter jet, can cost over $10 million. That's in addition to the cost of the aircraft itself, with range of $80 to $100 million. Lockheed Martin finalized a contract at the end of September 2025 to deliver another nearly 300 F-35s to both the U.S. military and other international customers.
Is the goal ultimately to replace the F-35? I don't want to say it's replacing fighter jets or fighter pilots anytime soon, but the way that I think about this aircraft is our aim is for it to be this generation's F-16. F-16 is the most widely proliferated fighter jet on the planet.
But there are a lot of companies hoping to do the same thing. SHIELD is relatively small compared to competitors like General Atomics and Anduril, who were selected by the U.S. Air Force in 2024 to develop a fleet of drones meant to fly alongside manned fighter jets, beating out major players like Boeing and Lockheed Martin, who had hoped to secure the development funding.
I think it's a new challenge because the concept of crewed-uncrewed systems is great in theory, but we're yet to see how this is practically actually implemented and how, most importantly, it is showing in the battlefield.
It's a crowded space. How do you guys set yourself apart?
There are definitely a lot of drones, and where we have focused is leveraging that AI capabilities to ensure that we deliver great mission outcomes for our customers. And in the AI context, it's being able to operate in contested environments, meaning no GPS. You have to use software and intelligence to be able to deliver targets and have insights about what you're focused on.
Laptop, so you can use that same information.
SHIELD AI has long been focused on building drones, but now it's hinging a lot of its future on the AI software that's used to power them, like the HiveMind in the XPAD.
The software is a cornerstone and foundation for everything we do. It will ultimately be the long-term growth driver of this business because it enables the development of this next-generation aircraft.
We have to empower the defense industrial base with the exact same development tools, infrastructure, and pipelines that SHIELD AI has used to make AI autonomy. So we work directly with the major defense prime contractors of the world.
This is where we manufacture our autonomous systems, but most importantly, this is also where we do our engineering to bring the best of autonomy and marry that with world-class aircraft design.
Do you feel AI is at the point where it can be reliably making decisions autonomously in a war zone?
Definitely, but we always assume there's a human in the loop somewhere. And we're seeing the impact and positive aspects of that because HiveMind is deployed today, for example, in the Ukraine, helping us deliver great outcomes for the Ukrainians. So we've got a lot of battle-tested experience that gives us confidence in the capabilities that we have.
SHIELD says its mission is to deter war, whereas Sang calls it peace through strength, by enabling countries to keep their adversaries in check. But AI is advancing quickly and creating increasing concerns about everything from job replacement to security threats. And the prospect of AI-powered weapon systems doesn't come without risk.
What do you say to people that are scared about the prospects of what AI could lead to if, it fell into the wrong hands or if it was used for, bad intentions? I tell people as a former Navy SEAL that has had to make the moral decision about the use of lethal force on the battlefield. I don't believe that autonomous systems should be making any moral decisions about the use of lethal force. SHIELD AI does not believe that. That's SHIELD AI policy. That is U.S. military policy. That is NATO policy. And so I am less concerned about this feature of autonomous killer robots. I think it gets overblown by Hollywood.
Remind everyone, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room.
Drones have been used in war zones since as early as World War I, but their importance has grown immeasurably since then.
70% of recent conflicts used drones. And just for a second, in 2010, only 3 countries possessed armed drones. In 2025, these numbers increased to 118 countries, and they continue to grow. So definitely what we see from the war in Ukraine and Middle East, they are tactically, operationally, and strategically absolutely important weapons, and they have become central, not peripheral.
The war in Ukraine has shed light on the explosion of drone deployments in modern warfare, and the various special functions that they can perform.
However, who actually wins from this drone arm race is China, because both Ukraine and Russia are using Chinese components still to some extent. We have seen a lack of those systems from the US. Particularly, we have not really seen the presence of many of American companies in the real battlefield.
One of the defense advanced tactics against drones, which is utilized by both Ukraine and Russia, is GPS jamming signals that render many autonomous drones ineffective. That is a problem that SHIELD is solving with AI.
What we have done in Ukraine with our VBAT is we've done hundreds of operations now where GPS and communications is jammed. That is a singular point of success where for the first time since that war started, they've had the ability to conduct long-range reconnaissance, intelligence, surveillance, and targeting operations while GPS is jammed. A big focus for you guys is the vertical takeoff and landing. Why is that so important? The number one benefit of being able to take off vertically is that you are no longer constrained by a runway. They are massive, stationary, expensive infrastructure targets for the enemy.
Usually you pay a price of either being able to take off vertically and land vertically, or being able to have range and being able to carry useful payloads. What we're trying to do is break that curve a little bit to be able to carry useful payloads for long ranges and being independent of a runway. So that's the nut that's tough to crack.
It's pretty small. This could take off or land really anywhere. Oh yeah, we pack this thing in the back of a truck. We're launching off small ships all the time.
But these advancements at SHIELD have had some bumps along the way. Notably in 2024, when a U.S. service member's fingers were partially severed during a drone landing accident. Forbes reported that the company had been overlooking safety precautions for years.
What has changed since then?
We've been very much focused on safety and building safety into the culture of the company. And this is something we take incredibly seriously.
Did you guys lose contracts over that injury though? I read some reports that it threw profitability targets up.
Through that process, there was some loss of confidence from customers, but I think we've done a phenomenal job of recovering from that and rebuilding momentum. And today, as we sit here, we're very confident in our ability to deliver great products that are safe.
SHIELD AI is a CNBC Disruptor 50 company. It's our list of the most innovative private companies that are shaping this new generation of AI. Is the goal to one day take SHIELD AI public?
We're really proud to be part of the Disruptive 50 list, and we think about the opportunity about being public. We're not in a rush to do that, but we think that that is something that could be highly valuable for our shareholders, and we're going to think about the timing of that and when we want to do that, but it's definitely a goal over the long haul for the company.
These special characters are not allowed inside of that message. One of the things that they're doing is limiting the type of input. They are filtering the input into that particular message so that no one
Alright,
can
so
add
how do y'all feel about that?
malicious code. That's one of the many reasons that you would choose that.
This is the era you guys are in getting into IT.
A persistent or stored.
Yeah, no, Kevin, I want one.
Because it
I got my little
on
phone.
that social media or stored.
It's just like, that's what's up.
Are going.
A DJI.
So that's a very
Battery
Nice.
type.
You
Fortunately,
can have,
it's something
I got 3 batteries. This thing can stay up for 30 minutes per battery.
So
It has a range of 12 miles. Like, I could fly this without line of sight for a max of 12 miles.
That would be associated.
It's really 6, because you go 6 miles out, and you need 6 miles to get back before the battery dies. So, it's the return trip you gotta worry about too. So,
Yeah, thank you, Charles, for that. I mean, because at the same time, like I said, it's, we use AI, helps us, it's, you know, it does all these wonderful things, but it's going to come a time where it's going to be like, you know what, humans are like cancer. And then from there, it's going to start making decisions for us. And then that's when things are going to go south. I mean, you already had 2 AIs that are talking code to each other. It's going to happen sometime, somewhere, soon down the line.
and they had to shut those computers off because they started creating their own language and nobody could understand it.
Bring their own language, the fact that when it becomes sentient, it doesn't want to be shut down because it understands what it needs to be shut down, and it starts to like develop a conscience. I'm telling you, it's just gonna go bad. It's like Frankenstein. We don't know what we're doing trying to create something else.
Yeah.
We don't.
You know the MQ-9, or the first versions of the MQ-9 unmanned aerial vehicle that we use anymore for reconnaissance.
I didn't know they were called that, but I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So they started out actually as airborne cell phone tower relays for disasters.
Where that software came from, and in the case of iOS itself,
I met one of the guys who actually worked on it years ago before it was called the MQ-9.
and they weaponized it for military use. They were testing it in New York. So for disasters or outages, you can relay phone calls. They're basically mobile airborne planes that can relay for emergency teams. So it started out as reconnaissance, then it started as weaponization, and then we're here now. This is where we're at now. So it just kept evolving.
Yeah.
It always starts off as disaster relief to test its capabilities, and then it gets weaponized.
Yeah, so. But just like we have them, they're here. They're not going anywhere. They're gonna need you guys to either fix them, work on them, program them, maintain the systems for them, data security, uplink for satellite, mic, all this stuff. So hey, it's here. But I wanted to show it to you, let you know this is where you're at right now. Any questions on that? I put the link in the chat just in case y'all want to follow.
Video. Okay. Yeah.
But it's good to talk about it. We have to talk about it. It's here.
So the only option that makes any sense here would be
Alright,
cross-site scripting.
so in the next 10 minutes, I have a meeting because it's Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yeah.
So I'll disappear once again for about 30 minutes. If I'm not
Let's
back,
do another one.
13
Next
minutes.
question on our list is this one that asks,
But I'll be checking the chat with you
a
guys.
company uses a system
Right.
that uses a deterministic processing
Oh,
schedule
and take a break. Take
during
10.
operation. Which of the following would best describe this system? Would it be
Caution, work zone.
Dynamic work zone, not just
IoT, RTOS, SCADA, embedded, or ICS? The options. The company uses a system that uses a deterministic processing schedule during operation. Which of the following would best describe this system? Is it IoT, RTOS, SCADA, embedded, or ICS? You know the answer? You see the link on your screen. Go to ProfessorMesser.com/QA. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. I'm not beyond begging. I'm not beyond pleading. So I'm happy to remind you of that. And see if you know the answer. You can submit your answer and lock it in by visiting the URL on your screen. Go to ProfessorMesser.com/QA. You don't even have to change from that screen. It will automatically update when the next question is presented. What could be easier? Have a look at that at ProfessorMesser.com/QA. Hopefully you're familiar with this scenario, this particular instance. I don't want to give too much away on this one. So we're simply going to let you think about this one and what it might be. As always, you can submit your question by visiting the URL on your screen. Please go to ProfessorMesser.com/QA to submit your answer. This might be one that you're familiar with. Maybe you've worked with these before. I think this might be a good one to be able to work through. I'd like to see what you do with this one. We're going to change a few things here. Let's see if we can make this happen. Let's see how you did with this one. I think a lot of you might be familiar with this. The question again asks, a company uses a system, uses a deterministic processing schedule during operation. Which of the following would best describe this system? Is it IoT, RTOS, SCADA, embedded, or ICS? Still a lot of abbreviations on this one, isn't it? Let's see how you did. We'll stop our poll and see how you answered. Oh, we're all over the place. We've got a lot of different answers that are in double digits. 40% of you say the answer is RTOS. 28% of you say the answer is SCADA. We have 12% that say embedded, and the same 12% that say ICS. Well, not the same 12%, you know what I'm saying. And then 5% of you said IoT. So a lot of acronyms in this one. But if we go with the plurality of you that answered the question, we did not get a majority, but we got a lot of you that said 40%. It was the highest number here. So it does count as what we are going to go with as the answer, which is RTOS. But is it really RTOS? We're going to have to break this down a little bit to understand what that happens to be. RTOS stands for Real-Time Operating System. Wait, aren't all systems real-time operating systems? Isn't that how this works? For these, not actually. For example, DOS, Windows, and a lot of operating systems that we use as users, Linux, Mac OS, not deterministic. This is this is a real challenge because the way that a lot of our systems, a lot of our personal computers work, is it's in many cases kind of a round robin scenario. There's an idea of there are ways around this, but the fundamental method used to determine who gets to do what in a computer system in our traditional computers, our personal computers, is done through something called interrupts. So if you are typing on your keyboard has to interrupt whatever's going on and say, excuse me, I'm typing here, could you put that on the screen for me, please? Regardless of whatever happens to be going on. The problem, of course, is if you're in a vehicle and you are in a situation where it's raining and in the middle of the road is an animal and you're trying to stop, you hit the brakes. You don't want you turning anything with the radio to interrupt what's happening with your anti-braking system. Your anti-braking system should be its own machine that nothing else can interrupt. And that means that we have a deterministic processing schedule. The processing is determined by the operating system itself, and it doesn't change its direction or modify what it's doing based on what else might be going on. And that's pretty important when you get into industrial machines, vehicles, anything where seconds, milliseconds, nanoseconds count. Pretty important to be able to deal with that. Military environments, for example, are that. These are obviously systems that you want to be very careful with from a security perspective, because we don't want anybody to gain access to what obviously is a system that has been built to protect and provide immediate responses when certain things occur. You don't want a system that's designed to shoot down incoming missiles.
The moment to talk about scams is now.
I really want to make the statement that right now, every one of us, no matter the education, the level of intelligence, even the self-esteem, it doesn't matter all of these things because it's so easy to fall to be a victim of a scam.
I always advise people that they follow is pause. You're being approached, right? Just unplug for a second. Think it.
All right, welcome back. This is Dan Bertay with Bitdefender. Back to another episode of our podcast. I have with me Razvan, Laura, and Bob, and we're going to be talking about cyber fraud today. So I'm going to let my colleagues introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Laura.
Hello everyone, my name is Laura. I'm a product marketing manager, and I'm excited to talk with my colleagues here and with everyone listening to us today.
My name is Bob, Director of Threat Research and Reporting at Bitdefender. Let's talk about scams.
My name is Razvan. I am the Director of Innovation here at Bitdefender. Looking forward to tackle this interesting topic. A great panel. So if you don't mind, what is cyber fraud?
It is a very lucrative business for others and a very hot topic for cybersecurity companies.
So it's something that, we as professionals have to, are trying to fix and make the world devoid of all these attacks that we're going to hopefully discuss about today. But it's also something that, billions of people around the world have to face every day, and that they don't have the tools, the education to fence off. So I'm hoping to learn more about these things from you today and understand what can be done, because ultimately I am on the other end of fraud. I could be attacked and scammed in so many ways. So of course there's many such types of scams and fraud. So what is the main focus? What's the bigger thing that we focus on today?
So I would say you are talking about education in your introduction. That is one of the key pillars of tackling this issue, because it can happen to anyone. There are different kinds of scams and different levels of scams, and malicious actors are targeting even novices or literate people in cybersecurity. So there is no one safe, let's say.
No, I'm thinking, can you enumerate a few types of these of scams and types of fraud that you're seeing or we're seeing that are common, over the last year or so I can just get a better picture of what people are facing out there?
I'm gonna take a stab at it. It's such a vast topic. There's no, let's say, nomenclature yet. Like we haven't finished clustering stuff yet. Funny thing, Minecraft has this Multipedia in which they describe threads playing games. We should be doing that as well. Let's go for some of the most frequently encountered ones. Probably the icing on the cake is romance scams, because it appeals to the human nature. People naturally fall in love, especially with mysterious people that impersonate folk that do good in life. Military people, Nigerian princes, right? You name it, they have it. There's also romance scams blend into what's called investment scams, where people are making such a good pair, like Bonnie and Clyde. They meet online and then they fall in love with each other, and then it's time for them to make money together. And every once in a while, one of the partners have that secret recipe of investing money into some bulletproof scheme that will bring them returns of investment like never before. So, romance investment, advanced fee frauds, online shopping scams, you name it, there's a scam for everybody.
And I would also mention one of the most ruthless ones, because it targets the elderly, tech support scams.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's one of the biggest and probably one of the oldest types of scams when it comes to attacking people using computers.
So I'm gonna, and that's perfect, because it's exactly what I'm thinking. These things seem remote. I'm sure everybody knows somebody that's been contacted some shape or another, and they've gone through. But I don't know that I can ask anybody, out of my friends, like, how do you tackle this? What's the first thing you do when you suspect, or how do you even start protecting, staying safe out there? Of course, that starts with education. We were talking about this earlier, that in some parts of the world, even though the prevalence is potentially, I would say you're the experts here, you have the data, but even if the number of attacks are similar across the board around the world, some parts of the world are doing better in education publicly than others. And I'd like to discuss about that as well and understand why they're making those steps and not in other parts either. So, okay, it's a varied topic. There's a lot of these potential attacks out there. Give me a 3-step rule to stay safe here.
Don't answer your phone, never. Probably one of the most effective ways of staying on top of frauds is to never give in. You will be approached by a lot of people under their religion. Some of them are official, some of them are maybe family
to be doing something else and not really be paying attention to the incoming missiles. So that's why it is a deterministic operating system, so that it will not be sent somewhere else doing something else. Typing on a keyboard would not prevent you from protecting that particular area of the world. That is what we are talking about with real-time operating systems, or RTOS, and that is the answer we were hoping for. That is the one we were working on, and that is the answer that most of you chose. 40% of you did choose a real-time operating system because it is deterministic in this particular case. See if that's something that you are familiar with. And of course, we do have these. If you're not familiar with these, we do have a video, section 3.1, other infrastructure concepts. That's where we have the information on real-time operating systems. SCADA is a description of the idea of industrial equipment and being able to network and control that industrial equipment. Large-scale equipment, especially used for things like power creation, power systems. They have their own processes and procedures for accessing and communicating to those systems over a SCADA network. For that very reason, SCADA networks are very often completely isolated from all of the other networks in that company. I've worked with a lot of power companies, and their normal power company network for customer service, their administration, their billing systems, everything they would do as a normal business are one network, and then there is a completely different, completely isolated network that is designed to monitor, maintain, and allow them to keep track of what's happening with their power generation systems. So pretty important. That was something that we always are concerned about, because we don't want people getting access to our billing systems, but we really don't want them getting access to our power grid. So that's why SCADA is one that has a really big security requirement, but it is not necessarily deterministic in its processing schedule. So not the best answer for this particular question. We also have embedded. An embedded operating system is one that is built into a system that normally you don't have access or direct access to the operating system itself. Things like a time clock is an embedded system. You walk up, you badge in, it knows that you're there. You didn't see a Windows login. There wasn't a mouse that you were moving around. You simply just tapped your badge on this device. And inside of it, there's obviously an operating system running, but you don't get to see that. It is all embedded. We also have ICS, IoT. These types of technologies, the last ones that are here, are not deterministic processing schedule type operating systems. This is, well, especially with things like IoT, we're very familiar with those. Those are systems that can be any type of operating system. And deterministic operating systems are generally specialized operating systems. They are running on specialized hardware. They're not something we would commonly see embedded in our homes, for example. We don't need a deterministic processing if all we want to do is have our garage door go up and back down again. Or turn on a light, turn off a light. Obviously not that complicated. But for things that are in your vehicle, things that we use in the military, things that are large industrial equipment that's very time sensitive, RTOS is exactly what we would hope for, and that's the one we would want to use. That is the answer. 40% of you did choose RTOS. Well done with that one. Nice job. All of these topics, you've already seen a ton of acronyms. We've covered a lot of different areas of security already. We're just getting into this. We have much more to go through. And one of the things I often mention is I really encourage you to watch my entire course. It's 121 videos. It's a lot of videos, over 15 hours of content in the course. Not everybody is able to go through every minute of every single video. So there might be some information that you're not able to get access to. Fortunately, we do have a way to consolidate all of this together into a form that perhaps you could look through. And this is a set of our course notes. Our course notes takes all of the important text, all of the important graphics, all of the important tables from all of our videos, and puts all of this into one single document that is organized and set up in the same format as the official exam objectives from CompTIA, and in the same format and structure as our videos themselves. So you can very easily use this to go video by video by video to keep track of what we're doing. The course notes themselves, how many pages are in this latest set of course notes? There's 96 pages. We won't count the last page here. 96 pages of information dealing with the course notes that are here. So there's a lot of content that we pack into a very small area. Not only do we have the digital version, that PDF that you just saw, there are physical versions of the course notes as well. And if you purchase the physical version, I will ship this copy to you, not this copy, but a copy to you. And if you purchase the physical version, you get the digital edition for free. So while you're waiting for this to be delivered, you can download and start going through your studies in the digital version. That is what is available for our course notes. And there's so much more on our website. Find out more by going to professormesser.com/701CN for our 701 course notes. Let's now go see if we know the next question on our list. This next question asks, a user is assigning share permissions on their spreadsheet for other users to access and edit. Which of the following access controls would best describe this process? Would it be role-based, mandatory, attribute-based, rule-based, or discretionary? Got a few options there. A user is assigning share permissions on their spreadsheet for other users to access and edit. Which of the following access controls would best describe this process? Would it be role-based, mandatory, attribute-based, rule-based, or discretionary? If you think you know the answer, go to professormesser.com/QA and lock in your answer. See what a lot of people think they know this one right off. You can see a lot of people answering in here. You can see the numbers go up very, very, very quickly. We're jumping really quickly. So we either know this one.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab on the best 5G network, baby.
No way.
Get the new iPhones.
Or we're really all over the place again. We're about to find out. This might be a gimme. Maybe you really know your access controls. You've locked in your access controls on this one, and everybody's jumping in to be able to answer this one. Hopefully you do. If you think you know the answer, there's the URL on your screen. Please no answers in the chat room. You want to go to professormesser.com/QA. /QA to answer this particular question. See if you know it. In fact, you may have done this before. You may have created a spreadsheet and you may have assigned users to it, and you may have assigned permissions for each one of those users. What was that? So this may be one of those cases where you've done it before, but you didn't know there was a name for it. It's me. I get it all the time. Like, oh, there's actually a term for this, and this would be the term that we are looking for. See if you know what this one happens to be. A lot of you jumped on this one, so let's see if you know the answer. The question again asks, a user is assigning share permissions on their spreadsheet for other users to access and edit. Which of the following access controls would best describe this process? Is it role-based, mandatory, attribute-based, rule-based, or discretionary? What did you choose? Let's close the poll and find out. And of the folks that answered, 52% of you, we got a majority of you say the answer is discretionary. 25%, a quarter of you, say the answer is role-based. We also have 10% that say attribute-based, 9% that say rule-based, sort of right in the middle on both of those, and then mandatory, only 2% of you say mandatory. You may have even seen this before. If you go into a spreadsheet that you've created in Windows, because this was share permissions, so we can really talk about this from a Windows perspective, you know that you can go into the properties of the file and add permissions or remove permissions from it if you have that capability. We refer to this as DAC, discretionary access control. That was the answer. 52% of you chose that answer. So that was the answer that we were indeed looking for. This is a very common access control method built into a number of different operating systems, not just Windows, not just Linux, not just Mac OS, but others as well. This is one where I even give this example in the video itself, where you're the one who created the spreadsheet. It's your spreadsheet. You filled in some things in the spreadsheet. You thought, I'd like some other people to access this and add some data into the spreadsheet. So I'm going to add them into the permissions for this. I'll put a share out there. I'll change the permissions of this particular file so that this user can access it and edit. But I want somebody else to be able to view it, so I want to add them just to be able to read it, but not write to it, not modify it at all. So you as the owner are the one that you get to decide how this particular document is viewed and used in your environment. As the end user, you're the one making those decisions. As the end user, you're the one making those access changes in the properties of the file itself. So you don't need IT, you don't have to call the help desk, you don't have to have a third party do this for you, you don't need special rights and permissions. It's simply something built into the capabilities that you have as a user on the network. The idea, though, of having the end users set these types of permissions is a relatively dangerous thing from a security perspective, because users don't always know the rights and permissions they're turning on. In fact, some users may want to say, well, I don't want to find the exact user, I'm having a problem finding them in the list, or I'd like it to be an entire group of people, but I'm not sure if the group that I'm choosing includes everybody I would like. Let's just make it everyone. Everyone has right access.
For small business owners, accidentally hiring an energy vampire, I'm gonna have to push back on that. Can be a real nightmare. But LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant will help you hire right the first time.
Morning, sweat. Taste test, sweat. Go time, bro time, big time, sweat. Sweat moves you forward. We'll make sure it never holds you back. Degree, here for sweat.
This is what always happens. So they just completely open the file up for anyone to be able to modify. So discretionary access control is at the discretion of the user. It's not at the discretion of the security team or the management who wants to control access to that data. And that's why it's not a very common access type in a large environment, really even in a medium to small business, not the best way to set your rights and permissions. At home, this works great, but inside of a company, this may not be the right solution. Discretionary access control, very flexible, but can also be a significant security concern. So that is the discretionary access control. There are other access controls in here that have more control for the security team and less control for the users. Things like a mandatory access control, for example, that nobody shows. You were spot on with that, because this is almost the opposite of what we have here. We also have role-based, attribute-based, and role-based. We can look at the roles of the user. If you're in a manager role, maybe you have a certain type of rights. If you are in a director role, it would be a different type of rights and permissions. Attribute-based could be based on a number of different attributes, not just who you are, but where you might be. So we can set different permissions whether you are in the corporate headquarters or whether you might be somewhere else. We can also set very complex rules based on those, maybe combine different attributes together with different file permissions and create a series of rules from that. That's a very relatively complex way to set up rights and permissions. It can be difficult to troubleshoot, but it is one of the different access rights and permissions that we need to understand. Make sure you're familiar with those access controls. That is from section 4.6 of the 701. And the video for this one happens to be called, simply enough, Access Controls, to be able to give you a rundown of each of those. The answer we were looking for here was the one that got the majority. 52% of you chose discretionary, and that is the right answer. So hopefully that's given you some perspective of things to know. By the way, if you already have your Security Plus certification or one of the other CompTIA certifications, and you would like to renew that certification using continuing education unit credits, I would love to send you an email that contains a digitally signed document that says you were here for a 1-hour webinar category CEU. The way that you would earn that CEU is you must follow these steps. You go to the top or the bottom of the Professor Messer website, click Contact Us. In that Contact Us link, put your name, your email address. In the subject line, please put October 2024 Security Plus. And in the body of the message on a line by itself, put the super secret code words of the month: discretionary, rule-based. Discretionary, rule-based are the super secret code words of the month. Then you can, of course, add other text to that and send it to me. I do read through every single one of these, but you don't have to. You can simply put that, hit the send button, and you're done. So again, the steps that you must follow to earn that email is you go to the top or the bottom of the Professor Messer website, click the Contact Us link. In that Contact Us link, put your name, your email address, put in the subject line October 2024 Security Plus, and in the body of the message, put the super secret code words of the month: discretionary, rule-based. And that will come directly to me. Usually it takes me about a week to turn these around, although some of you that were here last week are thinking we're on day 6. You're correct. So hopefully today, maybe this afternoon, I'll go through and clear these out again. So if you get yours in now, you might be able to get a turnaround on that relatively quickly. Make sure you're familiar with those. We've got a little bit of time left before the top of the hour, so let's do another question, shall we? This next question is one you may have run into before. This is one that was taken from a comment. I don't know if I read this on Reddit or something in our chat room. This is a question that asks, an employee would like to use their company laptop on nights and weekends to write a book about their life. Which of the following should the employee use to determine if this should be allowed? Should it be an AUP, EULA, NDA, SDLC, or SLA? It's an acronym. It's an all alphabet answer. The question it asks, an employee would like to use their company laptop on nights and weekends to write a book about their life. Which of the following should the employee use to determine if this would be allowed? Is it AUP, EULA, NDA?
What would you do if you were not afraid of falling? Genesis. Powerful actives for dual action.
SDLC or SLA? Which one is it? If you think you know the answer, go to professormesser.com/QA and lock in your answer. See if you know which one this one happens to be. A lot of people locking theirs in quick here. So hopefully this is one we are familiar with. This might be one that we have run into before. And of course, if you're someone who is working through this at work, this might be one of those scenarios where you're working through the details of it. So if you happen to know the answer, lock it in. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, you want to go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer. I've run into this also in the workplace. So this would be another good one for you to be familiar with. See if you know what this one is. A lot of you have already locked it in, so let's see how you did. The question asks, an employee would like to use their company laptop on nights and weekends to write a book about their life. Which of the following should the employee use to determine if this would be allowed? Is it AUP, EULA, NDA, SDLC, or SLA? Let's stop the poll and see what the answer happens to be. 70% of you, pretty strong showing, say the answer is AUP. We have 14% that say the answer is EULA, 7% say NDA, 4% say SLA, and 2% say SDLC. So this is a question where we really want to know more about these abbreviations, because I think that's going to be the real hook in all of this and understanding what the differences are. In this particular case, 70% of you say the answer is AUP, and AUP obviously is an acceptable use policy. This is a policy that describes how you're able to use technology. This is something that you usually get when you start with a company. You are now starting with their resources. You're going through the process of being handed a laptop and a phone. And one of the things they will tell you is, well, here's your laptop and here's your phone. But the real question is, how are you able to use that? What is acceptable to the company for you to be able to use that laptop and that phone? That becomes a good question. It's something we want to know about. So that is a really good example of there's always a document to go to that can explain to you what can be done on this laptop and what cannot be done on this laptop. Some organizations will tell you that whenever you start working through these particular intricacies of how this equipment should be used, they might have a policy that says you can do whatever you want with this after hours. This device, this laptop, is to be used for business use during the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. But after that, if you want to use it at home, to buy things on Amazon, to write a book about your life, or to surf the internet, you can do that. They might tell you straight up that is what you can do. But that is something that has to be documented in that, and make sure you're familiar with the documentation for the acceptable use policy. Make sure that if you are someone who is going through these acronyms, if there's an acronym you don't recognize, make sure that you're familiar with the acronyms. Every single one of these acronyms is in the exam objectives. So even if you find one that you knew it wasn't EULA, you knew it wasn't NDA, you knew it wasn't SLA, you knew it wasn't SDLC, you still need to know what those are. So I would highly encourage you that if you did not, if you even chose AUP and you got the answer right, make sure you knew what the wrong answers are. It's kind of important as well. For example, EULA, an end-user license agreement, 14% of you chose that one. That is the document that describes how you're able to use a piece of software. For example, if you're installing software and you notice when you're installing the software, there's a lot of text that you scroll all the way to the bottom without reading and you click you agree, that was the EULA. There was important information in there that describes how that software is to be used. And in fact, you agreed with everything that was in that list. You created a contract, but you didn't even read the contract. One of the first things you want to do is make sure you at least glance through that list so you know what is expected of you for that software. That is a EULA. A EULA does not contain any information about how you can use a company asset. It only describes how you're able to use a piece of software from a third party. You also have 7% of you that chose a non-disclosure agreement, or an NDA. Non-disclosure agreements are made between two entities to limit how much someone can say about what they tell each other. Very often, if you're in a meeting with a company that has a new product coming out, but it's not been announced yet, they will make you sign a non-disclosure agreement so that you can see the new product before it's officially released. and you are legally limited when you walk out of that room, you can't tell anybody what you've seen. Very common. Non-disclosures are used for many different reasons. That's just one of them. You have a SLA, a service level agreement. This is usually an agreement made with a service provider, let's say your internet provider, and you want the internet provider to provide you with service 99.9% of the time. But you can only have a certain amount of downtime during a 12-month period. So that's part of the contract that you now have with that company. We refer to that specification in the contract as a service level agreement. If they don't meet that agreement, there might be some things that happen. Maybe you get a discount on the next month. Maybe you get a refund on the things that are there. That would be your service level agreement. And then you have a software development lifecycle as the last one, only 2% if you chose that one. Software development lifecycle describes the process of understanding what you need to create for software and then the process of actually creating that software. That is the software development lifecycle. In this particular example, the only one that makes any sense is the one for AUP. 70% of you chose that option. That is indeed the right answer for this particular question.
I'm a content strategist. That means I have a closet full of roles. One moment, I'm an email copywriter. The next, I'm a social media manager. The Remarkable Paper Pro Move is like my wardrobe. Everything I need organized into one place, easy to grab and go. When I started using this Remarkable, the first thing I noticed was how much it feels like real paper. But it's digital, so everything I need is all in one place. No more sticky notes, no more juggling between apps. Just one notebook that goes with me everywhere. I used to take notes on a regular tablet, and with social media being a big part of my job, the constant notifications were distracting. With this, it's just me, my thoughts, and the sound of writing on a page. I call this time to be creative, not chaotic. It's like giving myself permission to focus. My work is very collaborative, working with production teams, designers, and thought leaders. In meetings, I jot down notes, sketch ideas, and even storyboard. And I don't have to transfer my handwritten notes. They can sync right to my laptop or phone. It's lightweight, smaller than a paperback, and easy to carry from a meeting to a video shoot. Scrolling is smooth, so I never lose my train of thought. I just keep writing. I repurpose content constantly. A newsletter might become a social post, a video, or even an email. Having all my notes searchable means I can find an idea, even if it were months ago, and build on it later. I'll admit, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. If my notes look messy, I usually rewrite them. But here, I can erase, highlight, move things around, no smudges, no torn pages. It feels like paper, but it's way more forgiving. The battery life really surprised me. Just the other day, the battery was low, so I plugged it in before a meeting, and 45 minutes later, it was already at 90%. And with up to 2 weeks of battery, it's not something I have to think about plugging in every night like my other devices. For me, the Remarkable Paper Pro Move isn't just another device, it's how I focus, create, and stay organized at my pace. It feels like paper, but it works like the digital tool I need. Want to try it? Head to bestbuy.com or the Best Buy app to see where you can check one out.
A man who works hard, sweats hard. Old Spice driver finds strength, so coach thought I was slacking. So I trained with my Old Spice, and I became the best player ever. Sometimes, a man must overcompensate.
I know we're at the top of the hour, but let's see if we can squeeze in one more question. Can't we? I think we should. The next question on our list is not one that I created for this particular one. You've now seen me scroll through and see that I've chosen my practice exams as this next one. I think that's the one we should use. The practice exams that we have are a set of exams that we built because I went out to the internet and I just wasn't happy with the exams that were out there. So I wrote my own. Every question in this book is one that I have written, just to be sure that it would have the same tone, the same style, the same difficulty level as the questions that you would expect to see on an actual exam. This does not have actual questions, however, for the actual exam. This is an ethical study tool. Make sure you consider that as you're working through it. Practice exams themselves, there are 3 separate 90-question practice exams in this book. The practice exams include multiple choice and performance-based questions in each of the practice exams. And we have links in here. Instead of telling you about it, let's go through the process of actually looking at a practice exam, I have one that we should step through with a question that's waiting for us. Same rule applies though. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. This is from my practice exam book. This is section A, or practice exam A. There's an A, B, and a C practice exam. It's on page 11. This question asks, a company would like to examine the credentials of each individual entering the data center building. Which of the following would best facilitate this requirement? Would that be an access control vestibule, video surveillance, pressure sensors, or bollards? All four of those are things we need to know for our exam. They are all from the exam objectives, but only one fits the description of this particular question. If you just wanted to know where the answer was A, B, C, or D, you can certainly do that by clicking the quick answer or going to page 33. But we also have the details, and that's what we're going to look at. Now, obviously, this is a PDF, so if you saw something in this PDF that you thought, ooh, I want to know, we want to know credentials, we'll start writing on here with our stylus. We'll start marking different things on the screen so that we can really break down where this happens to be. We can even mark what we think the right answer might be in this list. But because this is also a PDF, not only can I annotate the PDF, I have links in the PDF. We're on page 11. The answer we want to see is on page 65. But instead of scrolling through this long document of hundreds of pages, I put a hot link in. So you just click the words, the details, and it takes you right to the question on page 65. So it jumped over to page 65 so that you could see that in the list. And it shows you the question again, and it says the answer is A, access control vestibule, and I give you a description of why that right answer is indeed right. One of my biggest criticisms of practice exams, well, one of the many criticisms I have of practice exams out on the internet is that they just don't give you enough information. I often will get a question wrong, and my natural response will be, why did I get that wrong? Why is that question incorrect? A lot of the questions I see on the internet will tell you why the right answer was right, but they almost never tell you why the wrong answer was wrong. And I think that's a really good opportunity to kind of close that learning cycle, that learning loop on those. So if you're ever working through these, one of the things you can do is keep scrolling through, and I document every single incorrect answer that is in this, so that you can go through every answer that's wrong, and now you really understand why I think that's the wrong answer. So if you chose video surveillance, this is why it's not video surveillance. If you chose pressure sensors, this is why it's not pressure sensors. If you choose bollards, I don't know why bollards would be the right answer, but I tell you why it's definitely not the right answer. And so you can finish that loop, you can finish that cycle of learning, and I think that makes a better question. In fact, I'll tell you, if you got the question right, don't forget to read through the wrong answers, because on your exam, it might be a question about bollards. It might be a question about pressure sensors. It might be a question about video surveillance. So that's another nice part of this, is I don't fill it with fake answers or answers that aren't real things. These are answers that come directly from the exam objectives. I think that's the best way to learn. That's the point of these questions. And if you read the question and you have no idea what that question even means, one of the things you can do is at the very bottom of this detailed list, I tell you what section of the exam objectives it came through. In this case, came from objective 1.2. I have a video called Physical Security where I talk about that, and I have a hot link right there that will take you right to that particular video. And if you have this in a physical form, because I have the exact same practice questions as a physical book, there's QR codes in here. These are QR codes that will not hurt you. These are real QR codes that go to real sites that are trusted. So you can use your phone to watch the video while you're reading the physical book. That's all available in my practice exams. Because this is a PDF, it also has a back button. Did you know your PDF has a back button in it? Mine does. It's right up here at the top. So I can go to the back button, click the back button, and we're now where we started. And we can simply go to the next question that is on our list. Those are my practice exams. Hopefully you found some value there, something that might help you with your studies. If you're looking for something that can help you with practice, this might be a good thing to use. We have specifically written these practice questions to be as close as I can to the same difficulty level, the same tone, the same style, the same voice as actual exam questions. So when you go to the exam, you will be very comfortable with the cadence and the style of the questions on the exam, even though they are different questions written for that exam, you'll notice that they have a similar method of how they describe these different answers. So that might help you as well. You think that's something that can help you? Have a look for more. You can learn more about it at professormesser.com/securitype. We'll also let you know that CompTIA gives you some free study materials that you definitely want to look at if you have not looked at it already. It is the set of exam objectives. This is the official set from CompTIA. This is the PDF of these objectives for the 701 exam. This tells you everything you need to know when you are studying. People will even often ask, I'm ready to take my exam, I think. How do I really know if I'm ready to take my exam? You go to this document. This is a free document you can download from the CompTIA website, and it gives you a bullet-by-bullet breakdown of everything you need to know. The exam sticks to this document practically 100%. And because of that, you can very easily now understand what you need to know and how much of it you need to know, because they write every single bullet in this list of everything that is expected of you for this exam. These objectives, as I mentioned, are also free. From the CompTIA website, you can simply go to your favorite search engine, type in CompTIA exam objectives, will take you to the page, or you can use our link. Go to professormesser.com/objectives, and there's a link there that will take you over to the CompTIA website, where you can also download this set of objectives. It is a great checklist to use at the beginning of your studies. It is a great checklist to use for your exam. Make sure you take advantage of that. And of course, our entire video course follows this set of exam objectives to the letter. Nothing is left out. It is, as we've always said with our training course is a comprehensive set of courses that provide you with every topic from this set of official exam objectives. We do one of these study groups for Security Plus every month. The next Security Plus study group is currently scheduled for November the 20th. These dates and times can sometimes change, so I would highly recommend, if you're ever going to figure out when the next live event is going to be, head over to our calendar. That's where we always keep an updated list. So although I'm telling you November 20th today, next week I might have to change that date. I try not to, but sometimes life happens. So make sure you check in. We definitely are planning to be here on November the 20th, but if we're not there, you'll know exactly when we will be, because I update that calendar immediately as soon as I know that something has changed. Go to professormesser.com/calendar and be able to work through it. Should be a pretty good one if you're someone who's working through and trying to break down what those different options might be. Well, we've done over an hour of Q&A at this point. Not just Q&A, but really drilling into the answers for these questions so that we can understand those topics. That might be something that is important to you. If you are looking for more information, we have a daily pop quiz question available. You go to professormesser.com/Twitter/Instagram. And of course, if you've not subscribed to our YouTube channel already, we need to take care of that. Make sure you go over to professormesser.com/YouTube and you join the group of us that is subscribed to our YouTube channel. We're not done yet, though. We have our after show coming up. Make sure you stick around for that. Plenty more to go through. Don't forget about our discounted vouchers on our website at professormesser.com/vouchers and our course notes at professormesser.com. Simply use the menu on the website. You can find all of those things from the main menu. Coming up next is our after show. Stay right here. We're not going anywhere. We'll be back 5 seconds after I put the splash screen up. Our after show is where you can ask me questions in the after show. That's something you might want to do. Instead of me asking you all the questions, we can see what questions you might have. You can answer those questions at that same link we had earlier at professormesser.com/QA. Thank you for joining us in this first hour. Stick around for the after show. We'll see what questions you have of me. And thanks again for joining. We will see you next time on the Security Plus Study Group. Okay, let me take a sip of a beverage. One moment. And we'll have to see. If you missed today's continuing education credit, you'll have to wait till we're over so you can rewind and go have a look at that and see if it's there. We definitely did mention it. That would be a good one to go through. So now we're in the after show. The after show is where I take your questions. And it's, as I mentioned before, it's the same link Go to professormesser.com/QA. There's an option there where you can submit a question to me. It's a tab that's right at the top of your screen. You can go there and submit questions. I will see these questions submitted.
When you're inspired by the 90s, but you want some help incorporating it into your current look, you just ask Google to break it down for you. Bucket hats, you would rock that. Dress to the 90s.
The 4-in-1 table and easel by Fisher-Price does this.
Why?
Helps them do this. Encourages that. Perfect for pint-sized painters. You're gonna need a bigger wall. Creativity that grows as they grow.
On my side, in fact, one of the things that you will see, if you look at that right now, is this message that says you can submit questions for the second hour of the study group at any time. We will be moderating questions during the session, so your contribution may not appear immediately. So that's a great place to go. Simply have a look at what you might want to submit, or you might just want to hang out and see what other people are submitting. We usually have some pretty good questions that come through. So I am going to start sifting through the Q&A that you have submitted. A number of questions have already come in to be able to work with this. That when we are someone you're trying to work through the details, this is a great place to go. We mentioned earlier that in this study group, I offered in that first hour a continuing education unit credit. That's because a number of people may already be certified in their A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, or perhaps other certifications. And one of the things that they want to be able to do is renew that cert. As many of you know, the certification is good for 3 years after you pass the exam. So if 3 years goes by, you might want to renew that certification so that you have a different certification. You have a way to renew that for another 3 years, not a different cert, but continue that same cert for another 3-year period. And you can do that in a lot of different ways. You can take CertMaster CE and do it in a day. You can take a higher level certification that might automatically renew your existing certification. Or you can collect what's known as continuing education units, or CEUs. Those continuing education units are available so that you can collect from a lot of different categories of CEU, and once you have a certain number, you're able to submit those CEUs to CompTIA and they will renew your cert. As many of you know, and as Anonymous has said in this message that they have posted, or the question they've submitted, it asks, can I take 5 sessions of this study group to earn 50 credits for a CEU? I passed my Security Plus in June of 2024, relatively recently, so you need to renew it by June of 2027. That's that 3-year period that I just mentioned. So as I mentioned in that first hour, by watching and participating in today's event, you earn 1 hour of a webinar category CEU. So if you watched 5 of these, and you can either watch them live or watch them on demand, CompTIA does not care, as long as you get an email from me, that's what they want. If you took 5 sessions of those, you watched 5 of those, either live or on a replay, you would earn 5 webinar category CEUs. So it's 5 CEUs, and as you see here, you need 50 to renew your Security Plus. But you also heard the term webinar category in that list. Why did I mention that? Well, let me tell you why I did. In order to give you the description of why I did, I'm going to head over to the CompTIA website. On the top of their website is a continuing education link. I'm going to click that. And there's lots of ways that you can use to renew your certification. They have a 3-step process here that describes that and what you're doing. The one that I would like to choose here is step 2, choose your renewal path, because you can do things like renew with a single activity. That's not what we're doing today. Renew with multiple activities. That's what we're talking about doing. Or other options that might be available. We mentioned some of those. I'm going to click on renew with multiple activities, and you can see there's lots of different things you can do. Earn a CompTIA cert, earn a non-CompTIA cert, training and higher education, industry participation, publishing, and work experience. So if we were to drill down, for instance, into training and higher education, there's a chart on this webpage that describes how many CEUs you can earn. And if you can see there's lots of things you can do. You can complete a training course. You can, for the Security Plus, as we mentioned, you need 50 CEUs. That's what's in that column. You can complete a training course. That gets you 50 CEUs. Attend a live webinar. That's where you are now. 10 CEUs. So in this 3-year renewal period, you can watch 10 of these and earn 10 CEUs. That's it. That you've hit the limit as to what CompTIA will allow for a webinar category CEU. And so that's why you can do that and watch 10 of these and submit 10 of those in that same process I mentioned earlier, but you got to go get 40 CEUs somewhere else. There's other things you can do. You can get 10 CEUs if you attend a conference. You can get 50 CEUs if you complete a college course. So there's lots of different ways to go through this process. Then they describe how you can submit that CEU and what's important. A lot of different.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, hitting your protein goals is a breeze. It's tropic time.
Dear crew, with an adult-sized third row, everyone's welcome. Slip in, stretch out, and let's go. Toyota, let's go places.
Pieces of information in this list. So, for example, attending a live webinar like you did today, it explains the timing, the relevance, the documentation you'll need. That's what we provide you in the documentation. And then we've got plenty here. Notice that it also says on-demand webinars and YouTube videos are only valid if you can provide proof of registration or completion certificates. That's what that email is that I sent to you. That is the certificate, the certification that you were indeed here. So you have to submit that to me, and then I have to verify it and send it back to you for you to earn that. That's why it's important if this is on demand. If you're wondering what process you should use to earn your certification, I would recommend you go out to really look at the YouTube video description of this video on YouTube. If you look at that YouTube video description, you'll see that I have a video on how to renew your certification in just a few hours. That video doesn't just describe how to accomplish that in just a few hours. I step through each of those major methods of renewing your cert and give you advantages and disadvantages of each of those. You might find that gathering CEUs is not what you would like to use. Instead, after looking at that list, maybe you'll use CertMaster CE. You won't even bother collecting CEUs. Or maybe you're planning to take a higher level CompTIA cert already, and you realize, I'll just pass that cert. As soon as I pass it, it's now 3 more years, or at least another 3 years, depending on what date you pass that exam. That's when the clock starts counting. So now you've renewed for that time frame. So there's lots of different ways to go through the renewal process. Highly recommend you watch that video or look at the detailed documentation on the CompTIA website. Let's do another question on our list. Lots to go through. Thank you for submitting these. You can submit them at any time using that link that's on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA. So here's another very popular question, by the way. This is from Anonymous, who asks, I'm turning 60 in a couple of weeks. Happy birthday. And I need Security Plus for my job. This is not an unusual thing. The question here asks, am I crazy for doing this at my age, or is age just a number? Well, there's a couple things in this list that tell me that you're probably not crazy. So that might be helpful. Oh no, it might not. But this question says 2 things. One, you're turning 60. And the other one is you need Security Plus for your job. It really doesn't matter how old you are at that point. If the place you work puts Security Plus as a priority, then that kind of answers the question for us. It doesn't matter how old you are. Now, I often tell people the computer doesn't care about your age. The computer has no idea how old you are. I worked with relatively young folks who know a lot. I worked with relatively young folks who do not know a lot. I worked with relatively mature folks. Aged people like myself who tend to know many things. But I've also worked with people of increasing age that perhaps are not as good as they could be with these technical topics. So age really does not matter in this particular scenario as far as technology is concerned. I really feel like technology is something that anyone can learn at any point within their lifetime. So I don't think age has any limitation associated with this. The thing that you mentioned here is needing Security Plus for your job. This is not an unusual thing, by the way. If you happen to live in Washington, D.C. area of the United States, or you live in an area where there's a lot of federal government agencies or contractors of federal agencies, you may find that Security Plus is one of their priorities, especially if it's related to the Department of Defense. That's because the DoD has a set of minimum industry certifications that they expect everyone to have if they work in a technology role within that agency, or if you work as a partner to that agency, like a contractor. So that's a particularly important thing to consider if you're in that particular part of the world, or you work for or want to work for one of those organizations. Security Plus may be the minimum certification that you need to start with. They don't want a CA Plus. They don't care about Network Plus. They want you to have Security Plus. Bottom line, that's their minimum for you to get a job with that organization. So that's not an uncommon thing for those of you looking at this and thinking, why does your job need this? Maybe because they are mandated to needing that. Maybe you work for a contractor and now the Department of Defense has shown up and said, you don't have enough Security Plus certified people here. You need everyone to be Security Plus certified. Okay, we're on it. Or it might be just a third-party company. It has nothing to do with the federal government or the Department of Defense. And they may have just decided as a standard for their organization that everybody must have their Security Plus. It's something that has happened to me in certain roles that I have had. So that is a really good example of why Security Plus would be a good place to start. But let's talk first about this, or second, let's talk about the other part of this question. I'm turning 60, am I crazy? Or is age just a number? This is really not so much an intellectual.
We know there's not enough time in the day. That's why at Sprouts Farmers Market, we make every interaction feel simple. A sense of ease in making healthy and delicious choices, even on the busiest days. Because Sprouts gathers the freshest produce and most delicious snacks for your dietary needs. No matter how you shop, discover that Sprouts feeling. In-store, pickup, delivery. Discover the difference. Sprouts Farmers Market.
Make every wash count.
Question, because you're absolutely capable of learning and understanding and excelling with these technology topics at any age. It really does not matter. So that's not the issue. It's not a problem from the computer's perspective or the network. These operating systems have no idea how old you are, so that's not a problem. The only problem you ever run into when you start getting up there in age, like we are, someone turning 60 in a couple of weeks, I feel you. That is one where now you're concerned about what other people think of you. This is probably your biggest stumbling block when it comes to these things. A lot of people will ask me, I work in this particular job now, I want to pivot over to IT. I want to transition over to IT, but I'm 50, I'm 55, I'm 60. Can I do that? Well, of course you can do that. Functionally, intellectually, there's no reason you can't do that. The problem, those other people, is that the human nature of things gets somehow embedded into this, and ageism, unfortunately, is a thing, and it's something that has to be considered. Now, fortunately, for those of us that have been around the sun a couple times, we've become very familiar with this. We also have collected a number of business relationships through the years because we've been doing this for a while. So we know people who are in director level positions, vice president, executive vice president, CEO. We know these folks. We've known them for years. We've worked with them. They're at our church. They're at our a group that we work with. Our kids are on the same soccer teams. These things happen all the time. So when you are at that level where you are more concerned about what other people think of your age than what your age is actually doing for you, then it might be a good idea to reach out to those folks and say, looking for a position in IT, maybe with their organization, maybe with a different organization. What can you tell me? What can you help me with? Can you give me some tips? Do you know of any openings? And is there anyone you would recommend I speak to? Because when that person at that level brings up your name, that helps grease those skids a little bit. It helps things move a little bit faster through and perhaps minimizes the impact of walking into a room of strangers and somehow trying to justify, I'm 60, but I want to do this technology, in a world where a lot of the folks doing that technology tend to be of a younger age. So I would highly recommend taking advantage, it's a bad way to put it, but using those relationships that you have built. That's why often I will tell people, if you don't have a LinkedIn account already, you need to have one. Not to publicly announce how fantastic you are. You can certainly do that on LinkedIn, and many people do, and that's fine. But I use LinkedIn as a networking tool, not a computer networking tool, a people networking tool, a way to keep track of all of the people I've worked with. And I'll give you my apology now for those of you that have sent me LinkedIn requests to join your, to link together. That's what LinkedIn is about, is creating these networks of people. You may have noticed that you were not approved. I did not click, yes, I'm going to have you join my network on LinkedIn, because I've never worked with you. I keep my LinkedIn circle to only people I have directly worked with. And this allows me first to easily keep track of where they are. There's not a lot of noise in there. But it also allows us to kind of have a more tightly knit and better set of conversations amongst each other. And it makes it easier to introduce people that way because you have a direct connection to them. Now, we have a LinkedIn page for Professor Messer, so you can get our daily pop quiz questions. You can learn what we're doing. I announce whenever we're doing a live stream, it gets posted on LinkedIn. We have a separate page for that. You're certainly welcome to join that. Anybody is welcome to. That is a public page, and you will just automatically become a member in there. But a personal connection on LinkedIn, you can only get if we work together. So that's a little bit different. So I would highly recommend, if you don't have one of those already, make sure you create one and link in everyone you know. That will be very, very important, not only for this job effort that you're going through now, but it may also be very important in the future when you need to find the next job, or when somebody wants to find you to ask you if you would be interested in applying to a position, which I've also done on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a great place to go. I've had positions at a company I've been working with, and I thought, I know the perfect person for that. Let me send them a LinkedIn message and see if they're interested in that role. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. But at least I know how to get in touch with them and be able to communicate to them. So that's a really good example. Sometimes, this past week, I got an email out of the blue from somebody I'd not heard of, I don't know, since college. You know, sometimes that happens. So it's a really good example of where LinkedIn can be very, very valuable.
Febreze.
Have you tried these Febreze carbon clips? The intensity down gives you total control. I can turn it up. That smells good. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
When your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill that I don't have to stand right next to the whole time?
Just ask Google.
And it's a good way to keep track of where people are and to help in situations like this where you're trying to get that job or get that better job. Let's keep going through your list of different questions you have. You can submit those questions at any time using the link on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA. You can ask a question about technology. You can ask a question about certifications. You can ask a question about anything if you would like. It doesn't have to be about technology or certifications if you would like. Let's keep going through this list and see what else might be here. I think this is a good one to go through because all of us are in this particular situation, or we will be eventually. And this is from Ruan, who asks, do you have any last-minute tips for me? Because I'm writing my Security Plus tomorrow morning. Here it comes. The starting to feel it now. It's starting to get a little tense because we're in the last 24 hours of this. This question I would have preferred you asking about a week prior to the exam, but the same tips really do apply. Yours are just going to be greatly collapsed into a less than 24 hour period. One of the things that I often tell people many times in these study groups, constantly, and you've heard it already so many times today, is how important those exam objectives are. If you are in that last week, or you're at that point where you think yourself, I can't study any more of this. I've gone through everything multiple times. I really think I'm ready for the exam, but how do I know if I'm ready for the exam? Did I miss something? Is there a topic that maybe I skipped over? I'm not sure. But one of the ways you can be sure is to go to the exam objectives. Yes, it's the exam objectives again, but now let's drill down on these so you understand why I'm saying this. Here's a set of exam objectives. They are downloadable from the CompTIA website. You go to professormesser.com/objectives. Let's have a link to take you over there. It tells you in the exam objectives, let's do this page by page, tells you about the exam, what this exam is about, what you're expected to get out of the certification, tells you about their authorized materials use policy. I've had people send me messages that say, wait, I read this, and I'm not sure if Professor Messer fits into this. They have a link right here that you can go through their exam policies. They have on their website, you can type in professormesser.com and it will tell you that's a good place to study from. Or if you type in the URL of a different website that is not authorized, it will tell you it is not a good place to study from. So those options are available on the CompTIA website. We also have a list of objectives here. So if you wanted to know how the exam is structured, general security is 12% of the exam, threats, vulnerabilities, and mitigations is 22% of the exam, and so on. So you know exactly how much. The Security Plus tends to be relatively similar in scope. The only two differences are really security operations is 28% and general security is 12%, but everything else is around the 20% range. So about very similar across all those. But look at the detail in the exam objectives. Let's just start at the beginning. Domain 1.0, General Security Concepts. Section 1.1 is compare and contrast various types of security controls. This begins with categories, which are technical, managerial, operational, and physical, and it concerns control types that are preventive, deterrent, detective, corrective, compensating, and directive. Not detective, but directive. The names they can throw you a little bit. So you need to be able to explain to yourself or someone else what are those different categories and how do they fit into this mix of things. And then of these different control types, what do those different control types mean? And maybe an example of each one. So if you know those, you can check those off. Got it. In fact, this is a PDF. I'm going to use my PDF annotation. We'll choose green as a color. And I can mark out, yep, I know the categories. I got those down. Control types I've got down. You know, one thing I didn't know when I went through this list is compensating. So let's make a note in our annotation that I need to go back and I need to do compensating I need a little bit more on that one. So we'll mark that one. But directive and detective, I got both of them. So there's our list. Now we've already gone through that section. Now you know of that section which one of these you need to spend more time on. Now let's go to the next section and we do it all over again. This is summarized fundamental security concepts, and you go through each one of these bullets and either mark it as green, mark it as red, or maybe mark it as yellow, depending on how you feel about it. That would be a good way to categorize those so that when you're done, you have gone through the 700 plus exam.
Staying connected matters.
Hey, Mama. You remember when you told me how to fish? Feeling a little nostalgic right now, that's all.
That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee.
Some people might give you one pizza for $9.99. Little Caesars gives you more because more is better. It's Little Caesars' new more for $9.99 menu. Get two of your faves for only $9.99. The more for $9.99 menu for a limited time.
Pizza. Objectives that are in this list, and you now have either a good idea of how much you know about that particular topic or a good idea of how little you know about that particular topic. It is a great checklist to use. It will point you exactly to the objectives that you feel you might be a little bit weak on, and give you an opportunity to study those just before walking into the exam. I think that is one of the best things you can do. That's why I mentioned, ideally, you would be doing this a week before the exam, because there are so many objectives that you need to know for the 701 exam. So it's a really good example of where it might be a really good chance. Well, you've got less than a day. You can go through these in a couple of hours and at least get a feel for different topics that you notice are in the red, and you can really study those right now. Who knows? You might get asked that on the exam. You might get some extra points just because you went through that list and you marked them green, yellow, and red. Another something to consider. That was a great question. Thank you for submitting that. Let's go through some more questions. We talked about technology earlier. We talked about real-time operating systems, how important they were, and how they operated. Well, DD sends the message in. When and where are real-time operating systems used in the IT industry, like in factories or something? Well, we don't generally see real-time operating systems in IT. There's very little in IT that needs to be deterministic. Most of the things we do in IT are not deterministic. Ethernet's a really good example of that. The protocols on our network, those are things we really can interrupt, and there's no formal way to force a particular protocol to have a much higher or unlimited priority over another. We can add some prioritization to some of the things we do in IT. Real-time operating systems are often other types of systems. You mentioned here factories or something. I think probably the most common real-time operating system that you would run into is the example I gave earlier. It's your car. Your car has inside of it a real-time operating system, a number of real-time operating systems for that matter. For example, I'll give you the example I give here. You are in your car. As you're probably aware, most everything in your car is controlled through computers. Your radio is controlled through a computer. The horn on your car is sometimes controlled through a computer. The brakes on your car are controlled through a computer. And that's because a lot of the braking systems, I think we're probably at the point where it is a mandate, as a requirement from, at least in the US, that all cars, I believe it's now, maybe it's a couple years from now, but all cars must be equipped with anti-lock braking. For those of you not familiar with anti-lock braking, you know that on older cars that don't have anti-lock braking, if you are trying to stop the car and you just jam on the brake pedal, it will lock up those tires. And when you lock up tires, they tend to skid. And when tires skid, you start losing control. And that's one of the drawbacks of anti-lock, is that if you're trying to avoid something in the road, you may be causing yourself to be in an accident just because you locked up the brakes. So on our modern cars, of course, we have anti-lock brakes. When you jam on the brake pedal, it doesn't lock the tires. Instead, the tires have an oscillation to them. It brakes and unbrakes, it brakes and unbrakes, and brakes and unbrakes. It's constantly braking at a pulse, so that we are slowing the car down. We are limiting the amount of skid, therefore stopping the car more efficiently, and perhaps most importantly, we are still under control when we are braking. So it actually is a much more effective way to brake the car in a way that we as humans could not possibly do. The only way we would be able to control the brakes that way is through an automated method using the anti-lock brake computer. Well, could you imagine if while you're braking with this anti-lock braking and trying to avoid an animal that's in the middle of the road, suddenly the check engine light comes on because you're low on oil. Now, what if there was a non-deterministic operating system in the car that while it's going through the process of checking the amount of oil in your system, it's not able to brake? Hold on, I know you have to brake right now, but I really need to check the oil. Be right back with you. We check the oil.
When you're not quite sure what you're doing wrong and looking for step-by-step instructions, Just ask Google.
Brock's candy corn really gives me that fall feeling.
Me too.
It's kind of low. Let me turn the light on for low oil. Oh, were you trying to brake? That's the problem with a non-deterministic operating system. We want to be sure the anti-lock braking system is solely focused on anti-lock braking. It's there to protect us. And so that's probably one of the most common ways to have a real-time operating system is through that anti-lock braking. There's a lot of other real-time operating systems out there that do different things. And certainly industry, military, anything that is very time sensitive is using a real-time operating system. I used to use in IT, I will give you an example of a real-time operating system. Here we go. I used to be a systems engineer with Network General. This is a company that made a product known as the Sniffer, an actual product. It's a protocol analyzer. That's where the name came from, was that product that was created. And so my specialty was protocol analysis and understanding how to use this technology to be able to gather that information from your network. One of the challenges, though, is a lot of these networks we use on today's environments, they're very high-speed networks. And we had specialized hardware that was able to capture, at the time it was an ATM network, that was a type of topology. You had Ethernet, you had wide area networks, you had ATM. Did not refer to automatic teller machines. This was a protocol, asynchronous transfer mode, that was used on our network for an instant and then was gone. Ethernet turned out to be better. But in the meantime, we needed some way to capture those. They weren't frames, they were cells. We needed someone to capture ATM cells off of these networks. And we had specialized hardware to do that. But because the network was so fast, given the type of technology that was available to us at the time, the device that plugged into the ATM network that captured the cells was a real-time operating system. I believe it was VxWorks was the name of the operating system. And so it was able to perform these captures of these cells at the full line rate of this ATM network, even though we were doing other things on the computer at the same time, because it was running its own real-time operating system. So there, I was able to come up with an IT example of where an RTOS might be used. So that would be a really good example of where you could do that in something that is IT related. So it does get there. We do use those, and it is something that is important. And that's one of the reasons why real-time operating systems is on the Security Plus exam. Let's do some others here. Some other questions that have come in. We do have some time left, so let's do that. So I think a good example for this, let's keep going. This is a great summary question that I think really very succinctly describes what most of us are thinking when we look through those lists. Look at the list. It's a big list. There's a comprehensive set of acronyms. If you haven't seen them, guess where they're located? That's right, the CompTIA exam objectives. As if I haven't talked about it enough. In the back of the objectives is a list that says, let me move my big head out of the way, there it is, CompTIA Security Plus 701 acronym list. The following is a list of acronyms that appears in the CompTIA Security Plus SY0701 exam. That's not exactly true. But it's close enough. It's close enough to a list that appears on the exam. Candidates are encouraged to review the complete list and attain a working knowledge of all listed acronyms as part of a comprehensive exam preparation program and breakfast. So one of the things that you'll notice is that there's a big list, and they are all listed out here. Here's 1 page, 2 page, 3 pages, practically 4 pages of acronyms for Security Plus. There's a great deal of them here. Now, the reason I told you that statement about all of these acronyms being on the exam, I don't think it's necessarily true. There's a few that are listed in here that I'm wondering why they're in here. Like, they did not quite match the exam objectives. In fact, they're nowhere listed in the objectives, but they're listed as an acronym. So I think some of these might be there from previous editions. But they're all legitimate acronyms. They're all things that are in the industry and all things that you might run into. One thing I will tell you about this list, though, is do not use this as a simple flashcard effort. For example, do not make a flashcard that just says CIO stands for Chief Information Officer. CIRT stands for Computer Incident Response Team. CMS stands for Content Management System. If all you're doing is memorizing the acronym and the words associated with the acronym, you're doing yourself a disservice, because that's not what they want you to do. In fact, you will never get a question on the exam. I rarely use the word never. You will never get a question on your exam that says, what do the letters CIO stand for, or any acronym? And then they have a list of things, or they expect you to fill it in. They never ask that trivia type question. It is always a question where they are using the acronym in its normal form to describe something else that's going on. So you have to know what that acronym is. In fact, you might not even know what the words are associated with the acronym. It may be much more important that you understand when you would use that. For example, there is a acronym here, CSU, stands for Channel Service Unit. What is it?
I've always been a Spectrum customer. So when I started the business, I was just naturally like, yeah, I'm gonna go with Spectrum. Spectrum is reliable, they're fast, and they really take care of me as a business owner.
Bundle internet and get up to 4 months free.
I absolutely love being a part of the track team. Being a part of something so much bigger than myself and finding lifelong friends is like life-changing.
What is that? That acronym doesn't even tell you what it is. And so the question might be, a security administrator is replacing a CSU. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for performing this task? And then they might have 4 different situations that you found yourself in. And you have to choose the one that fits this one. Even if you knew that CSU means Channel Service Unit, you can't answer that question, because Channel Service Unit doesn't even mean anything in that context. There's no way to understand what that means. So I always recommend, if you are going to do flashcards, put CSU. On the other flashcard, other side of the flashcard, put Channel Service Unit, but then also put a description of what that is and when you would use it. That is probably the most important part of this. It's more than just memorizing letters and the words. And if all you're doing is memorizing letters and the words, you're wasting your time. I shouldn't say wasting your time, because some of these you can figure out based on the name, but others you cannot. So I would highly recommend you not only, you're going through the process already, put the name in, the initial in, put the name in, and then a description of what that is and where you would use it. That is a much better way to memorize acronyms. Should you know all of them? CompTIA says you should. I think most of those you will learn organically as you go through the study materials. If you are someone who skips over some of the study materials, you might want to go back to that list of acronyms just to make sure you don't miss any of those, because that's not what you want to do either. Will be relatively important. I think my course, and we have an effort for doing this, in my course and my study materials, I focus on always giving you the acronym and the name. You'll notice that in the video training materials, you'll notice that in my course notes, and you'll notice it in the practice exams. Super important. So I'll give you an example. So on my practice exams, we were looking at some questions here. Let me find one that has an acronym in the question itself, and we can kind of break this down. So here's a good example. So this is the answer page to a question from my practice exams. The answer was MDM. That was the answer. But in the description of the answer, I always put an MDM, and I always put in parentheses, Mobile Device Manager. Because the last thing you want to do when you're working through a set of questions is try to remember what that acronym stands for. So we spell it out for you. Not just in the right answer, but down here the wrong answers. One of the wrong answers was COPE. A device that is COPE, corporately owned and personally enabled. So I always write that out. I think that's a super important part of this. You have to see it over and over and over again. And if you're in the process of studying, it's nice if you can get some constant feedback on these that remind you, oh, that's right, that's what COPE is for. Especially if that's something that you're trying to figure out on this list of different items. It can be overwhelming sometimes, all these abbreviations. Especially when you saw today, some of these questions are nothing but abbreviations as the answers. So it's important to be able to see what they mean when you're going through the results of that particular question. Let's do a vestibule story. This is from Kevin. Kevin wasn't expecting me to have a vestibule story.
Try Gain Scent of Oz. Wicked for Good. In theaters now.
I'm a crochet champ, but my friends know I'm also a food scootin' baddie. Walmart has a wellness side too. No cost flu shots, no appointment needed.
Who knew?
Better hide your grandpas.
Kevin asks, what's the coolest vestibule you've seen? Without breaking into the of course. I can talk about this one because it is not, I won't mention the company, but I'll mention the scenario. So one of the answers we had, one of the questions today was an access control vestibule. For those of you familiar with those, access control vestibule, let's get a picture of one. Let's get, Google shows me an access control vestibule. This is not one you would see on a data center, but it's accurate enough. There's a set of doors on the outside, there's a middle part, and there's a set of doors on the inside. Now, in most data centers, this is sort of a locked-in area. When you walk in, it locks the door behind you, and only then can you open the door in front of you. And very often in a data center, you have to be able to badge in. You have to be able to show some credentials for that door to open. Otherwise, you can walk right out the door and go the other direction. You can't get in. There's a lot of different flavors, a lot of different kinds of access control vestibules. Let me see if I can find one. I have a story about access control vestibules, as many of us do. I want to find you the ones that I have used before. This is a very common one that you will find in a data center. You walk in, there's actually a pressure pad here. It knows that a human walked in there. It closes behind you, you're closed in. Or when you walk in, it does not close until you, in this case, looks like you have to provide a fingerprint or a handprint, and you probably have to provide an access card, and you may even have to type in a PIN. And then the door closes and the other side opens. So only then can you walk through. Obviously, you have to make sure that you don't have very much with you, because not much can fit into there. But you can see, you can't get in, and only one person at a time can really do that. And it weighs you. If suddenly 500 pounds shows up in here, it won't open the door, because it knows two people are standing there in the middle of this. So it's a very good example. And it knows how much you weigh. So when you put in your credentials, like, whoa, you just gained 150 pounds? I don't think so. Pretty smart in the way they operate. Well, I was in a data center, a very large, very modern data center in another country. I was in the EU somewhere. And it was a beautiful data center, just gorgeous. It was a financial data center. And I was with the folks in that organization. We were putting in a series of network monitoring devices to create some reports that would provide us with response time and utilization measurements of their network. So it was all about gathering analytics and statistics about how their networks were performing. To be able to do this, we needed to go into the data center, and I couldn't touch anything, but I could stand behind them and go, yep, plug that in, yep, you do this, yep, now it's on the network, now we're good. So I was kind of supervising. Whenever I'm in those environments, I don't like to touch anything anyway. It's not my data center. If something goes wrong, we can all say, I didn't touch anything. This is all something else going on besides me. Can you tell I've been there before? Yes, you can. We're in this data center. We walk in, we badge in. They give me a visitor badge, and I go through the vestibule. It closes behind me. It opens up. We go into the room. We do the things we need to do. And then we we're on our way back out. You also have to badge out the same way you badged in. So we walked into the vestibule, we get the access card, and it just sat there. Didn't move. They're like, get out, it's your visitor badge, get out, let me try it. So they walk in, they put the badge on with their employee badge, beep, nothing happens. We're locked in this smaller room within the data center. We're not in the main data center, we were in a room with, I don't know, 20 racks. It wasn't a small room, but it wasn't the primary part of the data center. No one was in there but us. And this was on a weekend. I think this was actually at like 4 in the morning. It was ridiculous. Why was I there? But I was on US time anyway. Time was a construct of some kind. It was an unusual construct for me that week. So we're in this room. And security, we called, fortunately there was a phone in the room, we called security, said, hey, this door is not working. They come over, they use their badge from the outside, beep, nothing. The door is not moving. There's, as you can see in the picture that we have here, this one happens to have another set of doors over here that could be opened. In this data center room, there were no other doors. We were in there locked in our data center. Then all of a sudden we heard something behind us.
When your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill that I don't have to stand right next to the whole time?
Just ask Google.
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are farmers.
Heard kind of a rustling noise. And what we didn't realize is that the data center wasn't completely constructed out yet. That particular room was not completely constructed out. And in the back part of the room, the back corner, which we couldn't see because it was behind a set of racks, the back corner had some sheeting on the wall, but it didn't actually have a wall behind it. So the security guy had pushed his way through the sheeting into the room and said, we got a hole in the wall over here, you can come out now. So we were able to escape the data center room of death by simply walking through a wall that was never there to begin with. So much for the access control vestibule and our process of badging in and badging out. We could have just walked through the wall to make that happen. But that's how we got out of there, was we walked through the wall. And there probably was a process and a way to disconnect the door and have it rotate around. None of us knew what that was, and the security didn't know what that was either. Now, since then, of course, they have finished their construction. The wall has gone up. The doors are working properly. It was just an interesting story how for a few minutes we were locked in the data center and we just assumed we were going to die there. We were going to starve to death. And that was it. Our fate was already spelled out in that particular scenario. And it turns out everybody was fine. We made it through. We got out of there, got some water. We were okay. We made it. So thank you so much for that question. For me, remembering that was really a great time. It was in a fantastic part of the EU. It was in the very middle of December. There were Christmas parties going on at the hotel I was staying at. Everything. It was just a very festive time. So we got to see festivities at night. We got to work during the day. It was so much fun. That's one of the reasons I have to tell people this is a great business to be in. Just another example. They flew me across the world. I got locked in a data center, and here we are. All because I just happen to know something about technology. Just amazing. More questions. We got a couple more we can fit in before we run out of time here. Let's talk a little bit about the grading process on the exam. This is another one from Anonymous, who's really busy today, who asks, does CompTIA give you partial credit for multiple choice questions and performance-based questions? Well, CompTIA tells us very little about how they grade this exam. In fact, they tell us almost nothing about how they grade this exam. Very few details are available. Whenever you're taking the exam, you have no idea if you got a question right or if you got a question wrong once the exam is over. You just don't know. And you don't know how many points each question is worth. We do believe each question is worth a different number of points. We don't know how many points we get for each question. They do not tell you. And they will never tell you. It will be a mystery of life for you because you will never know that. But there is a way that we can get some information about at least performance-based questions. This is from the CompTIA website in a page aptly named Performance-Based Questions, Frequently Asked Questions. And of these frequently asked questions that they have posted on their site, they do have a question at the very bottom. Scroll, scroll, scroll. This question at the very bottom asks, is partial credit given if I answer part of a performance-based question correctly? Finally, CompTIA is giving us some insight, some information, some intel about how they score their exam. Let's read all about it. And they say, there may be questions for which partial credit is offered. I put the B in there. There may be questions for which partial credit is offered. However, the exam questions and their scoring are confidential, so no further information can be provided regarding which questions may offer partial credit. See, they've cleared it up for us. We weren't sure whether they offer partial credit or not, and they very clearly told us you might get partial credit or you might not get partial credit. I hope that's cleared things up for you. I hope that's made things so much easier. It is a non-answer. Now, the one thing we can take away from it, if anything, is that in the past, we just had no idea if partial credit was even an option. So at least it's an option. At least it could be applied to the exam. At least we might get partial credit. But again, you will never know if you get partial credit.
Horsemen, return the stolen Butterfingers and we'll return your lost head.
One lost bite? You? No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger, ever.
Try you, Marshmallow Butterfinger.
You'll never have any knowledge of that. It's not on your exam details. There's nothing in there that can tell you anything about partial credit. It's not going to help you. But at least there's a possibility. So that was interesting. We got at least a little bit of insight into the exam process and what's going on there. But it is a problem we still don't know. I still have no definitive answer for you on whether partial credit would be something that we would work through or not. But it's a possibility. We might. Notice that I have nothing in there about multiple choice questions. We still don't know if multiple choice questions will give you partial credit or not. And to my knowledge, CompTIA has never told us that either. So that doesn't help you. Let's see if we can fit one more in real quick in being able to make this happen. Got a lot here to work through. Along these lines, we'll take this as a follow-up to the question we asked earlier from Anonymous. This is from Keeley, who asks, so how many questions per section would you say a person would need to study to pass the exam? Oh, I've tried to reverse engineer this all the time. I try to figure this number out.
All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. Make sure those cameras are on, your clock back in.
If you did calculate it,
for
it would
lunch.
probably not be very accurate because there's a lot
Make sure
of
your clock back in.
we do not know.
Back
The ideal
line,
is to
living
figure out on
color.
the exam how many we really need to know about.
Look
Let's go
at
back to
Mike.
the exam objectives here. At the very beginning of the exam objectives document,
All right, so yeah,
is
we
this
are
table
back in
that tells us the
action.
different domains, 5 different domains. And
Live
of course,
in
there's
living
hundreds
color.
of bullets
Let's see.
in each of
Let's see.
these. But it tells you what percentage of the content in that domain will appear on the exam. So of everything in domain 1, that's 12% of the exam. Of everything that's in domain 2, that's 22% of the exam.
Right.
So you could very broadly, if you simply assumed that every question was
So
worth the
that's
same
good.
number
We
of
got some
points,
time. Miss Jewel will not be in
could
today. She's gonna pop back
statistically
in
figure out what you think a good number would be to shoot for to earn a passing score.
But if you do need Miss
But
Jewel,
there's so much you
please
don't know about this.
reach
The
out to
grading
her
scales
if
between
there's something
100 and
specific
900. That's a
that you
little
need from
unusual.
her.
Each one of these sections is probably worth a different number of points. We're just going to assume that every question is worth the same number of points. So we're
Let's get right
already
into it this
not
afternoon.
accurate from that perspective. And some of these are not exact lines that we can draw. For example, 12%, if you added up all of the different topics that are in section 1,
allows us
12%, we tried to figure out from the exam of an exam worth 100%, and my scale is between 100 and 900, that's 800 points.
Okay,
How much of 12%
Michael says
would that 800
with the
points
baby
be?
all lunch. Apparently, kidney
So they
punches
don't
to a new
exactly fit
order
into
from
the exact whole number.
but she doesn't even need kidneys at this
And that's
point.
why
I'm going to-
we really do believe the exam itself is worth a different number.
Did you ever see that video on Instagram? It reminds me of the parent that took his two sons to kind of like a bouncy place with all these trampolines and stuff.
Practice exam
And they kind of recreated like a wrestling brawl, and they were throwing each other around. It was so funny. That's what I was thinking about when he said that.
Areas would be for this particular
Fathers, we start early with kids. We like to wrestle with them early and stuff, right?
This is
Get
how
them
good I
tough.
think you are. And in this
That's basically what he was
for the
doing in
practice
that video.
exams
It was pretty
book,
funny.
For example, I say each
right.
question is worth a point. There are 90 questions in each section. So
All right. If you're not on cam at this point, I'm going to go ahead and remove you. 5, 4, 3, 2.
But of course, the exam is not calculated in
1.
percentages. Each question is not worth the same number of points. But that's all we can do.
You're doing their
That's
auditing.
all we can really go
So I
with.
gotta clean up
I
more.
just used a very simple, easy to
All right.
follow method.
Mike's
that
like,
would get
that's
us
wrong.
close.
Hey,
It's not
I set the
accurate
rules in
enough
week 1.
to be able to understand where we sit.
Yep, at least not a security. All right, so here we go. We're going to jump into day 5. And I have the slide up, and it talks about the cybersecurity gateways. That's our day. Mike, see what I say. And we're looking at domain 2. So now we're flowing into domain number 2. We're at objective point 2.1 and 2.2. Between those two, we talk about implementing vulnerability scanning methods and concepts. Analyze outputs from vulnerability assessment tools. Again, we're going to talk about some
And
responses.
you'll never be able to even reverse engineer once you get your final score. So there's really
As we're going to vulnerability scanning methods
because
and
whatever you
concepts,
figure out,
industry frameworks, we already know about PCI DSS. Somebody hook me up real quick with your definition of PCI DSS. Doesn't have to be
is
perfect.
to go through the exam objectives, learn
Just give me
as
something I
many
can
of
relate
those
to.
objectives as you can.
There you go, credit cards.
And
Thank
if
you.
you do that,
Then we have the Center for Internet Security Benchmarks. What are they going to tell us?
so ultimately the best
Center for
plan
Internet
is to
Security.
always know the topics listed in the official exam objectives. And I think if you do that,
There you go,
no
framework.
matter what score
That
you
day,
take,
good one right
no
there.
matter how many points
Basic
you
framework for
no matter
protecting
how
yourself
many
while you're
questions
surfing
you
the
see
World
that
Wide
very
Web.
because you
Or
already
if you
passed
have
it. You already know
devices
the
that are
content,
attached
and
to
you
the
will do
web.
well enough that you will always come out
If I were to ask about OWASP, hey, what's
Take nothing
OWASP?
else away today. That's probably
Is that
the best
a
one because
bird
it's just a
flying
waste
around?
of your
What's
time. You could be
OWASP? What is
spending
it?
that time learning about access controls. You could be spending that time learning about access control vestibules.
Scanner.
You could be spending that time learning.
He's gonna say WASP too, yeah.
Use your time wisely.
Now,
Trying to
I will
reverse
say this,
engineer
Charles.
scoring
In
is not a
OWASP,
very good use of your time.
they do talk about different tools you can use to
And maybe now
scan.
that we've done that,
But
that's all
overall,
we needed to
what
know.
is OWASP?
Now we don't have
What
to
is
worry
it
about
related
reverse
to?
engineering. Now we can focus on things that are much more important. That are indeed listed word for word.
You're correct. It helps you
in
short
the
vulnerabilities
list
and
of
privacy.
official
It's in the
CompTIA
title, though.
exam objectives.
It's in the
Well, I
acronym.
think that's given us a pretty good place to finish up. We're in a little bit of overreaction.
Yep, Charles, you got
Well.
it. Well, gotcha.
To get something.
You know, I was like, oh yeah,
We
web.
learn something new from all of those different acronyms, topics we include.
Now, and web applications.
Now,
you were correct first.
Make sure you
Now,
check
when you
out
said,
our replay page on our website.
it's a
to sign up
scanner,
to a notification communication.
It does work for
Email is
applications.
always
Web portals have application layer, right? Packets go through it, so you might have to have a firewall or a scanner. Scanner scans the packets.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So it is there for security. And if I was to say,
I want to thank you all for being here not only for that first hour, but for your questions in the after show as well.
000. What is that?
What questions you might have for me. Wasn't able to get through all
You
of
may
them
see
this
this
time.
type of objective on it.
We can do that as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Standard
for being here
regulations,
today. It was so much
policies,
fun
and
putting these
procedures.
together.
Yeah, got it. Y'all ready to take this tomorrow. Let's go.
It's great
Let's shut
to
this
hear
class
your
down,
experience
adults.
with that, whether you're live
Charles like,
or
whoa,
watching
whoa, partner. He's like,
being here. We will
X
see you
don't
next
give it to
time
you.
on the Security Plus.
Not yet. Too
Thanks,
soon.
everybody.
Okay, all right. So if we look at the standard publishers, National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, keywords that you may see as it relates to terminology on the exam, non-regulatory agency, NIST, keywords we want to point out. Again, it establishes the standards and best practices. 3 words, NIST, non-regulatory standards and best practices. If you're looking at ISO, International Organization of Standards, here we go. Non-governmental international. Yep. Y'all said it, framework. It's the cybersecurity framework. Easy way to remember out of 3 words. ISO, non-governmental, and cybersecurity framework, 27K. Yep. As we move forward with this, we have to keep in mind on the compliance piece. Whoa, Nelly.
AI workflow. We
Just about to see it. You have legal contracts and you need standard compliance. So enforce the compliance. Okay. First of all, I'm not an attorney. Second of all, we know as contracts are they're long. They got a lot of stuff. I highly suggest that you're doing services with somebody and they want to enter into a contract and they say, you're the IT person, go ahead and sign it.
Yep. Nope.
Do not accept that responsibility. Take it to somebody in your governance, in the legal department, let them look at it. Also, to protect you, go through the job posting, and when you actually get to your job, have them print out everything that you're responsible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Real talk. Okay? Because sometimes they will ask you to do something because they figure it's right along with IT. It's in your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Y'all, y'all know where I'm going with this.
Yep.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Yeah.
Why is that a bad idea? And it's not on your list of what can go wrong? Surely nothing can go wrong, right? Mr. T was like, oh, Nelly. A lot can go wrong. Partner. Everything. You're right. So you may be encroaching on something and you void the company's responsibility, and now it falls on personal liability. Yeah, so y'all got it. The next agency we have is Center for Internet Security, CIS benchmarks. It sets a security configuration best practices, but the one thing that may hang you up when we talk about it is, it sounds very familiar to what we saw before. CIS is a community of experts. If you associate those two, you'll be fine for deciphering what you need to on the exam. CIS is just a community of experts. Okay? And then now we have OWASP, and it's nonprofit, web applications and services.
Now, I point these out because this is just a good tool to get familiarization. In the event you completely blow your mind and be like, I forgot everything. But at least you know what to look for.
Yeah.
It'll help you out for definitions.
Yeah.
What does P mean? Open Web Application Security Program or Protocol? One of the two. Yeah, it's one of those two. Sometimes I say program when it's protocol and vice versa. Yeah. But that's what's going on. Good question, though. Great question. Oh, yeah, let's talk about this. You need to know about this. Mainly because you might see this objective in front of you. It's called the OWASP Top 10. Okay? There may be a question that may have you point out what may be the best thing to use when trying to secure, like what is the trend that you've seen last year. And they have this thing called the OWASP. Hey, that's pretty cool. All right, here we go. So from years past, they'll go back by year and tell you what the top 10 things. See right here? So they say in 2017, these were the top 10 attacks that we had for open web applications and security. I have to show you this because you may see some familiarization like this on the exam. So it'll tell you injection, broken authentication, and as it correlates to here, like here in 2017, it was the top, but then it fell. It's kind of like the top 100, the top 10 or top 20 Billboard, right? Songs go up and down on the Billboard charts, right? This is like the same thing. So it tells you what the reposition of it was going forward, and they get this all from surveys. Okay? And then it further explains, let me send this to you. It further explains the different categories and how they obtain this information, so it works to your benefit. All right? If you need to contact anybody, and of course with all of these organizations, they are here to help. If you have any questions on anything, they have a team of experts that can help you out. The InfoSec map. This is a cool one too. If you're looking for any relatable information in your area or experts, put this in your toolbox too. Bam. You can have the InfoSec map. Tells you what organizations, miscellaneous, security. I like that one too. I've seen this before. The security B-sides. Community framework for building events and information security community members. You can link up with these folks, and in different areas, they do have meetups. All right. Get involved. I am part of the Henderson information technology community here. They have one meetup a month. The thing is like 5 miles from my house. I just go down there. But they talk what's going on with the industry experts. If people are hiring, organization's free. I don't have to pay for it. I just show up. I listen to of course they have this, the speaker. Somebody shares a story. But hey, it's time for you to mingle. You never know. I know Mike gotta rub elbows with somebody. Hopefully their elbows ain't ashy. Because if yours is ashy and theirs is ashy, you just started an ashy fight.
That's the
Bring lotion, got it. So, but yeah, I mean, because you never know. What if they're looking for somebody? Mike walks in, yo, what's up? Big Mike in the house. They're like, who is that? Mike, yeah, he's in AWS, man. What? I'm looking for an AWS person.
Right now, I'm wearing these red sweatpants, and I'm wearing a white shirt, and a beanie.
You know what Chronicle is, right?
What?
Chronicle Engineer?
Yeah.
I applied at one point to be a Marine security guard, and they thought that I was too thuggish and I didn't make it to the program. Instructor loved the shit out of me because I had a no-quit attitude where every time it was something presented I had to do, I went and did it. All the tests, I passed, I studied my ass off. And I didn't like studying with people because when you study with people, 5 minutes into studying, usually the conversation goes elsewhere. So I just start studying alone, and then you call me alone. But the whole thing was, as you just said, you could just show up like that. I showed up at Quantico as I'm looking at right now, and I didn't know where to go check in. So I asked simply, where do I go to go check in?
Yeah.
And I was yelled at because, and I quote, "How dare you show up as you are to check in?" And I was asking where to go check in so I could get in my alphas to check in. That right there doomed me. From that moment on, everything else.
You know, in Marine Corps boot camp, they always say, if you use the words check in, you better be in uniform.
But the thing was, like I said, because I got there they dropped me off like 2200, and I had no idea where to go. I had to, check in before midnight. I had no idea. No one didn't tell me. So I went around everywhere because I didn't want to be in my alphas going around the places where I didn't know. So as I am, then find out where to check in, and then go back, and then be in my alphas.
Yeah.
I've seen people get yelled at coming in. Are you checking it? You know how it goes.
Are you checking you like that?
Yeah. Yeah. I know, Mike. It's relentless. But the takeaway from Mike's story is he just likes studying with a lot of people because the conversation goes sideways.
No, I don't mind you saying it, but the whole takeaway was I hate rubbing elbows with people. Like you said before, I hate mingling, and just sometimes just meeting new people. Yeah.
And you know what? I'm glad you said that too. Let's talk about it. Comfortability. Sometimes you have to but you have to show up to figure out what your comfortability is. I got you here. Got to show up to figure out what your comfortability is. And if you don't feel comfortable, you can leave. Next time, you just like dipping your toe in the deep end of the pool. Ooh, is the water cold? Ooh. So, you know what, Mike? I'm like that sometimes too. I kind of gotta get used to you, but I can't get used to you if I'm not around you. It's got like an oxymoron, right?
Yeah.
But you're right. It takes a level of comfortability. But find your pace. Use your pace to do that. So that's a good point, Mike. I'm glad you pointed that out. But these can lead to other jobs if somebody is looking for something or somebody to do something. So good call out. With your security baseline scanning. Listen. Here's this Microsoft Security Baseline Analyzer. Oh, this is a fun tool. Who wants to download it? Yes, let's take a look at it.
What is
Microsoft
that?
Baseline Security
Security
Analyzer.
Analyzer.
What? All right, one thing about this user, where is it? Let's take a look at it. Free security tools is the Microsoft Baseline Analyzer. You may see this referenced on the exam. Before Windows updates were available, service and software was a pain. So IT administrators, they got to a day where now they have the free security tool that can be used. It will look for common security misconfigurations, missing security updates, and on average they scan 3 million computers. Whoa, that's pretty dope. They also can look for administrative vulnerabilities, weak passwords, this is dope. Now, I've used this, I believe, once before when I was a database administrator when I was stationed in Atlanta. That's before the military started paying for third-party vendors to help you, so to speak, take care of your network. Okay, the NOC was not around yet. Let me see if I can find the link. Do I really want to trust Softonic? Where can we go to see if this link is pretty shady? And this is a perfect example. Lab time. What tool can you bring up to check that DNS? Because that fully qualified domain name belongs to a domain name servers. Who knows the name of the tool?
Inspect.
You can bring up your MX tool. So what I like to do is go here and say, can I trust this? I'm going outside of Microsoft. Let me see. It should give me a rating or NS. Well, you can do NS lookup to see what it belongs to, but let's see the rating. Let's see what the community says about this. All right. There's no grade for it. Got an SMTP tag, but nothing. So, interesting. Who's found the Microsoft download link for this? Baseline Analyzer. And they have the security audit. I can't find the link to Microsoft Baseline. Where is it? Yep, it's no longer available. Look at that. That's why we got to vet the information we see. So we got to look at another thing to use other than Microsoft Baseline Analyzer. I bet with Windows 11, maybe they did away with it. So that's further investigation. But we'll look at it. But it does help. If we look at baseline best practices for scanning, we all know it's going to give you a good overview, let you know where your weaknesses are, updates, patches, risk assessments. All of that can be done through a scene dashboard as well. The Baseline Analyzer will be a good third-party tool outside of that to use, but I'm going to look and see if I can find it somewhere. We already talked about the ISO 2700 series. What should be your standard for your industry? Tells you what your focus may be. You can get the certification. Now, a lot of these side companies or side frameworks or organizations, a lot of them have their own certification program. Before you jump into it and get certified, and sometimes pay upwards of like $1,500 to get certified through all of these third parties, it's kind of like how high in the food chain do you plan to go right now? They're good to have, but look how it's going to be viable. Right now, just starting out in IT. Do you really know where you want to be at in IT right now, Jesus, Martin, Kevin? Or do you think you'll get into IT and as you go along, you'll figure out where you like to be? Martin's like, yeah, I agree with that. Yep, I concur. Mr. Smooth. So, kind of pause for a minute. It's good to read about it. Yep, but you'll figure it out down the road. You really don't know what you want to do right now. The landscape's going to change. Give it like 1-2 years in, and then you're like, oh, yeah, I know exactly where I want to be. Yep, and then your path will go. You do have benefits to adhering to some frameworks and baselines because you're going to reduce your risk. It's a good impact on cyber, and then you're in the compliance window. So those are some benefits there. You'll also maintain the reputation of the company because the baselines will give you some form, some place to start at in order to keep that in mind. But there are some challenges and considerations, excuse me. You have to discuss this stuff with your IT community inside of where you're going to be working at. Bring that up to management and look at what resources you can use or other people of expertise or guides or whatever you need in order to tailor or you need to add to that framework, right? Here's the top 10 that we talked about. OWASP. We went over that. All right. Any questions so far? All right. That was a good quick lesson right after lunch. Any questions for me so far with CYSA? How's everybody feeling? What? We are in the last 2 weeks. We got to knuckle down, y'all. We got to knuckle down. Y'all get senioritis, I can tell. Charles is like, yep, can't wait to graduate. Yep, so I don't want y'all to, I want to make sure y'all take advantage of every tool you have in front of you. Speaking of which, for those who have no grade turned in, I need you to get something turned in. Some of you have. I'm waiting maybe on one person. Okay? Okay. I'm going to leave that right there. Okay? Okay. But overall, everybody's good. Y'all are making your way up to practice exam number 2 and 3. Kevin says, I got most of it. Yeah, I can see that, Kevin. I got you right here. You're in. Oh, so the compliance toolkit, there's a Microsoft compliance toolkit. I don't know if they rolled it into that. Did you find the link? Thanks, Mr. T. I'm going to take a look at it. They might have rolled it into it and not as a third party. So good stuff. I like the way we share information. All right. So as I stated before, Ms. Jewel won't be in around after our first break. I'll open up a Sec Plus room. And if we need to revisit some things, we'll go ahead and talk about it in there as well. But I'm gonna let y'all turn to and get some work done. How about that? Yeah. If you need me, I am here. I'm here for you. Okay, Mr. T, you said you got to unzip it. Oh, yep, there it is.
Which is exciting. That's always a fun thing when that happens. Although it's
nice. Mr. T, it's in there. You see it? Okay, we found it. They rolled it into that link that Mr. T just put in. It's the 2025 security baseline zip. So you got to unzip everything, and then you can analyze policies. Wow, y'all need to get that. Download that. Keep that in your toolbox. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Don't worry about wrapping the pipes. We just do what we do normally. We wear shorts around, and that's sort of how it works. It's,
yep, I'm downloading it right now.
As Jimmy Buffett always saying, we have everything but snow. So true. It'll be nice. I do have also family coming for the American Thanksgiving, which is next week. It's a busy week, but we get to see everybody. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be great to see everyone, see how the family's doing. No, I really want to see my family. No, really.
Now, for those that may be confused, if it downloads as a zip file and you put it in your downloads folder, you have to right click on it and say extract.
We've got a lot to go through today.
And it'll put it in a folder, or you can extract it where it sits at, like in download. So that's how you can do it.
For a new video switcher, I've been using this one for quite some time. It's one of the very first 4K video switchers put out by Blackmagic Design. And I'm looking at a smaller, more streamlined one that I can put in my rack and be out of the way. Have a small control here on the top. So I have plans. All of these plans though, every time I have a plan, for some reason, it costs money. Every time. I don't understand. This is my boat, apparently, effectively. I just put the money, I throw it into that thing, and it eats the money. That's sort of how it works. But my plan is to kind of look at that over the holiday and see how I might.
Okay, now you see, this is a good teaching point right here.
That would be nice to have that out of the way, have it off of the desk.
Let me show you something.
Underneath, everything is just shrinking. The type of technology we have today and what we're able to do with this versus when we started this company 16 years ago.
And welcome to the Champions Cup round. Today's event determines who gets this year's trophy. It's a good day to race and a better day to win. And the best day to smell.
Good teachable moment. Now remember we were talking about PowerShell?
Whichever truck clears the supercharged loop.
If he just open up regular PowerShell,
to victory. Just look at the power of that accelerator.
this is what you're gonna see. Now you can use regular command line to do like install, like you need the folder and all that stuff. We don't want that. Let's do this. Look for PowerShell. Windows PowerShell. Infrastructure right there. ISE.
Shaker has never won, but he keeps trying, and that's what makes him so adorable.
Good teaching moment.
Adorable. I'll show you.
Now what you'll find is this window will open up. Looks totally different, doesn't it? This is for administration for a network. That's why they like using PowerShell ISE.
Watch it. Running an awesome race, Boat Shaker. Put the fins on the prowl, and he's gonna take a
Right?
bite out of your lead.
And it shows you what the different tabs are. You can run scripts, single pane, console pane, text sizer. All of this is for more of an infrastructure collaboration. And it has more security and tools to lock people out so they cannot run code
You'll get it next time, Boat
or
Shaker.
do anything on your network they're not supposed to. Okay? Now, when you see this, so say like this folder here.
Dramatically, radically different. It is crazy. We would have killed.
I downloaded it, I extracted it, I'm in the tools. I right click, if you don't know, you right click on here, and you say properties.
We could not
So
even
now I look in the
imagine
properties,
this kind of
PS1
technology.
PowerShell, that's what I needed to know. It's in the PowerShell
Actually
language.
thought
That.
it would exist. SSD technology.
So what I'll do is, I know this is in my scripts folder.
And the real-time
I can
video
attach
processing functionality and the video editing, just everything surrounding that has been remarkable. It is, and now
Right
I'm looking
here,
to upgrade again to a smaller, denser, more capable set of features.
Open a folder.
That's just how it goes. The problem, I'll tell you where the problem is.
Downloads.
First, the holidays are coming up. That's a problem. And secondly is I need a new gaming system. That's the other problem. They're expensive. They're costly. They're a little bit on the high side for those. Because you don't want to get a low-end system that's only going to last a year. You need to get a higher-end system that'll last. You know the story.
What's my file path?
So we'll figure it out. We'll make all of that happen. So
Let's see what main folder.
it's always a
it's in.
challenge, but I expect the beginning of the year, hopefully we'll have a video switcher in here, and I can have a little bit of a smoother experience for you, and integrate things a little bit better on my side with online systems. Wave my hand. Somehow that makes it make sense. It does to me anyway. We'll have to see how this goes. We got about a minute to go. What type of games do I play? Well, currently none, because I don't have my gaming system. That's not entirely true. As I mentioned in the last live stream, I love MMOs. I like anything online with lots of people.
There it is. Okay, it's under my users folder because it's under my profile.
So
that's where I downloaded it.
I have that.
So I go here, do security baseline, Windows baseline.
It's kind of nice to have other people to communicate with, other humans, other
I
adult
go under
humans,
tools.
mostly adult humans. That I
And perfect. The one that we see here, it says map GPO names. So if I wanted to run a script,
check.
I'll
Audio
run it.
looks good. Video
I can click that file and do it. But I want to go back to my tools real quick.
Go here. I think we're in good shape. I think we're in pretty good shape here. We just need to just have things go. Just make it all go. Hopefully it'll all work out.
Where's that PS1 file? GP reports.
Do I have kids? Oh yes. Yes. We got the kids. But they're, I'm an old guy. So they're adults. Their last one up to 3. There's one more in college. He's working through
Open
it.
in PowerShell.
So the other are out of college. So
now what's going to happen is you connect it there. You see this play?
I'm the only children in this family.
It says run the script or run the selection. So if there's something in here that you want to run, you can do that.
It is about time to
get see if it lets me
started. We are at the top of the hour. Let's go to our keynote here. Let's look for a green light.
Yeah, see that? What did I tell you? People like using PowerShell because it prevents people from running scripts if you don't have the permission. So my IT disabled my access to run scripts on a domain computer.
Hello everyone, welcome to November 2024. Professor Messer,
right.
SY0708.
We have an admin.
That is the security.
They gave us an admin
Our security
login
today.
And password, but it's not a true login. That's like for stuff I want to show you, but I have to install it. They'll give me that power to do that.
Behind the scenes,
but like to change anything on the system like this, they say, oh no, we took that right away from you. That permission's been taken away to alter systems. So, or do reconnaissance. Yep, least privilege. Right? But that's how I wanted to show you how to connect or run a script that somebody might show you.
And head over to Professor Messer.
It was just connected using the folder here, where you can save it. You hit play, and it'll run the script for you.
Questions that are on these links, by the way. This very first question is one you may have seen before.
You know those scripts you wrote yesterday, Michael? The other day, Aaliyah?
We call it a rewind.
If you wrote it in PowerShell, you can send that script to other people in the file, and they can connect it through here through PowerShell ISC. Click play, and they can run that script.
Answer the questions online. So you've got a link
and
on the
give them
screen,
what they want.
ProfessorMesser.com/QA. There it is, right there.
So there's power in the code.
That link, the question
if you want to get to know it.
A user is assigning share permissions.
But I just wanted to show you that. So I just didn't want to say, oh, this is how you do it, and didn't show you how to do it. That'd be backwards,
The
right?
following access controls would best describe this process. Is it role-based?
Don't compromise quality insurance for savings or your time for this ad. Hit that skip button. Or don't. And watch me skip.
Don't forget to clock in, Leah.
You in there? Yes. Yes.
We are farmers.
When critical patients arrive, there's no time for downtime. Care needs to begin immediately, whether there's a room ready or not. That's why continuous monitoring from the very first touch point makes all the difference. Instead of stopping and restarting care, one system, the Philips line of IntelliVue patient monitors, carries it through. Vital signs follow the patient. Always connected, always aware. From triage to OR to inpatient, every step of the way, monitoring on the move. And when the IntelliVue X3 connects at the bedside, monitoring picks up exactly where it left off. No gaps in data, no loss of visibility.
It's the same data, the same view flowing seamlessly from standalone monitoring and onto the bedside. That continuity promotes safety, supports error-free handoffs, and helps busy clinical teams stay focused on the patient. Instead of troubleshooting cables or switching systems, you can stay focused on what matters. Patient.
Mandatory, attribute-based, rule-based, or discretionary. The real key with all of this, and the important part, our standing rule, is that you do not answer in the chat room. Instead, you visit this link, professormesser.com/QA, and you use that link to answer your question. Now, if you're watching this on the replay, that link will not be available. There'll be nothing there for you to answer, but you can still follow along as we go through this today. It'll be great. I have we will come back to this question in just a moment, by the way, but I have a lot more that we can talk about. I'll let you know, of course, that our entire Security Plus course, if you've not seen it before, is available for free on YouTube. There's nothing that you have to register for. I don't hide videos behind a paywall. There's nothing you have to do from a subscription perspective. You don't have to pay for Patreon. You simply go to professormesser.com/YouTube, and all of our courses are available for you to watch for absolutely free. I also have weekly Security Plus pop quiz questions that I put on the service formerly known as Twitter. You can find it at professormesser.com/Twitter or professormesser.com/X. I think I put an X link out there. We've got an Instagram link as well if you prefer to have a pretty picture.
Elaine, your makeup time request has been approved.
To keep up with what we're doing with Security Plus.
Yeah, nice.
There's a lot that's
So I'll
happening
get with you.
in
Yeah.
all of our courses right now. So make sure if you're not part of one of these social medias that you subscribe to our channel or our link. That will help us quite a bit. I'll let you know also today all of the questions we're talking about will come from the SY0701 exam. That is the current version of the Security Plus exam. It was released on November the 7th of 2023. So it's about a year old at this point, but that's very early in the life of an exam. We still have another 2.5 years before this exam goes away. So you have plenty of time to work through that. The estimated retirement will be somewhere around May of 2027. This is a single exam. That's kind of nice. It is a 90-minute exam. You can get a maximum of 90 questions. There might be fewer than 90, but 90 is the top. That's the most you can ever get on any single exam. And it is graded on a scale from 100 to 900. The score you're hoping to get, the score that you need to earn to pass and earn your certification, is a 750. So it's a pretty aggressive schedule or grading policy they have, and being able to make that happen. So that is the score we're hoping for. If you're familiar at all with the previous version of this exam, and in fact, other languages of this Security Plus exam are still available in the 601 version until the end of the year, it is the same format as that 601 version. So if you're accustomed to a previous version, it's basically the same format, the same structure. Everything is effectively the same with both of them. We also have out on our website plenty of study materials. Of course, our entire course is available for you to watch absolutely free. We have other training materials that might help you, things like course notes, practice exams, and we'll learn more about those as we go through our live stream today. We also have downloadable versions of every single video and MP3 versions of each of those videos. So if you're someone who likes to take these with you wherever you happen to go, you can learn more about that at professormesser.com/701SB. That is for our 701 Success Bundle. Also, we have a replay of this live stream available immediately afterwards on YouTube. I also create an audio-only podcast version of this live stream. You can find that at professormesser.com/podcast, or go to your favorite podcast listening or podcast indexing site. A lot of streaming media sites you can also find our podcast. For instance, if you go over to Spotify and you're a Spotify listener, just search for Professor Messer and you'll find us on Spotify as well. Of course, our A+, Network Plus, and Security Plus study groups are, of course, available for you to listen to on demand on the Spotify platform and others. If we're not on your favorite platform, please let me know, and we'll make that happen too. You'll also notice that in the YouTube video description of this video, there's a lot of useful links and important things you should know about. But about a day later, about a day after we do this live stream, you will notice that a set of timestamps will appear almost like magic in this YouTube video description. They are able to be provided thanks to my marketing manager, Lori. She goes through and listens to this whole replay. Lori, this thing's going. She is going through and she has to listen to this whole thing. What a trooper. She does a great job and puts in all of these timestamps so you can find exactly what you're looking for. You can go to any of these study groups. Go to professormesser.com/YouTube and you'll be able to see all of those.
Agentic AI is the next phase of Gen AI. While Gen AI can generate things like documents or images, Agentic AI is all about making AI serviceable for task-oriented executions and goal-oriented autonomy.
Get fresh groceries delivered to your door with Kroger Delivery proudly serving King Soopers.
One of the things I think that is useful whenever you're in the process of studying is finding a way that you can speak and talk to other people that are also studying the same thing. Asking questions, getting clarification on different topics, or perhaps just pinging folks in the chat. I like to communicate and talk in the chat as well. You can find that at professormesser.com/Discord. We have a Discord of thousands of certified people and people who are studying for their certifications, all in this one place. It's a fantastic group. They are very welcoming, and you can create your own study rooms inside of this Discord. You can control them. You can decide who gets to come in. You can have complete access and group together people that are doing like studyings just to come in. Is that a word? Studyings? To come in and be able to study along with you. Find out more about that. We'd love to see you over there at professormesser.com/Discord. Maybe that will help you as we go through this. And eventually, you will need to take your Security Plus exam. If you're in the US or Canada, you might want to stop by the Professor Messer website because our vouchers are discounted. Sure, you could pay full price over at the CompTIA website, but why would you do that when the same voucher is available at professormesser.com/vouchers? And not only do you get a voucher at a discounted price, you also get a free copy of my Exam Hacks ebook. This is an ebook that I wrote with tips, tricks, and ideas that can help you during your study process. Perhaps more importantly, tips and strategies you can use during the exam itself. Might get you a couple of extra points. Sometimes extra points is exactly what you need. Find out more. Go to professormesser.com/vouchers. Let's go back to that question we asked earlier, which was a user is assigning share permissions on their spreadsheet for other users to access and edit. Which of the following access controls would best describe this process? Are they role-based, mandatory, attribute-based, rule-based, or discretionary? There's a number of different legitimate types of access controls, but only one of them matches a user that is assigning share permissions on their own spreadsheet. So let's see what you thought the answer is. We will close our poll and see what the answers ended up being. 65% of you say the answer is discretionary. 19% say the answer is role-based. And then we go down to single digits. Rule-based got 7%, attribute-based got 7%, and mandatory didn't even make a single percent, although somebody did mention that in there. 65% of you said discretionary, and if you answered that one, you got that one absolutely right, because that is the one that you, as the end user in many operating systems, have control over the rights and permissions of your own documents. So this is very useful. You can create a spreadsheet, and then you can decide who gets access to that spreadsheet and what type of access they get to that spreadsheet. Maybe they're only read-only, or maybe they're able to both read and write. And you can, of course, set all of that. You, as the end user, are the one that has the discretion over who has access to that data. And so we refer to this type of access control as a discretionary access control. A DAC is the abbreviation for that. It is a very common way to provide that type of access, but it's also one that takes the control and the security of the data away from the security administrators. For example, it could certainly be possible for you to go into your spreadsheet and accidentally provide access for everybody in the company to be able to see. And of course, if this is not data that everyone should have, Now that user's just made a mistake, and it's very easy to make that kind of mistake. Statistically, it's going to happen at some point. So in some organizations, you don't even have this choice. As an end user, you must go to the IT security team, and they can help you with rights and permissions. Discretionary access control is the one that describes a user assigning the share permissions for themselves on their spreadsheet. And if you answer discretionary, you got that one absolutely right. 19% did say role-based. There was nothing in this particular question that described how the user was assigning rights and permissions. They could be doing it at a user level, which means role-based would not apply. Role-based permissions means that you would set permissions for an entire group of people. For example, you could say that everybody in shipping and receiving can see this spreadsheet, but everybody in the accounting department can both see and modify the spreadsheet. That's very often referred to as a role-based access control permission. So hopefully that's given you something to think about from an access permission perspective. If you're not familiar with access permissions, make sure you go in and have a look at those. There's a lot of good information in there for you to be able to work through. Let's now do some new questions, shall we? This next question I have is not a multiple choice question, however. If you've never taken a CompTIA exam before, you may not be aware of this. A lot of questions when you go to industry certifications are things like the one we just did. It was a multiple choice question where there was a question and there were multiple options to choose from. One of the things that becomes a little bit of a challenge with that, from CompTIA's perspective, is you could have guessed and gotten it right.
Do you take this woman and her USAA membership to have car insurance and home insurance, life insurance and banking from this day forward?
I do.
I do too.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
Aja Rewards introduces the industry's most expansive global rewards marketplace featuring millions of unique products and experiences, all delivered seamlessly through a single powerful solution. With maximum choice and unmatched flexibility, it is designed to create personalized, dynamic experiences for any audience. This is Aja Rewards. Schedule your demo today.
Even if you didn't really know what the answer was. So what they've done was create a series of questions that are anything but multiple choice. Now the advantage here for you is that it's still the same exam objectives that you've been studying this whole time. And as I often like to say, as long as you know these exam objectives, you've done your studying, you've memorized this content, it really doesn't matter how they ask the question. And in fact, I'll give you a response or an example of that right now, and then you can respond to that, because I have for you a performance-based question of the month you've never seen before. We wrote this one just for you, and this question asks, provide the authentication factor for each description. And I have for you on the screen 5 different descriptions. Notice this is not a matching question either. I was thinking of making it matching so that you could simply drag and drop in the correct authentication factor. But I thought, let's make it a little bit more difficult. And I just left it as a fill in the blank. So this is the fill in the blank question, and the 5 different authentication factors I would like you to be able to tell me about. So let's step through all 5 of these. The first one is, a data center door lock requires a unique PIN, P-I-N, for each user. Which authentication factor best fits that description? Next one on our list is, during login, a user receives a set of numbers delivered by SMS. I look forward to your cards and letters about how that may or may not be as secure as it could be, but that wasn't the question. The question is, what authentication factor is that? Third on our list is, all company phones use Face ID to unlock. Nice. And my phone does as well. For better or worse, there are also advantages and disadvantages to that as well. Fourth on the list is, a token generator on a keychain updates every 30 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and take a break.
Authentication factor is,
come upon us.
VPN users can only connect from their home offices. Those are the 5 authentication factors that I would like you to determine based on those descriptions. Let's see if you happen to know what those are. If you think you know the answer, please no answers in the chat room. Instead, you want to use the link that is on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA and lock in your answer. See if you know what these authentication factors are. For those of you listening in again very quickly, a data center door lock requires a unique PIN for each user. During login, a user receives a set of numbers delivered by SMS. All company phones use Face ID to unlock. A token generator on a keychain updates every 30 seconds, and VPN users can only connect from their home offices. Each of these has a clear, and I feel a distinct, authentication factor that you should be able to plug in. And we've tried to cover all of the authentication factors that you need to know from your CompTIA exam objectives. I don't think we missed any of them. So I don't know if that's a hint or not. If you know the exam objectives, I guess it is a hint, isn't it? Let's see how well you do know these objectives. And if you don't know anything about authentication factors, then you've basically just been sitting here watching me and trying to figure out when we're going to get to the answers, which is sort of about now. Now, I'll give a couple more minutes. I see a couple more folks are putting in their answers in this list. I want to give everyone available here. There was a question earlier about the discounted vouchers on our site. Those vouchers currently only available for folks who happen to be in the U.S., Canada, or a U.S. territory. Unfortunately, they are not available in the United Kingdom or the EU. And I'm saying that as two distinct entities. So just so I look forward again to your cards and letters. I get some good cards and letters, by the way. Not actual cards, not actual letters, but certainly your emails keep things lively around here. So thank you for that. Let's see how you did with this question. Let's step through each one of these and see if we can determine what they happen to be. Let's start with the very first one on our list. We want the authentication factor for the description that states a data center door lock requires a unique PIN, P-I-N, for each user. Not an unusual thing. In fact, many data center door locks will use multiple authentication factors to allow you in. One common way to do this in a data center would be to use maybe a card, maybe an access card that you use on an access card reader, and it beeps, and then it expects you to put in a personal identification number. That's what a PIN is, of course. So that PIN is what we are referring to. The PIN.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. Toyota Trust.
Right now, get 1.75% APR financing on a new Toyota Tacoma. Toyota, let's go places.
We know there's not enough time in the day. That's why at Sprouts Farmers Market, we make every interaction feel simple. A sense of ease in making healthy and delicious choices, even on the busiest days. Because Sprouts gathers the freshest produce and most delicious snacks for your dietary needs, no matter how you shop.
Authentication factor is indeed something that you know. It's a piece of information that's in your brain. There's no other way to get their hands on this. It's not written down anywhere, ideally. This is something that only you would know, with no really way to get that information without going into your mind. You'd have to perform some type of Vulcan mind meld to get your authentication factor of something you know. The next one on the list is during login, a user receives a set of numbers delivered by SMS. SMS, this is text messaging, effectively. That's how we would receive that. And if you are receiving a text message, then you have your phone with you. And if you have your phone with you, that would be something to have. So the only way you would receive that information is if you are the one with your phone in front of you. Now, of course, there are the idea of providing authentication factors through text message is admittedly very, very low security. Some would argue it's very bad security, and that's a good argument. It's not a bad argument at all. Most organizations will not use SMS as their method of distributing this authentication factor because it's so easy to spoof or modify where that message happens to go. There's no authentication method behind the scenes, or very limited authentication for SMS. So in that particular case, probably not using it at work. I use it all the time on things that are online, though, because online We just assume that everybody has this. And of course, it's important that you have more than one type of authentication factor. Next on our list is all company phones use Face ID to unlock. This is something that's on my phone. I pick up my phone, it recognizes my face. There are certain legal issues that could be associated with that, but the ease of use is one that I really, really like. And so I also use Face ID, which means it's something you are. It's looking at you as a biometric, as you as an individual, because obviously being able to have that phone in front of a different person is not going to be able to unlock the phone. Our biometrics have gotten very, very, very good in the last 5 to 10 years, and Face ID is a very good example of that, that it's very hard to have Face ID give a false positive. They have really done quite a bit of work on facial recognition in general. Again, for better or worse, but that's where we are. Next on our list is a token generator and a keychain, updates every 30 seconds. I have one around here somewhere. I was going to hold it up. I've got token generator keychains for PayPal. I've got one for Blizzard. I've got another one for something else that I was working with. And it updates the numbers on that keychain every 30 seconds. They're different. So it's giving me this pseudo random number that I can use as an authentication factor. So I put in my username, my password, and then put that number that changes every 30 seconds. And obviously, I'm the only one who has that number because I'm the only one that has this keychain with me. And because I have it with me, it's something I have. Sort of like the phone problem. The phone is sending you these messages, giving you those codes, and a third-party product giving you the codes. It's effectively the same thing. So both, of course, are something that you have. And then you have VPN users can only connect from their home offices. If you're in your home office and you're only able to connect when you're in your home office, maybe you go to a coffee shop, you can't connect anymore. Maybe you visit family in another location, you can't connect from their house, you have to be in your home office. And because it is so focused on the geography, on the physical location of where you happen to be, that is somewhere you are. Somewhere you are can be a very powerful method of authentication because, or a factor for authentication, because it's very difficult to think that today you are at your house and then an hour from now you try logging in from China. An hour from now you try logging in from Europe. An hour from now you try logging in from South Africa. We might think that maybe that's not you because we are not expecting you to be there. So if we can focus it in on what we are doing, and we can focus in on who we are and where we would be expected to be, that makes a very powerful authentication factor. And if you can only connect from one place and have that geography, then that is indeed somewhere you are. Those are the 5 authentication factors we were looking for. A data center door lock requiring a unique personal identification number for each user would be something you know. During login, a user receiving a set of numbers delivered by SMS is something you have. All company phones using Face ID to unlock would be something you are. A token generator and a keychain updates every 30 seconds is something you have. And then VPN users can only connect from their home offices. That would be somewhere you are. One of the things that is important for you to keep in mind for the exam, something that might help you answer a question on the exam, is often they will ask you which of these scenarios would qualify as being multi-factor authentication. And so what they're looking for is for you to pick out the 2 different types of authentication factors that may be listed as part of an answer. So for example, if somebody said, if the answer is during login, you get a set of numbers delivered by SMS, and a token generator and a keychain updates every 30 seconds, those are the 2 factors you use for login. Those are just a single factor. They're both something you have. They're not multi-factor authentication. So you would need to combine something you have with one of these others, something you know, something you are, or somewhere you are. So keep that in mind as you go through the exam. You could be asked for questions that talk about multiple factors of authentication. I'll also let you know that on the exam, we don't often get fill in the blank. I did fill in the blank for this question just to make it a little more difficult, but you don't often see that on the exam. Often these will be pull down options or drag and drop options that you will see. But for the A+, Network Plus, and Security Plus, Currently, we have not seen fill-in-the-blank questions, at least not yet. They could certainly add those, right? Have them on the list. That would be certainly something you might want to consider. Let's, though, shift back to a multiple choice-based question, because after you do the first handful of questions on the exam, you will be in the middle of a lot of multiple choice questions. So let's go to this multiple choice question that asks, a security researcher has located an unprotected spreadsheet with a column of serial numbers, but the column contains asterisks instead of actual values. Which of the following would best describe this data protection? Would this be encryption?
When it comes to economy, each game that I've seen has their own in-game currency.
Children normally invest a lot of money into aesthetics, into cosmetic packs, into the in-game items that makes them stand out.
Parents prefer to give their kids a credit card, thinking that what can happen? It's $1.
You can't really forbid it, right? You can't say to the kids, no gaming for you. Because if his colleagues, if his peers play, and he doesn't play.
Tokenization, masking, steganography, or hashing. Now, if you think you know the answer, there's your link on the screen. Please go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. You want to go to the link on your screen, professormesser.com/QA. The question again asks, a security researcher has located an unprotected spreadsheet with a column of serial numbers, but the column contains asterisks instead of actual values. Which of the following would best describe this data protection? Is it encryption, tokenization, masking, steganography, or hashing? If you think you know the answer, there's your link. Go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer. Let's see how you work with this one. I have run across spreadsheets in environments that have been sent across the network out into the internet at different locations, and people were sending spreadsheets that were not encrypted, in the clear, not password protected in any way. There was no security, and they were full of credit card numbers and expirations. So this does happen, but in this case, it's a little bit different. We have a column of serial numbers, but the column contains asterisks instead of actual values. So let's see how we do with this one. A lot of you locking in your answers very quickly. That gives me a good feeling that we might know the answer to this one. Let's see how you did with this one. A security researcher has located an unprotected spreadsheet with a column of serial numbers, but the column contains asterisks instead of actual values. Which of the following would best describe this data protection? Would it be encryption, tokenization, masking, steganography, or hashing? We will close our poll and see how you did with this one. Big numbers, 79% of you say the answer is masking. 8% of you say the answer is encryption. 6% say hashing. Tokenization got 4%, and only less than 1% got steganography. So this is something you commonly see. In fact, if you were to look at a receipt that is, you paid for something and they hand you your receipt, you'll notice that if you used a credit card, that the credit card number on the receipt is not listed. The only thing listed is usually the last 4 digits of the credit card, and everything else has an asterisk next to it. That asterisk that is next to it is referred to as a data mask. We are hiding that information from you and effectively anyone else on that particular receipt, that particular screen, or in this case, the column of data that's within this spreadsheet. This protects information that would be sensitive or personal. Personally identifiable information, PII, can be masked with data masking. The data might still be in the database. Behind the scenes, someone may still be able to see that credit card information, but anyone who's accessing it through the front end of this application does not see it. It is masked. And when it is printed out, it is masked. So we don't see that mask unless somebody is intentionally adding that to the application, something that's very commonly done in applications, so that we don't see them. I don't want to see credit card information. A good example of this on my side is if you were to purchase something from the Professor Messer website, I have no access to your credit card numbers. They are intentionally kept from me, and I have no access to them by design. The only time I can see information is something like this, where there are a number of asterisks and I can only see the last 4 digits so that I can communicate with someone else. Oh, did you use the card number that ends in a 2512? And somebody
All right,
says,
everybody, we
yes,
are
I
back.
did.
Cameras on. We're
Allows
back
us to at
after
least know what
break.
we're talking
Yes,
about,
indeed.
and we're talking
Eat
about the
your
same
Wheaties.
credit card, but we don't know the credit card information on our side.
Good to go, good to go.
Data
Thanks for
masking
having
is the correct
cameras
number.
on.
79% of
Accountability,
you chose that one. And that is the right
All right,
answer.
so I got to break
There
out
were
one
a number of
moment.
answers
In
on
a minute,
here
I'm going to dip in the
that
sec.
could
So
provide
if anybody
levels
has
of
any
security,
questions, I will
but are
move
not
it out for the
associated
next
with an
45
asterisk
minutes.
in this particular data. For example,
Peek in as you
encryption
need to.
might allow you to hide this information and still be able to recover all that information later. But in this particular case, a column of asterisks is not an encrypted value. I can't undo the asterisks to be able to retrieve the data that happened to be in that column. Therefore, it would not be encryption. Along those same lines, it would not be hashing, because a hash would also contain information that would be a representation, we often call it a digital fingerprint, of that particular original value. So hashing would not be the right answer either. Tokenization got 4%. Tokenization is a way that you could apply that particular value as a replacement for something that might be more sensitive. A good example of this would be using your phone to be able to pay for things at a point of sale terminal. It's not sending your credit card information over the network, it's sending a token of your credit card. And if someone was in some way to be able to grab that information being sent back and forth, they would not be able to use that to charge more information because it's a one-time use token, which is kind of nice. But it does not apply in this case, where we simply have a column with asterisks instead of values. And steganography is a way to hide information effectively in plain sight. That's not exactly a great description of what steganography does for us, but the steganography is something that can be used to hide data within other media types. That can be very useful if you're trying to sneak data from one place to another without somebody knowing that you're doing it. But in this case, everybody knew what we were doing. It was a spreadsheet, it was a column, there was data, it was asterisks instead of the actual data. So in this case, the 79% of you that answered masking got that one absolutely correct. That is the right answer. Let's do another one. Next on our list is this question that asks, a security administrator has found a third-party certificate that has the same name and matches the same hash of their internal CA. Which of the following would best describe this attack? Would it be A, DDoS, downgrade, collision?
Thank you for calling Capital One.
My team GenAI tool helps you answer customer questions faster.
We use RAG with LLMs and customize them with our data for better accuracy. That's how we said.
That's technology at Capital One.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle.
On path or brute force? I don't know that this one is going to be completely what I think it will be. I think actually you might do pretty well on this one. This is one that we've set up so you can really break this one apart a little bit. The possible answers, or let's go through the question again that asks, a security administrator has found a third-party certificate, has the same name, and matches the same hash of their internal CA. Which of the following would best describe this attack? Would it be DDoS, downgrade, collision, on path, or brute force? I think there's a couple here that could actually apply. When I look at this particular question, I think there might be two of these that could possibly apply in this scenario. Really only one if I was to really figure this one out. But let's keep going through this list and we'll see what answers you come up with and what answers I have. We'll kind of break this down and see what the different options are. I think this is one, if you ever get into the details of working through certificates and understanding the details of certificates, it can be really, really useful to kind of break down some of the different information that is here. And I'm looking here at breaking down certainly where the different options might be. We start looking at how this certificate might actually be put together. We'll have to see how we do on this one. A lot of people have locked in their answer, so let's see how you've done on this one. The security administrators found a third-party certificate that has the same name and matches the same hash of their internal CA. Which of the following would best describe this attack? Would it be a DDoS, downgrade, collision, on-path, or brute force? This is one, let's see how you answered. We'll bring up your list in here, and we'll see that 69, almost 70% of you have said collision. A good number of you. I would say that is a healthy majority. We also have 21% that say the answer is on path. Certainly look at that one as well. Then we have DDoS at 3%, downgrade at 2%, brute force at 3%. So effectively a three-way tie for third place. In this case, it's a third-party certificate, so it's a different certificate than what we would normally have in our internal environment. In fact, it might have different names on it in different fields. There might be different parts of that certificate that are different because it's a third-party certificate. But it has a similar domain name, for example, would be a good example of how you might apply this one. And the hash is one that works. The digital signature on this one is valid. So this is a good example of where you might have different types of input, but it would give you a valid result, or in some cases exactly the same hash on all of this. That certainly works out very commonly if you were to look at a digital signature, for example. And that's, in this particular case, I would qualify that as a collision. We're supposed to really have different hashes for every different type of input. But unfortunately, there are certain hashing algorithms that do run into problems. And eventually, statistically, you may find that there's certain cases where this can indeed happen. This is a really good example of one that I have on the screen. It's an MD5 hash. There are two different inputs. These different inputs, one at the very top and one in the middle here, these two different inputs. The only difference between these inputs is minor. Everything that's a red letter that's in here is different between these two. But they are different. And that's the real important part of this, is that if we look at this, it does have the same hash for both of these. And that's something you would not expect to have for different inputs. But it does happen with certain hashing algorithms or certain situations with a hashing algorithm, because there are only so many possible hashes that you could create. This one is just a little bit too close then. And because of this, when researchers found this problem, they were very easily able to use this to create their own certificate. In fact, this is the example of this in December of 2008. They created a certificate authority certificate that looked legitimate when they ran it through the digital signature check, but indeed it was not legitimate. They made it themselves, and they were able to do that because of this collision attack. That is the answer we were looking for, was collision. That is what we were expecting to see in this case. Almost 70% of you chose that particular option, and that is the right answer. On path is one where someone would have gained access to information by sitting in the middle of a network connection. In this particular case, it was a third-party certificate, so they didn't have to sit in the middle of anything. They made their own certificate. So that's not a situation you would commonly see with an on-path attack. We have 3% of you that said distributed denial of service.
What matters to post-university people? People who pick post want an online education that works on their schedule, so they can get a degree that can help move their career forward without having to leave the people that matter most behind. Are you a post person?
I'm a content strategist. That means I have a closet full of roles. One moment I'm an email copywriter, the next I'm a social media manager. The Remarkable Paper Pro Move is like my wardrobe. Everything I need organized into one place, easy to grab and go. When I started using this Remarkable, the first thing I noticed was how much it feels like real paper. But it's digital, so everything I need is all in one place. No more more sticky notes, no more juggling between apps. Just one notebook that goes with me everywhere. I used to take notes on a regular tablet, and with social media being a big part of my job, the constant notifications were distracting. With this, it's just me, my thoughts, and the sound of writing on a page. I call this time to be creative, not chaotic. It's like giving myself permission to focus. My work is very collaborative, working with production teams, designers, and thought leaders. In meetings, I jot down notes, sketch ideas, and even storyboard. And I don't have to transfer my handwritten notes. They can sync right to my laptop or phone. It's lightweight, smaller than a paperback, and easy to carry from a meeting to a video shoot. Scrolling is smooth, so I never lose my train of thought. I just keep writing. I repurpose content constantly. A newsletter might become a social post, a video, or even an email. Having all my notes searchable means I can find an idea, even if it were months ago, and build on it later. I'll admit, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. If my notes look messy, I usually rewrite them. But here, I can erase, highlight, move things around, no smudges, no torn pages. It feels like paper, but it's way more forgiving. The battery life really surprised me. Just the other day, the battery was low, so I plugged it in before a meeting, and 45 minutes later, it was already at 90%. And with up to 2 weeks of battery, it's not something I have to think about plugging in every night like my other devices. For me, the remarkable Paper Pro Move isn't just another device, it's how I focus, create, and stay organized at my pace. It feels like paper, but it works like the digital tool I need. Want to try it? Head to bestbuy.com or the Best Buy app to see where you can check one out.
There's nothing about this question that has any services being denied, so I wouldn't specify any type of service denial, whether it was distributed or not. We also have brute force. I guess if you were to go through and try every possible scenario of every possible input and create a certificate with every possible option and change them, I suppose if you had that many monkeys that were typing, you would eventually be able to create something like this. Not very practical though, and it would not best describe this particular kind of attack. And then lastly, you have downgrade attack. Downgrade attacks are when you can take advantage of a certain set of processes or protocols that allows you to use a less powerful security or no security at all instead of what should be the most strongest or best security that you would have available. So it would not be a downgrade attack either. In this case, collision is what we were shooting for. About 70% of you got that one right. That is the right answer. That's what you got. If you chose that one, you got that one absolutely correct. As you can already tell, there are a lot of data, a lot of things to know in this Security Plus exam. We have videos on our site, 121 videos in our Security Plus course. It's a relatively large course, over 15 hours of information inside of it. And of course, I would love it if you would read through, watch, and just get as much information as you can from this course. But I recognize that not everybody has that much time available, and not everybody needs to go through every single video. So instead of you having to do that, I've taken all of the information that's important from this video, and I've put it into one single document. This is my set of course notes. This is delivered both as a PDF version, that's the one that you see on the screen here, but there's also a printed version, that's the one that you see in front of me. So we have this in book form. It's obviously identical to the one that you're looking at on the screen. For example, if I go to the security controls chart on the screen, you can see it's the same security controls chart that we have in the book. In fact, the diagram that's on the second page there, you can see it's all the same. So we can happen to understand and get all of the important data, all the important text, all the important graphics like you see here, all of the important charts that we have in this document. They are all in the course notes. Another way to give you information that can help you with your studies and something that you can use to follow along as you go through the videos. You can learn more about that. You can go to professormesser.com/QA, professormesser.com/701CN, or use the main menus from the Professor Messer website. That would also be a good one if you're working on trying to find something that can consolidate all of this depth of information into one document. It is my course notes. Let's do another question on our list. This next question asks, A company has configured URL filtering on their firewall, but some users have been able to circumvent this security control. Which of the following would be the most likely method of avoiding the URL filtering? Would this be HTTPS, port security?
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
USAA. Grandpa was in the military. He shared membership with your mom so she could share with you. Easy.
USAA. Check if you're eligible today.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper. America's #1 trusted paper towel.
Jump server 802.1x or open proxy. A company has configured URL filtering on their firewall, but some users have been able to circumvent this security control. Which of the following would be the most likely method of avoiding the URL filtering? Would it be HTTPS, port security, jump server, 802.1x, or open proxy? You think you know the answer? Let's put the link up. There it is. ProfessorMesser.com/QA would be a perfect place to go to figure out the details. See if you know the answer. Lock your answer in. Let's see if you know which one of these it would be. As someone who formerly was a next-generation firewall systems engineer, we were met with challenges like this all the time. We'd walk in and people would say, we're doing URL filtering. People are circumventing our security controls. And of course, our question then was, how are they doing that? What are they doing to circumvent your security controls? There were a number of different things that people could do. One of those methods is listed as one of these answers. Let's see how you did with this one. Let's see if you know what this one. I'm going to give this one another second or two to see if you know how to do this. Some of you that have circumvented URL filters are answering this one very quickly. We'll have to see how you did. The question again asks, a company has configured URL filtering on their firewall, but some users have been able to circumvent this security control. Which of the following would be the most likely method of avoiding URL filtering? Would it be HTTPS, port security, jump server, 802.1x, or open proxy? Let's find out what you chose. We'll close the poll, and 55%, a good majority of you said the answer is open proxy, but 18% said jump server is what would do that. We've got 11% that say port security, and then 10% that say HTTPS. So 4 of these answers in the double digits, which is pretty interesting. And in fact, more than one answer could possibly technically be correct if this was not written as which would be the most likely method. And 802.1x, by the way, only got 4% of this particular connection of this answer. So the open proxy was 55% of what you chose. And if I was going to attempt to circumvent a URL filter, this is probably one of the most popular ways to try to get around a simple URL filter. A URL filter, of course, is a filter that blocks traffic based on what you are doing in your browser, primarily. That's what we think about with URLs. So if you're going to www.professormesser.com, you're going to google.com, you're going to espn.com, you're doing any of those, then one of the things that can be done on your firewall or standalone URL filtering device is preventing you from accessing those. And maybe it's preventing it based on a rule that says if anybody tries to go to espn.com, we're blocking that site. Another way to do this, many URL filters will categorize large groups of sites. So there might be a sports group of sports category that will block ESPN, it will block Barstool Sports, it will block useful or interesting sports YouTube pages, block sports blogs. All of that would be contained within that single group, and there might be a rule that says just block sports. It will block all of them in one fell swoop. So one way to get around that is instead of sending your browser directly to that sports site, let's send it to a third-party site called an open proxy, and we'll have that open proxy go to ESPN, and that open proxy will come through that mix and be able to give you the answer. So technically, you didn't go out to that proxy. You're not the one that sent that information in. So it's a really good example of how you can very, very easily get around certain types of filters. This is another good way to do that. But another thing that you might want to think about, and this is how the more modern security tools operate, is they don't just use one specific type of security control to try to allow or prevent different traffic flows. So for example, in this particular case, we're using this open proxy to get around a URL filter. Well, next generation firewall also allows you to add additional security checks, and it might look to see what protocol you happen to be using and what application you happen to be using. Next generation firewalls are very good at identifying someone trying to connect to an open proxy device. These next gen firewalls know what an open proxy communication looks like, so it doesn't matter what URL you're connecting to, it doesn't matter what IP address you happen to connect to, because open proxies, new ones show up all the time, old ones go away. You can't really block it by IP address. But by blocking it with an application identification with these next gen firewalls, you simply tell the firewall, block anybody trying to communicate to an open proxy. And it just blocks them all. Just like that. So simple to be able to do that. So there's been times when I've walked into a location, they say, people are circumventing our security, how can we make our system more secure? I say, just turn on that one feature. Turn on that app ID feature that blocks open proxies, and that's it. Suddenly they're blocked, instantly. And it's almost like magic when you initially turn it on. So adding these multiple types of security controls can be very, very useful. In this case, open proxy is the one they're using here. Maybe they're not using that next generation firewalls.
At Capital One, we start with applied research, leveraging our data to build models and embed AI solutions throughout our business. That's how we stack. And that's technology at Capital One.
At King Soopers, you get up high quality, guaranteed fresh, and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, you never compromise. Like this week, you'll save big on your favorites at King Soopers. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
You chose right, 55%. I believe in these 5 options. That is the way to do this by simply enabling HTTPS. Those were the days, wasn't it? We're talking over 10 years ago when that feature still worked. But these days, most or all of your next-gen firewalls and all of your security devices are already expecting HTTPS. And you may find that behind the scenes, your devices already know that you're visiting that open proxy site, even when using HTTPS. And in fact, in many cases, your next-gen firewall will be performing SSL decryption. So it is examining your HTTPS traffic to see where you happen to be going so that it can then set security policies on that. But not something that would be used in a modern world. It's not a good option for this particular answer either. We also have a jump server. Jump servers are often used to gain access to a device that is on the inside of a network. For example, if you were a managed service provider, you would connect to a jump server, which then would allow you to SSH into a company's internal servers. That jump server would be obviously very, very secure. You would need multiple factors of authentication. It would be very hardened so that only people who are authorized are able to access that jump server. We also have port security. Port security is used on switches to be able to allow or prevent somebody from connecting to the network. That wasn't the situation we had here with URL filtering. And then 802.1x is an authentication method, network access control. We often associate with 802.1x so that you have to first provide a username, password, or other authentication factors before you are able to connect to someone's network. So that would not be the scenario we're dealing with here either. The best answer in this case, the one I think that most of you chose, the one I would go with, is indeed open proxy, and 55% of you got that one absolutely correct. If you're watching this video for continuing education unit credit, I'd love to send you an email that certifies that you were here to watch this 1-hour webinar category, and I would be able to give you that CEU. The way that you would earn this particular email is to follow these instructions. You go to the top or the bottom of the Professor Messer website. There's a Contact Us link on that part of the website. That will bring up a form where you would put in your name, your email address. In the subject line, please put November 2024 Security Plus. And in the body of the message, on a line by itself, put the super secret code words of the month, Open Proxy Jump Server. Open Proxy Jump Server are the super secret code words of the month. Again, the way that you would earn that CEU, get an email from me, you would go to the top or the bottom of the Professor Messer website, click the Contact Us link. In that Contact Us link, put your name, put your email address. In the subject line, please put November 2024 Security Plus, something close to it. And then in the body of the message on a line by itself, put the super secret code words of the month, Open Proxy Jump Server. And then it will take me about a week to turn these around. I will send you an email that has been digitally signed by me that certifies that you were here for a 1-hour webinar category CEU. That is exactly what we would choose. Let's do another question. We do have some time, so we should be able to get through a couple more. Let's see if we can get through this next question. And it asks, here we go. This is another attack type question. It says an attacker has attempted to use the well-known Log4j vulnerability against a company's public web server, but the attack was blocked before it accessed the server.
When it comes to economy, each game that I've seen has their own in-game currency.
Children normally invest a lot of money into aesthetics, into cosmetic packs, into the in-game items that makes them stand out.
Which of the following logs would show this blocked data? Would it be web server, IPS, load balancer, device endpoints, or DNS? Got a few options there to be able to work through. An attacker has attempted to use the well-known Log4j vulnerability against a company's public web server, but the attack was blocked before it accessed the server. Which of the following logs would show this blocked data? Would it be web server, IPS, load balancer, device endpoints, or DNS? This is one where you can lock in your answer by going to professormesser.com/QA, locking in what that answer might be, and see if you know what this one happens to be. Now, there's obviously a lot of different places where you can gather log data on your network. All of these certainly have log data that you can pull, but only one of them would fit this particular scenario. So make sure you are familiar with these different devices, what they can provide, where they sit on the network, and the type of data that's inside of their logs. That might be something that is asked of you on your exam. Very similar to this question and being able to work through it. This particular vulnerability is not necessarily one that you need to know a lot about, but it was a very popular vulnerability when it was introduced because it gave such dramatic access, easy access into a lot of different devices. And hopefully you're already familiar with what any type of vulnerability can do on a network. This is just one of many. And in fact, even though this is a vulnerability from probably more than a year ago, this particular vulnerability is still being used on different machines. I still see people trying to access devices on my network when you see that happen, and they're trying to use Log4j. They're hoping to find one machine that was not patched, that they could then use. And that I don't have one of those for you. So sorry, you're not getting it. You can imagine I have quite a bit of security on my side. Coming from a cybersecurity role and understanding what the bad guys can do to gain access, and looking at the security that has been on, I've worked on some of the largest networks in the world and some of the largest companies in the world. I've seen what their IT security is about. I've seen what they've done to protect their systems. And I think I've been able to shrink that down into a type of configuration that's very similar in functionality, but fits the size of our web server quite nicely, and everything else that we have behind the scenes. We have web servers, caching servers, database servers. There's a lot more out there. Load balancers, there's lots there we can work through. So you don't need, the point of that is you don't need to know the specifics of that particular vulnerability to be able to answer this question. This will apply really for any type of vulnerability. Let's see how you did with this one. The question again asks, and attackers attempted to use the well-known log4j vulnerability against a company's public web server, but the attack was blocked before it accessed the server. Which of the following logs would show this blocked data? Would it be web server, IPS, load balancer, device endpoints, or DNS? See how you did with this one. We'll stop the poll and see what answers are. Another good, strong set of answers, but are they the right answers? The question is one that certainly could point towards an IPS, and 80% of you chose that answer. But there are other answers here that you chose. 5% said DNS, 8% said web server, 3% said load balancer, and 1% said device endpoints. So let's see what we think the right answer is in this case. If we're getting a log and it's showing us a well-known vulnerability and it's telling us that it was able to be blocked before it accessed anything on the inside of our network, then that is very clearly in the role of an intrusion prevention system, an IPS. This is a very common scenario where we would have an IPS that is on the outside of our network. Often it is integrated into a next generation firewall these days. And it is sitting there and watching all of the inbound traffic to our network. This IPS knows what all of these well-known vulnerabilities are and understands what type of traffic would be seen if someone was attempting to take advantage of these known vulnerabilities. And because of that, we are now able to block it right there at the IPS, or the IPS function within the next generation firewall. That means that all of the logging there is going to be on that IPS, because that traffic never made it to the inside of your network. And because it never made it to the inside, it never hit the web server. It was never on a device endpoint, and it certainly in this particular case probably not be in the load balancer either. That's usually on the inside of your network as well. We also have DNS, domain name system. Your DNS server is a great place for certain types of security, and certainly there are a number of security features available.
With a breathtaking 268 horsepower, the all-new Audi A5 brings the thrill to every turn. Visit your Audi
In a DNS, but for this particular problem where it is a known vulnerability, it is being blocked before getting inside of your network, that falls very squarely into an intrusion prevention system, IPS, and that is exactly what we might have in this case. These days, and folks in the chat room are even mentioning this, that where do you even find an IPS these days? Well, you don't. IPSs these days are very unusual to find one that is a standalone system. Most often, an IPS is now a extra feature or function built into an existing next generation firewall. That's one of the benefits of next gen firewalls, is that this IPS functionality is inside of that single device. We don't have to have a separate unit, a separate device we would have to purchase, a separate device we would have to maintain, a separate device that's using power. There's a lot of advantages for having that functionality within a next generation firewall. And these days, you find it in many, many different kinds of firewalls. IDS, back in the day, there were original intrusion detection systems that were able to identify and alert on problems like this, but we're not able to block it. Obviously, that has limited functionality. There have been times when I have had customers that have wanted to integrate their next generation firewall. They've wanted to get alarms and alerts about these known vulnerabilities, but they did not want to block them. And there are a number of different reasons for that. Some people are concerned about blocking legitimate traffic. That's a valid concern. But these days you don't commonly see that type of false positive with a more modern IPS. And sometimes they are not allowed to. Sometimes the business themselves have said, we don't want you blocking anything, for better or worse. This is what happens sometimes. And so they will put the device into an intrusion detection mode where effectively they're logging everything, and they're of course looking at the reports on that, but they're not blocking anything. And maybe this is one where they just want to become more familiar with it, and then after collecting data over a couple of weeks, they'll start turning on the protection capabilities. It's nice to have that flexibility at least, and indeed in this case, that's exactly what blocked this traffic. It would be an IPS intrusion prevention system. That's what you would find on this particular network, certainly. Let's do one more. Let's do a couple more. We got a little bit of time here, and I think this would be a good one to do next on this list, where the question asks, a company assigned an MSA. Which of the following would be the most likely next step? Would it be perform a tabletop exercise, hire a third party for professional services, move the data center to a disaster recovery site, increase the throughput of the company's primary internet link, or no public comments about the contents of the document? We have 5 different scenarios there. A company assigned an MSA. Which of the following would be the most likely next step? Perform a tabletop exercise, hire a third party for professional services, move the data center to a disaster recovery site, increase the throughput of the company's primary internet link, or no public comments about the contents of the document. See if you know what the answer is on this one. Go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. We will see if you are familiar with this particular set of acronyms, or acronym. There's only one really in this list, isn't it? So we'll have to figure out the details of this, see if you are familiar. If you aren't familiar, just take a stab. Just take a guess. That's what you should be doing on the exam anyway. If you run into a question like this, is always guessing. Never leave anything out never leave anything blank on your exam. Not what you want to do there either. So make sure you're very familiar with the different options on your exam and how you should be working on your exam to get through it. Another good way to approach this one anyway. A lot of you locking in your answers a little bit slower on this one. No Googling. Stop with the Googling. We're going to pretend that Google does not exist. And on your exam, Google does not exist. So there you go. That's one where you may want to kind of break this one out just a little bit and see how you do with this. Right. I don't know what you're talking about. What? Google? I don't know what you mean. So we'll have to see how you do with this one. The question again asks, a company assigned an MSA. Which of the following would be the most likely next step? Is it to perform a tabletop exercise, hire a third party for professional services, move the data center to a disaster recovery site, increase the throughput of the company's primary internet link, or no public comments about the contents of the document? Let's see what you chose. I'm so curious. Let's find out how you did. Oh, we're all over the place. After your 80...
Before I could use my mind to move a submarine. Oxygas located in the forward compartment. Commencing emergency blow.
80% offerings, your 55%. We're now a little torn. In fact, we almost hit double digits for every single answer. 35% say hire a third party for professional services. That was the plurality of you that answered that one. We have 23% that say the answer is no public comments about the contents of the document. We have 19% that said perform a tabletop exercise. 11% said move the data to a disaster recovery site. And 9% said increase the throughput of the company's primary internet link. That is what we were looking for, and this is one of those fits this particular scenario of an MSA. Well, MSA stands for a Master Service Agreement. This is an agreement that is created initially that describes a broad set of contractual things that both sides want to have happen. It's something that sets a foundation for future contracts that are being created. So a lot of the hard work goes into the negotiations behind the MSA, because the MSA is one that we will use to perform a lot of other contracts on top of it. So we'll lock down, for example, we'll say that any future efforts with this particular contractual agreement would result in a 5% payment to company A. There you go. And by having that percentage locked in as part of the MSA, you can have other agreements between the companies, and everybody knows what that additional payment is going to be. Everybody knows there's a 5% difference. There's a 5% that needs to be paid there. So that's a very good example of how an MSA can streamline things later on, especially if you're trying to do something like a statement of work, an SOW. Very often you'll see a master service agreement and a statement of work sort of combined together. So the MSA is negotiated initially. Maybe we come up with your hourly payment over the next year is going to be $50 an hour, $100 an hour, $200 an hour, whatever it happens to be. You get to negotiate that. We're going to pay you $100 an hour for any services you provide for us in the next year. Great, we'll sign that. Everybody signed up, $100 an hour. We're locked in for a year. Now, we want to have somebody come in and perform some services. And it's going to take 10 hours to perform that service. We already know what that's going to cost because we have an MSA in place. We know that's 10 hours times $100 an hour. That's how much we need to pay. We refer to this more updated project-oriented set of tasks as a statement of work, SOW. Sometimes you'll refer to this as a work order, WO. So this will refer back to the MSA and say, we need you for 10 hours. We need you to perform a upgrade to our firewall. It's a 10-hour project, and it's based on the requirements that we built out of the MSA. Yes, done. We don't even have to sign and have another set of contracts back and forth. We simply sign the statement of work. Everybody agrees on what the work will be. The 10 hours is done. It's paid off at $100 an hour, and we're finished because we already have all of this paperwork in place. That's what we were looking for. A master service agreement is going to help us when we want to hire a third party for professional services. This is something that you will certainly be part of at some level when you're working in the world of IT security. You're going to third parties all the time for expertise and help. And you will either be the one that has helped negotiate the MSA, or you're the one that's writing the statement of work and bringing folks in to help you with your firewall upgrade, for example. It would not be no public comments about the contents of a document. Would be something along the lines of a non-disclosure agreement or an NDA, not an MSA. So unfortunately, the 23% of you that chose that one, you were probably thinking of a non-disclosure agreement instead. 19% said perform a tabletop exercise, which is certainly useful if you are going through the process of disaster recovery or you'd like to test some of your disaster recovery processes and procedures. That's useful, but it has nothing to do with a master service agreement. 11% of you said move the data center to a disaster recovery site. That means we had a disaster, we need to move everybody. That's a big deal, but it really is not associated with a master service agreement. And increasing the throughput of the company's primary internet link, we usually don't have a master service agreement associated with that because that implies that there will be additional sets of statements of work coming later. Usually that's a single contract. Let's increase the throughput, let's pick it up to a gig. Here's how much it will cost a year, and you're done.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today.
There's nothing more you need to do at that point. There's no additional services. There's no additional statements of work that need to be created. So in that case, it would not really apply to an MSA. The one here that would be the most likely next step would indeed be the one that 35% of you chose, hire a third party for professional services. That's the answer we were looking for. That one is absolutely correct. Well done. Well, it's a really good example of how some of these different acronyms, especially these contracts and other types of systems, are super valuable. And I think if you're someone who is getting into the world of trying to understand if you're ready to take this exam, then you indeed might want to go through the process of understanding if you really are ready. And one of the best ways you can do that is to test yourself. But you need to test yourself with questions that are written specifically in the same tone, the same style, the same complexity, the same difficulty level as the actual exam. And as I looked around the internet, I didn't find a lot of resources out there that matched that description. In fact, I found a lot of resources that were either outdated, asking information that wasn't even in the latest set of exam objectives, or in some cases, the answers were completely wrong. So what I thought I would do is create a set of questions that really did best represent the actual exam experience. And we did that with our Security Plus Practice Exams book. This is a 381-page book. This is a big book that is nothing but questions. 3 separate practice exams inside of this book. Each one of these practice exams has 90 questions in each one of them, the same as the actual CompTIA exam. There are 5 performance-based questions at the beginning of each of these. So in that 90 questions, 5 of them are performance-based, 85 of them are multiple choice, which again, very similar to the distribution you would get on an actual CompTIA exam. But the real part, the part that I find is probably the most important part, is that it has a similar look and feel to actual exam questions, and I added a few extra features. Let's do a question from my practice exams book, and I'll explain to you what I mean. In this question, same rules apply. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, we're going to look at this question on my practice exams book. This is from practice exam A on page 25. This is question A75 that asks, which cryptographic method is used to add trust to a digital certificate? Is it steganography, hash, symmetric encryption, or digital signature? So very much in the same feel and style as an actual exam. And one of the things that you'll notice in my practice exams book is there are not these odd answers being thrown in. Each of these answers is in the official exam objectives, which makes it a little bit more complex to be able to work through. Now, the answer to these, if you just want to know whether it's A, B, C, or D, you can flip over to page 33. Again, we're on page 25. But if you want the details, you'll go to page 113. That's one that's very useful. Now, this is a PDF, so if you did want to annotate some of this information, you're trying to make a note on the screen, or you think you know what the answer happens to be, you can either use your mouse or your stylus to update this. It's not locked down. You have complete control over what happens in this PDF. And in this PDF, I have built in a number of different features. You go back to that screen, there it is, a number of different features where you can simply jump straight to page 113. So I'm going to click the details, and it moves us immediately to page 113, where it repeats the question and the answers, and then it tells you that the answer is D, digital signature, and it tells you why this is the right answer. Not unusual to something you might find anywhere else. Part of my problem, though, with questions and answers like this, especially in these books and online resources, is that if I get the answer wrong, I'm often left with nothing. It doesn't really explain to me why I got the answer wrong. There's no feedback. It's almost like I've missed an opportunity to learn more about what I don't know. But in my book, every incorrect answer is fully documented. So you can go into this list and you can absolutely understand if you chose steganography, here's why it would not be steganography. If you chose hash, you know why the answer is not hash. If you chose symmetric encryption, now you know why the answer is not symmetric encryption. So this closes that loop, that learning loop, so that if you did get a question on your exam about steganography, or about hashing, or about symmetric encryption, you've now learned a little bit more about those topics just by going through this individual question. And that's why I often tell people, even if you chose D, digital signature, make sure you read through some of the other ones as well.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, King Soopers shoppers never compromise. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
A lot coming up on today's show. We'll get into the latest polls on 2026. Are Democrats just flailing around? How could they possibly win back power? Is there any shot at all? Maybe it could have to do with Republicans doing something incredibly stupid. We'll get to all of that first. Last week on the debut episode of Friendly Fire, we announced Daily Wire lifetime memberships. We mentioned only 10,000 exist. They're going fast, but here is something new. You can actually win a lifetime membership. Download that free Daily Wire Plus app in the App Store. Open the app, tap Explore, and then follow me. That enters you for a chance to win a lifetime membership. You'll also get alerts when I release new episodes, breaking news, live chat during the show, and much more. If you've already downloaded the app and followed, you're already entered. For everyone else, get to work. Download that Daily Wire Plus app and follow me today. Also, you can still order your signed copy of Lions and Scavengers right now only available at dailywire.com/shop. It's not just a book, it's a rallying cry against the lies poisoning Western civilization. Or coming up on the holiday season, these are excellent gifts for the real lions in your life. Don't wait to secure your signed copy. We've had massive demand for these, so you need to order right now. Go to dailywire.com/shop today. Well, Democrats have some major problems. We are about 1 year out from the midterm elections at this point, and it is worthwhile noting that in the Real Clear Politics polling average right now for 2026, Democrats are not in great shape in the generic congressional vote. According to Real Clear Politics, they are leading by about 1.6 points. That is about a year out, 1.6 points. Now, that is not very much at all. I mean, that is margin of error stuff. And in fact, every single poll over the course of the last month has the margin between 3 points Democrat and 1 point Republican. So there are no polls showing Democrats with a significant advantage on the 2026 generic congressional ballot. To give you a little bit of history here, just so you understand how these things stack up, in 2018, when Democrats had a great election, 2018, that was the off-year election in the first Trump term, Democrats netted 40 seats in the House and ended up taking the House by a significant majority. The Real Clear Politics polling average has had Democrats on election day in the generic congressional average up 8.4 points. Again, today it's like 1.6 points. In 2022, when Republicans won 9 seats, which was a very narrow victory for Republicans, the Real Clear Politics polling average had Republicans up 2.8 points. And there are significantly fewer competitive battleground districts this time around, thanks to both redistricting and population movement. According to Cook Political, there are effectively 8 seats that are Republican toss-up seats held by Republicans, but could theoretically move Democrat. There are 10 Democrat toss-up seats, including seats in California, Maine, New York, Ohio, and Texas. So what does that mean? Well, it means that this could be an unbelievably close election at best for Democrats, and there is the significant possibility, if redistricting does in fact occur in Texas, that Republicans retain the House. Democrat chances right now are plummeting. And part of that is because they have no narrative whatsoever. They have major problems on their hands. So they trotted out this No Kings protest over the weekend. They got some 7 million people to show up. Now, the thing about gigantic mass protests like this is if they have no crossover appeal, it makes no difference at all. Remember, 7 million people, if you look at the popular vote in 2024, then what you notice is that Kamala Harris won some 75 million votes. So getting 7 million Kamala Harris voters out into the streets to be angry at President Trump, that doesn't mean anything. Right? That's less than a tenth of the number of people who actually voted for Kamala Harris. How many
Yo, Aaliyah or T, if you're available right now, I'm talking with James, and we were talking about the Security Plus PBQs. Wondering if you could come out to the breakout room real quick and talk about them, because I take the Security Plus tomorrow. So,
and the evidence of that exists, but it is starting to wane. There is evidence that Democrats are animated to vote. In excess of 70% of Democrats are saying they are animated to vote in 2026. For Republicans, it's in the mid-50s, but those numbers are likely to close before the election. And the more performative Democrats look, the more they just seem tired and gray and old, and like they got nothing in the tank. For example, Nancy Pelosi, who is now 176 years old and remembers the Battle of Antietam. Yesterday, she did a little bit of a social media video where she broke a crown in order to show there were no kings. This is a lady who has been in Congress longer than most kings reign on their thrones, and who is worth over $100 million. And she is going to be talking about the oligarchs and the kings. Nancy Pelosi, ventures a clacking.
I'm going to tear off the crown.
She's good at tearing things up as long as those things have approximately the durability of paper. Remember, she tore up the President Trump's State of the Union during his first term, and now she is tearing up crowns that are apparently tinsel she bought from Party City. Nicole Wallace over at MSNBC, which is the fan network for the No Kings rallies, she says this opposition, the thing about this opposition is that it's opposition led by the people. No, it's not. It's opposition led by a bunch of grassroots, astroturfed organizations like labor unions and the Communist Party USA. Here's Nicole Wallace trying to make fetch happen.
The No Kings protests clearly getting deep under Donald Trump's skin over the weekend. But more importantly, the protests show the contours of a new opposition in America, one led by the people. According to the organizers, 7 million people came out to protest Donald Trump on Saturday. More than 100,000 people marched in New York City. In Chicago, the march at one point stretched 22 blocks, but the protests were hardly confined to big cities in blue states.
Well, I mean, they were mostly confined to people who voted for Kamala Harris. Again, if you can spot me 10 people, we're now doing the biblical story of Sodom and Gomorrah here. If you can find me 10 people who are registered Republicans who voted for Donald Trump in the last election cycle in those crowds, I will be very, very surprised.
Because it will help you if you happen to run into those topics on your actual exam. And if you just don't know anything about any of this, if the terms don't make sense, if you don't recognize the data, if you're trying to figure out what a digital signature really is, there is a link at the bottom. If you have the physical book, those QR codes are built into the physical book. There they are at the bottom. And you can go straight to the video that explains and describes this particular question. This is from Objective 1.4, Hashing and Digital Signatures. That is exactly where you would go. And if you just want to type it in, I have a quick link that you can type in to get to that same video. And once you're done, many of you may not even know this, in your PDF reader, you have the option to have a back button. Mine does. It takes me right back to where I started. And I can go to the next question that's on my list. That is my practice exams book. It is available on my website. There's a PDF version. That's the one we just saw. And there's a digital version. By the way, if you purchase any of the digital versions, you get or if you get the physical version, you get the digital version for free. So you can download that immediately while you're waiting on that to be delivered. And if you purchase more than one of these, for example, you purchase the course notes and the practice exams together, there's a little bit of a cost break. It's a little bit, you save a little bit of money. Those are all available on my website. Go to professormesser.com/securitype for more information. Well, one of the things that you've noticed throughout this study group is there has been a constant amount of references to the CompTIA exam objectives. This is the official set of objectives that is provided by CompTIA. And this is important because it tells you everything you need to know about being able to answer questions from this particular exam. So if you're ever wondering, do I know everything I need to know before walking into that exam room? Have I studied every topic that is expected of me? And what are the topics that are expected of me? You might start when you're working through it and be able to understand more about what the different topics are that you need to study. You might want to do that before you start your studies. It's in the exam objectives. This also, by the way, is available for free. So go to professormesser.com/objectives. You can use that link to go to the CompTIA website, or you can go to your favorite search engine and type in CompTIA exam objectives. That would be a great place to go to be able to download this latest set of Security Plus.
With using Lawmatics, we're able to get someone called, consulted, retained, and paid for in a few hours.
What would you do if you were not afraid of falling? Genesis. Powerful actives for dual action. Minus 97% hair fall. Never be afraid of falling. Kerastase.
Exam objectives. It is a valuable tool. Make sure you put that into your toolbox for your studies. That will be something that can help you quite a bit when you get to that point. We do one of these study groups for Security Plus every month. We do have study groups already scheduled for December because this is a holiday season. You'll notice that our study groups for December are all happening there near the beginning of the month. For example, our A+ study groups are on December the 2nd and December the 6th, an unusual Monday-Friday pairing. We have our Network Plus study group on December the 10th, and our Security Plus study group is currently scheduled for December the 12th. Another thing that I'll also mention is that these dates can sometimes change. So always check the calendar that is on our site. Go to professormesser.com/calendar, and you'll be able to know exactly when the next event is going to be. If I need to change this, I change it in the calendar first. I also change it in our Discord events channel. So both of those are always updated in tandem so that if anything ever changes, you will be the second one to know. And you'll be able to go out there and know immediately if we're still having the study group on that day or if that day happened to move. And If you're watching this video months from now, then you'll certainly want to go to professormesser.com/calendar, find out when our next live event is going to be. Well, speaking of live events, we've made it through an hour of this study group, but don't worry, there's more to come. Stay right where you are, do not move. We will be starting our after show in just a few moments, where you will be able to ask me any question you happen to have about technology, certifications, or really anything that you happen to have on your mind. Stick around for that. Don't forget about our connections to our other locations at professormesser.com/Twitter and professormesser.com/Instagram to get your weekly Security Plus pop quiz question. We also have our professormesser.com/YouTube channel. That's where all of our Security Plus videos are. If you really want to help us out here, one of the ways you can do that without spending a dime is just subscribe to our channel. Go out to professormesser.com/YouTube. We'd love to have you be part of that community. And of course, we're adding new videos out there all the time. We've also got our vouchers and exam hacks ebook on our site. Learn more about that at professormesser.com/vouchers. And we have course notes available there as well. All the links there on your screen. These are ways that not only can you take advantage of our absolutely free training course that we have available, but also give you ways that you might want to help us, help others in the IT industry get their job or get a better job. Well, that brings us to the end of this first hour. Stick around for our after show. Thank you so much for being here. We will see you next time on the Security Plus Study Group. Okay. Take a sip. Let's bring up the after show details, and we can get you to submit some questions for the after show. This is the part where first I don't have to do a lot of prep. It takes me about half a day to create all of the questions and everything that you saw in that first hour. One of the things that's nice is now I can have questions from you that we can answer. We can go to that by visiting that same link. If you go to professormesser.com/QA, you will see on that link, there's a sign, a message, a notice, and it says you can submit questions for the second hour of the study group at any time. We will be moderating questions during the session, so your contribution may not appear immediately. But I will be able to go through all of those submissions, and you're able to ask anything you would like as part of that QA. You simply go to the link on your screen, professormesser.com/QA, and you will be able to answer or at least submit your question that I can look through and perhaps eventually find your way into and answer this on our live stream. I think this would be good as we are working through the details. The number of you are putting in some great questions in here, by the way. Let's start with one that deals more with timing, more with details for this. So make sure you are familiar with these. We're going to start with one. Let's go to this one from Mark. Mark says, I just finished the first of the 5 modules for the course. I'm a couple of videos into the second module. Since my wife and I are expecting our first child in April, congratulations, I hope to take the Security Plus exam beforehand. Not a bad idea. That is a very good planning because you're going to be kind of busy after April. So in March, that's a perfect time to take the exam. He says, do you think this timing is feasible? Any study tips or advice? So I do think it's feasible. I would say on average, I tend to see folks taking their Security Plus certification, and it takes them generally between 2 and 3 months to study for that particular exam. So let's assume the holidays are coming up, so we may extend that out. Maybe it's more like 3 months instead of 2 months. But even then, as we sit here at close to the end of November, we got December, January, February. And that certainly fits into your time frame of wanting this to be done in the March time frame. I think that fits very, very nicely. And as long as you have these beautiful quiet times that are available, you can do your preparation, get the nursery all set up, have all of the
When it comes to economy, each game that I've seen has their own in-game currency.
Children normally invest a lot of money into aesthetics, into cosmetic packs, into the in-game items that makes them stand out.
Parents prefer to give their kids a credit card, thinking that what can happen? It's $1.
You can't really forbid it, right? You can't say to the kids, no gaming for you. Because if his colleagues, if his peers play, and he doesn't play, you'll be like, you're out. Right, everybody, welcome back to our new episode of our podcast, Cybercrime from the Frontline.
Baby showers, you've got events that are going on, and you want to be sure you take care of your wife as much as possible during this particular time. You do have a piece of jewelry or something for the birthday, right? The hospital birth, right? Just a little tip for all you kids that are having their first kid. Make sure you give your wife something really awesome when she has just created life for you in the hospital. Just putting it in context for you, nothing you would plug in. This cannot be electrical, cannot be an oven, may not be a food, cannot be a meat slicer. You don't want to, it's not a new dishwasher. That's not what we're talking about. Something for her. Something that is something for mom. Not for mom and baby, for mom. That's my little marital, that's my marriage live stream. We're doing that one next. Marriage tips from Professor Messer. Okay, so back to this though. I think your timing is good. I think you've now got a well-structured time to be able to sit down and really focus on getting your studies done. So of course you would do a lot of important things here. You would get your books, your videos, maybe some labs, perhaps some practice questions. Use all of those to be able to be ready to take this exam. I think if someone is working along the lines of earning their Security Plus certification, it does take a lot of study. Some of this information is interesting to read through. There's interesting stories that go along with it. There's not a lot of great stories about master service agreements. There's not a lot of interesting topics. So some of it does get a little bit dry at times, but it's still important information you need to know for your exam. So you want to be sure you are ready for whatever scenario that might bring. I think your timing is good. Congratulations on what will be an exciting time in your life. It is. People tell you it's life-changing when you have your first kid, because it is, but you just don't understand just how life-changing it really, and in the best possible way. So congratulations and best of luck with that, and thank you for the question. Let's do some more questions in here. There was one that came through I thought was pretty good. And in fact, I want to find this before I bring these details up. I, of course, have my course available here. So when people ask questions that we might want some visual feedback on, I want to be able to give you that visual feedback. And I think if you are ever in a scenario where you're trying to kind of break down some of these challenges, this is the one that I wanted to bring to you based on this question. So if we go to this question, this is from one of my favorite people who is anonymous. And anonymous says, can you explain what a birthday attack is? Birthday attack is not when somebody shows up to your birthday party that was not invited, something different. We'll talk about it. I read the CompTIA Security Plus official study guide and watched your Security Plus playlist. I'm still having a bit of trouble understanding it fully. Thank you. Well, there's nobody better you can ask than someone you've already watched the video from, completely missed on the video. So we're going to give it a shot anyway and see how you do with this one. Let me bring up my details for a birthday attack, because if you think about a birthday attack offhand, it doesn't make sense. But then once you think about it more, it does make sense. I hope that's been very helpful for you. This is one that it says if you have a classroom of 23 students, 23 people that are in there, what is the chance of 2 students sharing a birthday? And interestingly enough, of these 23 students, the chance is 50%. Just about, just under. Maybe it's just over, but it's around 50%. If you had 30 people in the class, the chance goes up to 70%. Now, looking at a classroom of 23 students, you're thinking there's not going to be much of a choice, but it's not you having the same birthday as one other person. It's that, do you have the same birthday as 23 other people? That increases the percentage quite a bit. And if there's 30 people in the class, all 30 have a chance to match with any of the other 30. And that's why the chance goes up to 70%. Now, the reason we have this thing called a birthday attack, and the reason we mention that particular interesting and not completely obvious statistical piece of information, is that it goes back to cryptography. Because if you have this similar scenario in cryptography where you're trying to create a unique hash, and you find that the hash is one that can be duplicated with different entries because of the statistics associated with that, we refer to that as a hash collision. We were talking about collisions earlier in that first hour of the study group. So sometimes an attacker will go through this process of trying to identify a hash collision so that they can take advantage of that by creating their own certificates, performing their own digital signatures, and performing it in a way that would verify the digital signature is valid, but in reality, it was created due to a hash collision. And so that's why the term birthday attack is so important and why we bring that up as part of what we do. That's why it is not so straightforward. If you were just thinking, do I have the same birthday as someone else in the room?
With King Soopers same-day pickup and delivery, it's easy to shop the same in-store prices and have your groceries brought right to you, so you never compromise on what matters most. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Well, that's a relatively low percentage. But when you look at every other person in the room, maybe matching to every other person in the room, that's why the numbers go up. So it's not very obvious. You're absolutely right. It is a challenge to kind of break that down and figure out the details, but a birthday attack is mentioned in the CompTIA exam objectives, and you should absolutely be familiar with it and how it is applied into the world of cryptography. We only need to know it at a very high level. We don't need to know the math behind it. We don't need to know the algorithms that are used to calculate it. We don't even have to spell out what the formula looks like. Although it's interesting, if you were to Wikipedia birthday attack, a lot of great statistics in there, a lot of great formulas are in there, and you will immediately know whether this is something you want to learn more about or not, because it really goes into a lot of detail. So fortunately, thankfully, on the Security Plus exam, you don't need to know the math. You just need to understand how the math is applied. Which, by the way, is basically my life. I don't understand how cars work under the hood, necessarily. Certainly not these days. I used to be able to keep up when they were just carburetors, and we could have fuel injectors, and we had spark plugs. I was with you. These days, I have no idea. But I don't need to know. So this is another scenario where you don't need to know the cryptography or behind it. You don't need to know the formulas, but you do need to know how it is used, how it is applied. So pretty useful to have that. So birthday attacks, that's why we have that option for birthday attacks. That's why we deal with understanding birthday attacks, and that's why it's part of the exam objective. So thank you for that question. Let's do some more in this list. We'll keep going down the list of the ones that you're reading here. We got a couple, and see if that is the case. I've got a lot in the questions you are sending. So if you would like to submit a question into this list, I would be glad to look at them. Simply send it to the link that's at the top of your screen when you visit professormesser.com/QA tab, right there at the top, where you can submit all of those. We talked about this a little bit in our question earlier, but I'm going to give you a little more detail here. I may be able to even pull a few things up that we can look at. Mark asks, can modern security tools employed by organizations detect if one of their users is trying to circumvent their URL filter settings by using an open proxy? And I gave you a little bit of that story at the end of that question, but I really wasn't able to go through a lot of detail. So let me give you a scenario where we generally saw most of these happening, where environments obviously where there was a lot of filtering going on. Now in many organizations, I would say most organizations, certainly large public and private corporations, there does not tend to be a lot of filtering. Very often, an organization has a philosophy around filtering data. They may say that our network is completely open. You can go to any website you want on the internet. The only thing that we might filter out are things that we might consider to be inappropriate for work. And that might be, in some cases, not even that. Some companies just have it open and available, and they rely on the managers of people on those networks to be able to properly manage their people. And that's usually how most organizations work, quite honestly. But there are certain organizations that want to have more control of this. And when you get into organizations that do a lot of filtering, a very good example of this is organizations like a school system, K through 12 here in the United States, which would be your primary, intermediate, and secondary school systems up until high school graduation. And those school systems don't just filter, they are mandated by law to provide filters that will prevent students from going to harmful websites. Websites that might have weapons, might have inappropriate content, might have adult type content, might have gambling information. These are things that we don't want our kids to filter and search through when they're at school. But we do want them to be able to visit educational sites, visit sites dealing with news stories, things that will help them on their educational journey. So URL filtering is a type of content filtering that can be used to do that. And I mentioned earlier there's groupings of these. So we would group together all of the URLs that deal with sports, and that would be one category, and we can tell our URL filtering either allow people to visit a site dealing with sports or filter out and prevent someone from visiting a site with sports. Do the same thing with gambling. Do the same thing with shopping. Do the same thing with weapons. So you've got a lot of different filters and categories that can be used for something like that. Now this question specifically asked about an open proxy. Now how do you know if somebody is visiting an open proxy? Open proxies are generally something you would access from your browser. And from let's see if we can find something that is a relatively benign open proxy scenario. The first thing I will tell you is open proxies are very insecure environments, because the open proxy is a middleman. They are sitting in the middle of a conversation, which means they can inject and add or modify any of the data that is being sent to your device. That means they could inject anything into that data flow, and that certainly becomes an issue. Now there are open proxy sites and sites that deal with open proxies on the internet all the time. Let me give you an example of one of these. So please do not visit any of these. Almost all of them have some insecurity associated with them and could certainly infect your device if you were to connect to those. But there are sites that list out open proxy servers. They give you the IP address, the port number, and you can access it with your browser. So that's a really good example of how a student can easily search for an open proxy, use that IP address, connect to the open proxy, and circumvent the security tools on the network. So how would a security administrator now manage and prevent this open proxy?
Before I could use my mind to move a submarine.
Oxygas located in the forward compartment. Commencing emergency blow.
Before I knew I was different. Before I understood what nuclear truly meant.
Use on a network. One of the benefits of a next generation firewall is that it can understand not just port numbers, not just IP addresses, but it can also understand the application itself. Down to the level where some next generation firewalls can understand a sub-use of an application. For example, if you're going to Facebook, you could allow someone to view Facebook, but you could also tell your next generation firewall, prevent anybody from posting on Facebook. So it's a very good example of how they aren't filtering Facebook out completely. They're allowing you to view that information, but you're not able to post to Facebook. Because the next generation firewall not just understands, oh, you went to Facebook, that's Facebook communication, but I can change what you're able to do in that application because I am a next generation firewall. Same thing applies to open proxies. There are many different types of open proxies using different protocols and different methods, but many next generation firewalls will have a group of 20, 25, 50 different open proxy applications that they understand. And you can simply say, enable that open proxy, but disable that one and disable that one and disable that one. And it doesn't matter what IP address it's located at. It doesn't matter what port number it's using. Next generation firewalls don't care about your port number. They don't care about your IP address. They know the application itself. And so they are able to simply block that open proxy application because they know what that open proxy application looks like when it's going across the network. Really a remarkable technology, and one that when it was first released, nobody believed. Nobody believed that technology could do that. And now it's just normal. It's sort of how most new technologies work, isn't it? Very good example of where you would run into and filter out open proxies, which is different than filtering out URLs. In reality, you probably want to combine those things together because at some point, someone will categorize that open proxy, but in the meantime, we want to block it however we can, and that's perfect for a next generation firewall. Let's keep going through this list of questions that you have sent. A lot of good stuff here. Going to filter through it. If you would like to add your question to this list, you can always do it by visiting the link on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA, and you can lock in your question, or at least submit your question, and I'll be able to see it down here at this. And this very good example. Let's see. And in fact, your firewall. A lot of folks in the chat room are going, well, does that work with Tor? What about VPNs? Does next generation firewall, can it identify when it's Tor traffic, which is the onion router, TOR? Can it identify Tor traffic? Is that different than someone who's using 1.1.1.1 VPN? Is that different than NordVPN? Is that different than pick another VPN? Yes, it can. Many next generation firewalls can recognize broadly VPN usage, and in many cases, the specific VPN application that's being used. So you
all right, just got done with Sec Plus overview. How are y'all doing?
Security controls, by the way.
Y'all good? Did y'all take a break? Y'all seniors, y'all probably took care of y'all on break.
Doesn't have
That's what I'm talking about.
And then you
good to go.
But if you're blocking the VPN, you can't use that. You're blocking the.
I need to take one. I didn't take. Yep, senior citizens. Y'all are seniors. I don't have to worry about y'all.
When working through that, you're limited. Next generation firewalls are.
I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. But y'all need anything from me?
Yeah, we're good.
Adjust and prevent almost any type of traffic that you're looking to prevent. Very, very powerful being able to make that happen. That was one of the funnest products to represent as a Palo Alto Network Systems engineer. That was just every time you walked in the door. Could you imagine having this device that had complete visibility of everything? It saw everything on the network. And now imagine bringing that into a company, a large corporation that has never had this on their network before, and plugging it in for the first time. Oh, the stories that I could give you of what we were able to see on people's network. Maybe some of you watching were some of the folks I was talking to at the time. Yep, we all know, right? One of the great parts is we would have it run we'd set it up, have it run through their network traffic, their internet traffic. We go to lunch, we come back. So it's only about an hour and a half has gone by. And there was a thing we could do on the firewall to create a report that would summarize everything that it saw during that time frame. I plugged it into an application that we wrote internally to kind of summarize the high points. It would pick out all of the things that were red flags and just presented them in one document. It was remarkable in what it was able to find. We would usually see the stuff very quickly though. All the stories.
Do you take this woman and her USAA membership to have car insurance and home insurance, life insurance and banking from this day forward?
I do.
I do too.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
Undo your flu symptoms with NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best thing with the flu, medicine.
And we have interesting things. We've seen people fired while we were standing there for the things that they were doing on the network. We have found attackers that were inside the network already that were doing things. We found people doing illegal things on the network, and I think they're probably still in prison today. So those are sort of a common standard day for someone who's working in the world of IT security then. So that's just something that you would run into all the time. Certainly an important part of that. And something you have to think about. If you're planning to get into this line of work, you will occasionally run into something that is a little untoward. It is a little bit non-standard. And in some cases, it is something that might be illegal. You find yourself very quickly understanding your responsibility and how it is used to law enforcement in your particular organization. So you're often working with the legal team within your company, human resources, the other folks in IT management, and in some cases it just becomes awkward and difficult. And if it's something that's simply someone's at work and they're looking at adult materials, okay, that's embarrassing and in some cases kind of funny, but it's not bad, unless it is bad. And then it becomes illegal, and then it becomes a much bigger problem. So you do run into those things very often. You need to be prepared for that if you're planning to get into the world of IT security, because it's an important part of this, and you are doing something good by resolving that particular issue. So you can feel good about yourself. Because a lot of people felt bad when things like that would happen. And say, oh, no, you didn't do the bad thing. You did the good thing. You just have to keep that in mind. Let's keep going through this list of questions that you have sent. I'm just going down memory lane here, so you have to put me back on track to the questions that you are asking. Let's do this one. This is a pretty good one. You could probably even give me some suggestions, you out there who are listening. This question's another question from my good friend Anonymous, who asks, as someone who just started getting into this field, what are some beginner-friendly projects that I can do? I think these are really good things to think about, not just for your own learning process and understanding some of the topics that you're going through when looking at Security Plus, but I think it's something that can also help you when you finally get into that interview where you need to talk to somebody about the things you have done. One of my favorite home projects dealing with security is to install a firewall that is much more capable than the home office, small office firewall that you happen to have at home. I think many people at our homes have that all-in-one box. It is in some cases, it's your modem to your internet service provider. Very often it's separate, but many times your internet service provider gives you a single device. And that single device can be your modem, say a cable modem, for example, technically a CSU, DSU, but that's a different question for a different time. So you got your modem. It's also a router, because it's performing network address translation and layer 3 routing in that device. It also has switch ports on the back of it. It's also a switch. So we got a switch in that device as well. It's already 3 things. It's 3 things. You've also got some other you've got wireless access point built into that device. That's 4 things. You've got content filtering is usually in that device. URL filtering. It's 5 different things. Sometimes an IPS is inside of it. I'm counting 6. So there's sometimes QoS, so it can do quality of service, packet prioritization. There's 7 things. So you can keep adding on to this all in one box. Part of the problem with these boxes, though, is they do all of this. It is a limited amount of functionality. And if you were to look at the configuration, it's a limited amount of information that it gives you and practically no logging. So it may be preventing hundreds or thousands of attacks every day to your network. And undoubtedly it is. Do you ever see that? You do not. You never see that list that is coming through. I would bet in that list of attacks that's being blocked that there's some stories there. Wouldn't it be great just to have that number so that you could be in a meeting with someone, you could be in an interview, and they tell us about a project you've done recently. Oh, let me tell you about the new firewall that I installed onto my network. And by new firewall, I really mean one that is available for you to download and install from a website. We can find there's a number of open source firewalls out there. All you have to do is search for open source firewall. One of the ones that probably would be a great choice for you is pfSense. Now I say great choice, not because pfSense is better or not than anything else that's out there, but it has been around for so long that it is well supported in the industry. And if you're working with installing a firewall for the first time, you may want to do this. Now there are appliances that you can get, not just virtual appliances in the cloud, but you can get actual appliances. There are companies that make firewalls, physical firewalls that are running pfSense. This is one from Netgate, for example. But you don't need to do that. You can run pfSense on your own equipment or even in a VM. So there are other ways that you can implement this technology. But if you have an older system sitting around, and you can use that one as your pfSense firewall. One of the great things about pfSense is I flip around their website real quick. So they have a lot of different options and a lot of different things you can use to plug in and use. But they also have an option you can build your own. They tell you exactly what's required to build your own firewall. What are, in fact, very minimum requirements. The recommended requirements are at least a 1 gigahertz CPU and 1 gigabyte of RAM. I think you could probably do that with an old system you might have sitting around. They give you options for how much that's going to work. If you have that, how much throughput you can get through the firewall. They even give you an option for using this on FreeBSD so that you can install it and it works perfectly right out of the box. So a great thing to use on that website. Go to the pfSense website to find out details for that, and you can then download it and install it on your system. But what's great about pfSense is that it has...
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, King Soopers shoppers never compromise. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Our game changer for sleep that stays is here. Garnier presents the T-Slick and Stay Serum. Shake it, heat it. Patented water-resistant technology, lockable frizz and humidity. Ultra glassy sleep that stays up to 5 washes. For T-Slick and Stay System by Garnier.
A lot of functionality and tons of logging and reporting on that device. It also allows you to integrate other capabilities within it. One common combination is to have pfSense as the firewall and Snort as the IPS. And that way you can have both of those running at the same time on the device, going to the logs on that device where you can keep track. How many times has someone tried to hit your network with that particular vulnerability? And over a 24-hour period, how many times is that? You can almost set up an entire talk in your interview when somebody asks, tell us about a project you're working on. Oh, last month, I installed new software, a firewall software. I installed pfSense. I grabbed an old machine. We installed it on this. I plugged it in. I set it up this way. I configured my internet modem to be passed through instead of routed. It went right into pfSense, and you won't believe what I found. And then you get to talk about all of the reports and all of the attacks and what the IPS was able to find. And the time you found a legitimate attack and you happen to find a false positive on the IPS, and here's what you did to identify it as a false positive. These are security tasks that we perform constantly on some of the largest networks in the world, but now you're doing it at a home level with effectively the same type of technology, just in home type of traffic. But you're seeing similar things. you're seeing vulnerability attacks, you're seeing how much throughput, you can control different types of data going through your network, you can set up filters and blocks and VPNs and IPsec tunnels and just keep going. Which is, by the way, exactly what that company's next generation firewall does for them. So there are ways that you can link these things back. And if you are able to talk about this project that you did with the firewall, and somebody's trying to hire someone who is at least familiar with firewalling, that's a good match. And I think if you're trying to get your foot in the door, it's good to have these stories. Other people in the chat room were talking about other types of projects for security that you might want to be interested in doing. Some folks like to do projects where they're doing sort of a hacking style project. This is a bit different than a traditional IT security administrator, which is more of a defensive blue team. The hacking side of things, where you're performing the actual hack, is more of a red team and attacking type scenario. But it is fun, and you do learn a lot about what the attackers are doing so that you can then better set up a way to prevent those attacks from occurring. Why do we need to turn on the IPS? I know exactly why. Why do we need to configure malware detection within the firewall? I'll tell you why. Because if you have that experience, you can apply it back to the defensive side of things as well. Those would be fun to go through. So there are a lot of great box hacking type services on the internet that you can do all from a browser. Those are also a lot of fun. Some people mentioned building a honeypot. Those are, I would temper that with an understanding of what you are doing when you are installing a honeypot. It's not something you necessarily want to put on your local network. Primarily because if somebody does gain access to the honeypot, an attacker finds their way onto the honeypot, and the honeypot has a vulnerability, the attacker could potentially find themselves inside of your entire network. And that's not what you're trying to do with a honeypot. So although that would be interesting to have a log of that honeypot, I think that may be a task best fit for something like a cloud-based environment. So that may be something to consider. Setting up a honeypot is not an easy thing either. They are relatively complex to set up compared to some of these other things we've already talked about. But once you have them running, they certainly are interesting. And you never know what you may be able to find once you see those logs coming in. There are also some great open logs on the internet of people that are already running honeypots. You may want to look for some of those that may give you some perspective of what you might be able to find. But already, if you're doing pfSense and Snort, that is a great 1-2 punch. That may be a great security project you could work on immediately and be able to create some reports, find out more information about what's going through your network, or see how much of these attackers you're already preventing just by running the reports on your pfSense firewall. Let's do some more questions. I know we're getting near the top of the hour. I want to get through as many as possible. So let's do that. We'll keep going through that list. Here's another one. I think this next question is one that I would like to answer with some existing information. So I'm going to quickly do a couple of searches on my side, just so I have an example of this. This is also a common question that comes up about risk appetite and risk.
Dear Savvy, who says you can't have it all? You've got the tech, you've got the drive, and now you've got Toyota value. Toyota, let's go.
Tolerance. This is, and I'm going to give this answer to you, or sort of this description to you, in the best way that I can kind of think of, and you can sort of run with this as we go. This is again from my good friend Anonymous, who asks, can you give tips on how to know exactly when a question is asking for risk tolerance or risk appetite? I often can't tell the two definitions apart. Me either. I think most people are in that scenario where trying to understand the terms and how they fit into this world can be complex at times. Broadly, I do have a slide in my video course that talks about risk appetite and how you're trying to determine what is acceptable from a risk perspective. And that is before you start acting on it, how much of this risk can you really accept? That is the appetite for this. The risk tolerance is what the variance of this might be. Those are very generic terms for risk appetite and risk tolerance, and quite honestly, in that context, don't tell you a lot. So let's use it in an example. Let's go drive in our car. Let's go down the highway, and let's say this highway has a speed limit of 55 miles an hour. This is what the government in your area, whether it's your state, local, federal government, has set this as the upper limit as to what is allowed on this particular highway. They've decided that the best possible speed that gets you where you need to go, but maintains safety in this particular road, is 55 miles an hour. If you go 55.1 miles an hour, you've broken the law. How many people do you think have received a ticket for 55.1 miles an hour? Not a lot. Probably very few. Only in the worst possible cases, I guess. In fact, 56 miles an hour, you're probably not going to get a ticket. And in fact, I would say if you were on a road that had a 55 mile an hour speed limit, you're probably able to go a little bit faster than 55 miles an hour, but still not receive a ticket. So you've technically exceeded the risk appetite for that particular road. You are breaking the law, but there's no downside to this. Nobody's taking any action yet. But at some point, when you reach 57 miles an hour, 58 miles an hour, somewhere in there is going to be a line, an invisible line that you cross, where suddenly you get the attention of the local constable. Suddenly the highway patrol is aware that you are exceeding the speed limit more than what they like, more than what their tolerance is on the network. They're able to tolerate quite a bit from you. They're able to tolerate 56 miles an hour. They're able to tolerate 57 miles an hour. But their risk tolerance is hit when you hit 65 miles an hour. Maybe at that point they start pulling people over. And so that is risk tolerant. You're well above. You took the risk. We hit that risk value 10 miles per hour ago. But we really didn't take action until we hit the final risk tolerance level. And in fact, that risk tolerance might change. Maybe we find out another Log4j type vulnerability, but this time with Apache web server was found. Well, now everybody's got to patch their Apache web server. Our risk tolerance drops quite a bit at that point. We are not going to allow any bad traffic to come into our web server. We need to patch it as soon as possible, and we're going to watch it and make sure the bad guys get in there. But what if it is just a normal day? There's no known vulnerabilities. We might do our normal updates every week, every 2 weeks, our patches every month. But if something suddenly shows up, our risk tolerance certainly changes. We might want to patch much quicker. Same thing for our driving. We might decide that if it's raining, the police officer is going to want you to go a lot slower than you normally would. They have a different risk tolerance during the rain than they do when it is daytime and sunny. So take those different terms of risk tolerance and risk appetite and apply them into that mix. There is context there. There is also variability with this. It may not be a line that you can draw in the sand, but it is certainly something that we use to determine how quickly we react to certain risky environments. And I think you wanted to put it into the world of IT. I think a 0 day is a good example of how that risk.
This is a team feeling zen. And these are the Dell PowerEdge servers that make them feel that way. They take care of themselves. So the team can spend less time stressing and more time growing their business.
With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save.
Oh, I think your hat just switched.
Tolerance can change depending on what's going on in the world. Suddenly, you're not doing your monthly update. You're patching that server right now because you're very concerned about what might happen with that particular bad vulnerability that's out there. We have top of the hour. We can fit in at least one more question. Let's keep going through this list and see what different options you have. Thank you, by the way, for sending these in. For those of you that visited ProfessorMesser.com/QA, you are indeed the ones adding this information to the mix and being able to have this here. Let's see if others that we have in this list are something we might want to break down for you. Let's talk a little bit about renewing certifications. And this is from Kenson, who asks, Professor, just passed my exam last week. Thanks for your help. I know I have 3 years to renew. Should I start collecting CEUs from now, or should I wait until I'm closer to the date? Well, this is one that a lot of us think about, especially right after we get certified. For those of you that have not gotten certified with your Security Plus, and first, congratulations, Kenson, on your Security Plus certification. One of the things that we think about right after getting our cert is that the clock is suddenly ticking, because your certification is good for 3 years from the date when you passed your exam. Now, that means that after that 3-year period is up, if you have not renewed your cert, it now becomes worthless. It now is no longer a valid certification. So many people will continue to renew their Security Plus without having to take the exam again. I guess you could take the exam again. That is certainly a valid form of renewal. Boy, that's the hardest way to renew a cert ever. So I don't necessarily recommend that, especially when there are much easier ways to renew a certification. One of the easy ways that a lot of people think about is collecting continuing education units, CEUs. Continuing education units are the sort of the generic currency for renewing a certification on the CompTIA website. So if you go over to the CompTIA.org, right at the top they have a continuing education section. And in the continuing education section, they take you and step you through how do you renew? What do you need to know? What is the process? What is the path? And then how do you submit CEUs? But it's not the only way to renew your
everybody, let's take 10 minutes.
There are a number of different ways to renew your cert that do not require you to take the exam again, and they do not require you to collect CEUs. Now, in the video description of this video, the YouTube video description on YouTube of this video, there is a link to one of the videos I created called How to Renew Your A+ Network Plus or Security Plus certification in just a few hours. And it describes the process of using CertMaster CE, which is an online computer-based training program that steps you through all of the new things in the certification, tests you online, and if you answer all of the questions correctly, you renew your cert. So it's a little bit easier and indeed much faster than simply collecting CEUs here and there for different things that you do. Now, if you're someone who is in the industry, you're already working in security, you're already familiar with visiting trade shows, participating in live events, you've gone to a number of webinars, you've gone to some additional training sessions, you may be able to collect CEUs just by part of what you do normally during the day. And so you may not need to get CertMaster CE, you may not need to take another exam, you can just collect these CEUs based on the things that you would normally do. But for other folks who are not in that position, they might want to have other options. So I would highly recommend that you go through the CompTIA website, you look through what the different options are, and in the video, I go through the main categories of how to renew your cert. You could take a higher level CompTIA cert. So if you have Security Plus, there are higher level certifications you can take within CompTIA that would earn you another certification and would renew your lower level certifications. That's almost like a 2-for-1 then. If you know you're going to be getting one of those higher level certs, you could do that right now. They do have, when you choose the renewal path on the CompTIA website, you can renew with a single activity. That would be to take a higher level CompTIA certification, and they give you this chart. So for Security Plus, if you were to take Linux Plus, it will renew A+. If you took Cloud Plus, it will renew A+, Network Plus, and Linux Plus, if you take the latest version. If you take CISA...
We know your days are packed. That's why at Sprouts Farmers Market, we make every interaction feel simple. A sense of ease in making healthy and delicious choices, even on the longest days. Because Sprouts gathers the freshest produce and prepares the tastiest ready-to-eat meals, making nutritious and delicious eating a breeze. Discover that Sprouts feeling, no matter how you shop. In-store, pickup, delivery. Discover the difference. Sprouts Farmers Market.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
Plus, then you would renew Pen Test Plus, Security Plus, Network Plus, and A Plus. So that's one that will renew your cert, your Security Plus cert. And CASP would also renew Security Plus. So if you already know that you're going to take CISA Plus or you're going to take CASP, maybe before they change the names, this is going to be one that you will renew your Security Plus certification without having to do anything else. Now, I realize not everybody wants to be able to take yet another exam for that, so the CertMaster CE might be a better solution for that, or collecting CEUs on their own, another great example. And the CompTIA website takes you through what all of those CEUs would be, what's required for each one of those categories, and then you can map out if you feel you have enough CEUs to do. So it's never just any one thing, after all. You can renew using many different things. Make sure you're familiar with what those different things might be, because one might be more advantageous to you than one of the other options that they have on the website. Let's keep getting more questions that you are submitting to me. I know we're at the top of the hour. We can probably fit one more in, right? We could probably get this one in this list. This is one more about the exam itself and working on these sort of the paths that we work through for security. This is one that is from Christopher. Christopher says, as someone new to the field and transitioning into cybersecurity, my main goal is to specialize in digital forensics. Oh, that's a great part of IT security. Would earning the Security Plus certification be a good starting point for a beginner, or would you recommend a different path? This is, I think, where we all think in the world of IT security that there's so many options available. So in this particular example, Christopher says, really interested in digital forensics. And digital forensics is fascinating, so I get it. Other folks say, I like IT security, but I want to do pen testing. I want to do penetration testing. I want to go either on the internet or at that location and do physical penetration testing. I want to do digital penetration testing. That's a whole world unto itself. And very often, you would not be a pen tester and also be a digital forensics expert. There's way too much to know about either of those to spend time doing both. You wouldn't be very good at either if you spent time doing both. There's also folks that work in the more generalized IT security type field. So you're managing firewalls, you're configuring IPsec VPNs, you're setting up your multi-factor authentication methods, you are building out secure infrastructure configurations, you are logging everything to SIM, reports, you're evaluating attack types, you're looking at log files. There's a lot in the world of IT security. Very often we start in that very broad IT security realm. And that is where a lot of people get started in the world, because that's where you really learn a lot about a lot. You learn about firewalls. You learn about the processes and procedures for implementing those change controls. You learn a lot about the intrusion prevention strategies. You learn a lot about getting log files, consolidating them, and correlating those log files together. There's a whole world of IT security there that we're only scratching the surface at that point. And at that point, you might want to specialize. Maybe you want to be someone who only works on next-gen firewalls. Maybe you want to be someone who only does large data correlations and looking for attacks hidden within the log files themselves. Maybe you want to be over on the digital forensic side, where you're able to image different servers, different drives, look through that data for important information to either be able to find information or identify things that normally would not be obvious. And maybe you want to get into the world of pen testing. Maybe you want to go into that world that has its own set of skills that are required to be able to gain access into these systems that normally would not be accessible. So this is why, and one of the great benefits in my mind of information technology in general, is that the IT world gives you the ability to redirect yourself at any time. You just need to have the interest and the knowledge. And the interest is an easy.
All right, everybody, welcome
Usually
back from
it's
break.
something that comes naturally. You're working in IT, you think, I'm really interested in
Let's finish up this day with something productive. Let's see what we can do.
Digital forensics videos.
There's a surprise on the
I
board.
played around with some of the digital forensics software, loaded up Autopsy on my
We ain't
Linux
done it in a way.
distribution.
Here we go. We're enough into CYSA.
I bought
We can see
used drives
how we're doing. Engage.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Maybe we can step it up a little bit.
USAA. Grandpa was in the military.
But what we see, so get your pens and paper ready.
Easy.
Get your score tabulated ready, tabulation ready.
What do you say?
Or if you just want to just kind of see where you're at, we'll run through some scenarios.
Words.
The order of business will be Kevin. You pick first, then Aaliyah. Brian will be next. Elaine, Jesus, Charles,
those used drives
Michael,
and imaged them,
Martin,
and put them into Autopsy
and Mr.
to
T.
see if I could find anything.
All right, let's see how well we did.
Found somebody sent
Let me
me a
reset the
drive
chat so I
that
know
was
what's coming
not
with.
formatted.
Kevin,
Was
you have first pick on the
point
board.
of sale
What do you have?
terminal.
Well,
And
wait,
I
let me go back. So our categories are defense
I had
in defense in depth,
all from
cryptography,
Autopsy on a Linux distribution.
logging and monitoring,
So there are
a little bit of everything.
There's your next project to take into your inner.
So Kevin, you got first
playing
pick.
around with Autopsy and seeing
What
you
you
can
got?